Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Just minutes after a frantic 911 call, police arrived at the Beverly Hills mansion of Jose and Kitty Menendez, and what they found inside was pure carnage. The couple had been shot execution style, their bodies so brutally mutilated that they were nearly unrecognizable. The scene was chilling. But what shocked the world even more came 7 years later, when their own sons, Lyle and Eric Menendez, were convicted of the murders. Case closed? Not quite. Decades later, the Menendez brothers' case continues to spark debate, dominate headlines, and flood social media feeds. Some still believe they were cold-blooded killers, motivated by greed. Others argue they were deeply traumatized, victims of long-term abuse who saw no other escape. But before we can begin to unpack the controversy, we need to understand where they came from. The Menendez family wasn't just wealthy, they were extravagantly rich. They lived a life most people could only fantasize about: private jets, luxury cars, and million-dollar homes. In the late 1980s, their Beverly Hills mansion looked like something straight out of a Hollywood fantasy, more fitting for a movie star than a family of four. But their lavish lifestyle didn't come easy. It was built on the relentless ambition of one man, Jose Enrique Menendez. Born in Cuba, Jose fled the country during the revolution. At just 16, he arrived in the United States with no money and no safety net, only an unshakable determination to succeed. He earned a degree in accounting, but he didn't stop there. He climbed the corporate ranks in the entertainment industry with laser focus, eventually landing powerful positions at major companies like RCA Records and Live Entertainment. By the time of his death, Jose was a multi-millionaire, a self-made man who believed in hard work, success, and control. But behind the closed doors of their perfect home, something else may have been brewing. Something darker. Something that would eventually explode into one of the most infamous family murders in American history. His wife, Kitty, was once a school teacher, but she left her career behind as Jose's success skyrocketed. With their growing fortune, the Menendezes gave their sons every possible privilege. Lyle and Eric attended elite private schools, wore designer clothes, and lived a life free from financial worries. But beneath the glamorous surface, cracks were forming in the perfect family image. Eric, the younger of the two, had an undeniable talent for tennis. Ranking among the top young players in the country, his potential could have taken him to the professional level, competing against tennis legends like Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi. Lyle, the older brother, was accepted into Princeton University, but he struggled academically and was eventually suspended for plagiarism by the summer of 1989. Lyle was 21 and Eric was 18. Their future was seemingly set. Their father's fortune, their connections, and their privileged upbringing meant they had access to a world of opportunity. The Menendez estate alone was worth well over $10 million, 0 cents. And had things played out differently, their father might have told them, "One day, kids, all of this will be yours." Instead, on the night of August 20, the Menendez brothers walked into the family room where their father was watching television. Armed with shotguns, they unleashed a brutal attack, firing multiple rounds at their parents. The gunshots echoed through the mansion, shattering the illusion of a perfect family. When it was over, their father was riddled with bullets, his body slumped over in the chair where he had been watching television. Their mother, who had tried to escape, was shot so many times that part of her skull was blown away. The sheer violence of the attack stunned even the most seasoned investigators. But what happened next was just as shocking. The brothers didn't panic. They didn't flee in fear. Instead, they cleaned themselves up, changed into fresh clothes, and went to the movies that night, while their parents' bodies lay lifeless in their blood-soaked home. Lyle and Eric sat in a theater watching Batman. After that, they returned home, and that's when they called the cops and pretended to be shot. When the police arrived at the scene, they found Eric rolling around on the front lawn, curled up in the fetal position, howling in grief. His cries echoed through the night, an Oscar-worthy performance that would have fooled even the most seasoned detectives. But given what they went through throughout their childhood, The realistic cries of them just make sense. The brothers sobbed, clung to each other, and played the part of heartbroken sons to perfection. But behind the theatrics, something didn't sit right. Investigators pieced together the brutal execution. Jose Menendez had been sitting on the couch, watching television, completely unaware of what was coming. The first shotgun blast struck the back of his head, killing him instantly. The force of the shot was so powerful that it nearly decapitated him. Kitty, hearing the deafening explosion of gunfire, rushed into the room. Her scream barely had time to leave her lips before the second shot rang out. The blast struck her in the leg, sending her sprawling to the floor. She attempted to crawl away, leaving behind a slick trail of blood on the polished hardwood, but there was nowhere to go. Her own sons towered over her, reloading their weapons. The next round of shots tore through her chest and arms as she writhed in agony. But it wasn't enough. The final devastating shot was delivered point blank to her face, obliterating her features and rendering her unrecognizable. It was a grotesque overkill, something more akin to a mob hit than a spontaneous crime of passion. And then, in an eerie and calculated move, the brothers fired additional shots into their parents' kneecaps. This detail was chilling. Why would sons do such a thing to their own parents? To detectives, this screamed of a professional-style execution, a deliberate attempt to stage the murder as a mafia hit. But here's where things got truly bizarre. The Menendez brothers were not immediate suspects. Despite being the only people with a clear financial motive, despite their suspicious behavior, and despite the glaring brutality of the crime, the police initially bought into their grieving act. They didn't even test them for gunshot residue, a basic procedure in homicide investigations. For a while, it seemed like they might just get away with it. But their greed would be their downfall. In the weeks following the murders, instead of retreating into mourning, Lyle and Eric embarked on a jaw-dropping spending spree. Lyle returned to the Princeton area and began a kind of spending frenzy. His friends say they thought it was his way of dealing with his grief. Over several weeks, he bought clothes, a Rolex, a $62,000 0-cents Porsche. Rather than return to school, he bought a restaurant, saying his mother would have been pleased. Meanwhile, Eric wasn't exactly keeping a low profile either. He hired a new top-tier tennis coach. On top of that, the brothers vacationed in exotic locations like London and the Caribbean, dined at five-star restaurants in Los Angeles, and drove around town in their deceased mother's Mercedes-Benz L convertible. The money hemorrhaged out of their accounts at an alarming rate. In just 6 months, they had burned through over $700,000, 0 cents. They moved into high-end condos in Marina del Rey, flaunting their newfound freedom with reckless abandon. But while they were celebrating their new lives, the police were busy chasing a dead end. Investigators initially believed Jose Menendez's business dealings had made him a target. He was known for his ruthless and cutthroat style, making enemies in the entertainment world. The police considered the possibility of a mob hit. The staged kneecap shots made it look like an organized crime execution. But something didn't add up. If the mafia wanted Jose dead, why kill Kitty too? And why had nothing been stolen? As detectives struggled to find leads, Eric made a mistake that cracked the case wide open. Feeling guilty, overwhelmed, and unable to keep the secret buried, he confided in his psychologist, Dr. Jerome Oziel. He admitted everything: how they planned the murder, how they executed it, and how they covered it up. Dr. Oziel, bound by doctor-patient confidentiality, initially kept the confession secret. But here's where things took a wild turn. Oziel had a mistress, a woman named Judalon Smith. She knew about the confession, and in a moment of betrayal, she went to the police. Now, if you were the doctor's mistress at the time, what would you have done? According to her, she knew that Lyle and Eric were sexually abused, so if you knew that for a fact, would you still report it to the police? I want to hear your thoughts on this. At this point, Lyle and Eric were still oblivious. They truly believed they had pulled off the perfect crime. Lyle even went so far as to hire bodyguards for his shopping trips, parading around like a celebrity. Additionally, the two brothers had just established their own business called the Menendez Investment Enterprises. But law enforcement wasn't so easily fooled. With Judalon Smith's tip, they finally had the breakthrough they needed. The police were about to turn the tables on the Menendez brothers, and the downfall of Lyle and Eric was just beginning. They arrested Lyle first, since he was in California, and then Eric was taken into custody after he returned from playing in a tennis tournament in Israel. The case, however, was anything but simple. The legal battle was just beginning, and what followed was a courtroom drama filled with shocking twists and relentless maneuvering from both the prosecution and defense. The prosecution had what they believed to be a solid piece of evidence: the therapy session tapes. A judge ruled that these tapes could be used in court, but the brothers had hired a top-tier legal team, and they fought tooth and nail to suppress them for over a year. Every motion, every appeal, every legal loophole was explored. It was a fierce battle of legal expertise and strategy, stretching out the case and delaying the inevitable. First things first, let's talk about the person who first knew who killed the Menendez parents: Dr. Jerome Oziel. They started discussing what would happen, or how it would be, if the person who was a dominating force and a negative force and a very controlling person in their life wasn't there anymore. And at that point, it evolved into a discussion about killing the parents. Most particularly the father. Basically that the father had just been completely dominating and controlling, was impossible to please, had perfectionistic standards, that he was controlling of a lot of different aspects of Eric and Lyle's life in a very extreme way. They went up to the office where the infamous confession tape was recorded, a piece of evidence that would shake the entire case. But despite how damning the tape was, it didn't immediately lead to a guilty verdict. Instead, it played a major role in the Menendez brothers' defense. They claimed their father had abused them for years, physically, emotionally, and sexually, and they saw no other way out. In the tape, the brothers not only admitted to the murders, but also revealed something shocking. They had found their mother's suicide note before the killings, which deeply affected their decision. Eric described his mother's pain, how she discovered their father's long-term affair, and how it broke her. He recalled her struggling with alcohol and pills, telling him, "You don't understand how much stress I'm under. I take 13 pills a day and drink." The brothers believed that by killing her, they were actually doing her a favor, freeing her from misery. But there was also another terrifying thought. If she took her own life, they would be left alone with their father, and that was even worse. Eric later testified in court, revealing horrifying details about the abuse. He said that one night he finally told his older brother Lyle what had been happening. When asked why, Eric simply said, "I wanted it to stop." He described how their father forced him into oral sex and even used pins and tacks to hurt him during the assaults. He also shared that their father once threatened him with a knife, a jagged Rambo knife, to keep him silent. Lyle also took the stand and testified about the abuse he suffered between the ages of 6 and 8. To back up their claims, their defense team showed disturbing photographs as evidence, revealing the dark reality the brothers said they had endured. This is a proof sheet of the sequence of photographs from Eric's 6th birthday party. These photographs were found in an envelope with the handwriting of their mother. Among those photos was one that should have never existed, one of Lyle's nakedness, saved by his own mother. Lyle would later testify that his father, Jose Menendez, took photographs of them in their most vulnerable moments, bathing, changing, just being kids. Lyle said that he wouldn't ask, he wouldn't say anything. He would just come in, snap the photo, and leave. Lyle described in court how, after sports practice, his father would massage him. Then the touching began. It escalated, and Lyle was forced to touch back. After this, they would undress, and the nightmare played on repeat. 2 to 3 times a week, in his bedroom or the bathroom. Then there were the object sessions, a toothbrush, a shaving brush, a tube of Vaseline. This was his father's twisted routine, and when Lyle finally found the courage to tell his mother, her response was, "Stop exaggerating. Your father loves you. He's punishing you because you do things wrong." But the trauma didn't stop with Lyle. The abused become the abuser. Lyle admitted that he did the same to Eric. He took Eric to the woods. He used the same toothbrush, and in the courtroom, with the weight of his own guilt crushing him, he could only say one thing: "I'm sorry." Years later, Eric finally confided in Lyle. He revealed that their father had been abusing him too, and when Lyle confronted Jose about it, the fear set in. However, the prosecution had its own version of the story. They painted the Menendez brothers as cold-blooded killers who wiped their father's computer, erasing the will to cover up their crime. A computer expert testified that the data was gone, irretrievable. But here's the twist. Lyle's computer expert confirmed that he was hired not to recover the files, but to make sure they could never be recovered. So was it greed or was it fear? Back in the late 1980 CAS and early 1990 CAS, conversations around male sexual abuse were almost non-existent. It wasn't just a taboo topic, it was something that society outright dismissed or refused to acknowledge. Many people found it hard to believe that men, especially young men from wealthy, privileged backgrounds, could be victims of such horrific abuse. The concept of male vulnerability was often met with skepticism, mockery, or outright denial. And when Lyle and Eric Menendez stood trial for the brutal murder of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, the nation was divided. The trial, broadcasted in real time across national television, turned into a media spectacle. While some people sympathized with the brothers and believed their accounts of long-term sexual and physical abuse at the hands of their father, others ridiculed them, especially for the way they broke down in tears on the stand. At one point, SNL even created a skit poking fun at the brothers during their trial. Their emotional testimonies were dissected, with critics accusing them of faking their distress to gain sympathy. Late-night talk shows made them the butt of jokes, and tabloid headlines painted them as greedy, spoiled rich kids who had killed out of a thirst for money and freedom. However, the trial took an unexpected turn when a forensic psychologist took the stand, presenting a crucial argument. The crime was not premeditated, according to the psychologist. Lyle and Eric's actions stemmed from years of abuse, fear, and trauma, rather than cold, calculated planning. For a moment, it seemed like the judge was leaning in their favor, acknowledging that the psychological impact of prolonged abuse could have led to a spontaneous, desperate act of violence, rather than an orchestrated murder for financial gain. But then, in a shocking twist, a key witness in the case, Lyle Menendez's best friend Donovan Goodrow, seemingly contradicted himself on the stand. Goodrow had previously provided a recorded statement in which he admitted that Lyle confided in him about years of sexual abuse at the hands of their father. However, in court, Goodrow shockingly denied ever hearing such things from Lyle. This contradiction sent shockwaves through the courtroom and was even aired on Prime 9 News. The revelation forced the trial into a temporary halt as the judge and attorneys debated the significance of the tape, which directly challenged Goodrow's testimony. At the heart of the case was a question that divided the nation. Were Lyle and Eric Menendez calculating killers who brutally executed their parents for inheritance money, or were they lifelong victims who finally snapped after years of unspeakable torment? Brutal prosecution was completely focused on the idea that Eric and Lyle Menendez were greedy rich kids that had killed their parents because they were in a hurry to inherit their money. The jury struggled to reach a consensus. After weeks of deliberation, both juries, one for Lyle and one for Eric, ended up hopelessly deadlocked. On January 13, 1994, Eric's jury announced they were unable to reach a verdict, and just days later, Lyle's jury did the same. The mistrials left the nation in turmoil, with public opinion split. Some believed that the brothers' allegations of sexual abuse should have justified a lesser charge such as manslaughter. Others argued that no amount of trauma could excuse such a brutal and premeditated act of murder. The prosecution, meanwhile, remained steadfast in its stance that the Menendez brothers were driven by greed rather than fear. When their second trial began in August 1995, the media frenzy had died down significantly. Judge Stanley Weisberg, who had presided over the first trial, made a critical decision this time. No cameras were allowed in the courtroom. The lack of live television coverage meant the case no longer held the same level of public spectacle and as a result, much of America lost interest in the proceedings. But behind closed doors, the defense faced major setbacks. Judge Weisberg significantly limited the testimony regarding the brothers' claims of sexual abuse, making it harder for the defense to argue that the killings were an act of desperation rather than cold-blooded murder. Additionally, unlike in the first trial, the jury was not given the option to convict the brothers of manslaughter instead of first-degree murder. Prosecutors dismissed the brothers' claims as nothing more than an abuse excuse and worked aggressively to dismantle their defense. Lyle, who had testified in the first trial, chose not to take the stand this time. On March 20, 1996, after just 4 days of deliberation, the jury found Lyle and Eric Menendez guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. 3 weeks later, after 3 more days of deliberations, the jury sentenced them both to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The once prominent Menendez brothers, who had grown up in Beverly Hills luxury, were now locked away for life, their fate sealed. But despite their convictions, their story was far from over. Years later, new evidence surfaced that suggested the Menendez brothers had been telling the truth all along. In May 2023, the defense team filed a habeas petition citing newly discovered evidence that could potentially overturn their convictions. One of the most significant pieces of evidence was a letter Eric Menendez had written to his cousin Andy Cano in December 1988, 8 months before the murders. In the letter, Eric detailed the ongoing sexual abuse he was enduring at the hands of his father. He expressed his fear, his inability to escape, and his hesitancy to tell anyone, even his own brother, because of his father's threats. Despite this evidence, the prosecution had previously dismissed Cano's testimony during the original trials, branding him a liar. However, the letter written long before the murders suggested that Eric had indeed been desperate for help, contradicting the prosecution's claim that the abuse allegations were fabricated after the fact to justify the killings. But the revelations didn't stop there. In 2023, Roy Rosello, a former member of the Latin boy band Menudo, came forward with shocking allegations. Rosello claimed that Jose Menendez, who was an RCA Records executive at the time, had sexually assaulted him when he was just 14 or 15 years old. According to Rosello, Menendez had lured him to his home, drugged him, and raped him. He further alleged that he had suffered multiple assaults by Menendez, once before and once after a performance at Radio City Music Hall. His sworn affidavit was submitted as part of the Menendez brothers' legal appeal, lending further credibility to their claims of abuse. If their appeal is successful, the Menendez brothers could be retried under different charges, possibly reducing their convictions to manslaughter. Given that the maximum penalty for voluntary manslaughter in California is 11 years per count, and considering they have already served more than 34 years behind bars, a retrial could mean their release after decades. Lyle and Eric were kept in separate prisons, Lyle at Mule Creek State Prison, and Eric at Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility. They were only allowed to communicate through daughters. But in 2018, after nearly 20 years apart, the California Department of Corrections granted their request to be housed together. The moment they were reunited was deeply emotional, with both brothers expressing relief and joy at finally being able to see each other again. Life behind bars has been drastically different for each brother. Eric married his longtime pen pal, Tammy Ruth Sackman, and has spent years painting and donating his artwork to charity. He even gifted a portrait to comedian Kathy Griffin. Lyle, on the other hand, has dedicated his time to inmate advocacy, serving as president of the inmate government at Mule Creek and working with support groups for survivors of sexual abuse. His first marriage ended in divorce after his wife discovered he had been writing letters to other women. Despite spending more than 3 decades in prison, the Menendez case has recently seen a resurgence in public interest, particularly among younger generations on social media platforms like TikTok. Many of these young activists argue that the Menendez brothers were victims who acted out of fear rather than greed. Thousands of supporters have written letters to California officials demanding clemency. Yet after all these years, one question remains. Will Lyle and Eric Menendez ever walk free? Or will they spend the rest of their lives behind bars? What do you think? Were they victims seeking justice, or were they cold-blooded killers? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The footage you just saw wasn't fiction. It wasn't acted. It was real. These were real people, real victims caught in the grip of a monster hiding in plain sight. That monster was 36-year-old Maury Troy Travis. His crimes were so disturbing, so inhuman, that the local police chief ordered psychological counseling for any officer forced to view the evidence. The basement where he committed his atrocities became known as something closer to a torture chamber than a crime scene. Maury Travis didn't just kill, he orchestrated cruelty. He lured women into his home with cold calculation, brought them down into his basement, and subjected them to torture that defies comprehension. But how did such a seemingly quiet, respectful man carry out acts so horrific? What could drive someone like Travis to such depths of evil? And how did he manage to keep his crimes hidden in a quiet suburb? To understand the darkness behind the mask, we need to go back to the beginning. Maury Troy Travis, born on October 21, 1965, in St. Louis, Missouri, lived a life that on the surface looked painfully average. Known as Toby to those close to him, he grew up in Carr Square, a public housing complex, before his family moved to a modest home in Ferguson in 1976. He lived with his mother, Sandra Travis, and his father, Michael V. Travis. There were no signs of physical abuse, no record of early criminal behavior, just the usual growing pains of a quiet, introverted kid. He was polite, exceptionally polite. Teachers remembered him as well-mannered and soft-spoken. One neighbor recalled him mowing lawns without being asked. A teacher described him as one of the quietest students she'd ever had. For years, no one saw him as anything but a background character. Unremarkable, invisible, and easily forgotten. Even when investigators later retraced his past, interviewed old classmates and neighbors, many couldn't even remember him. He had left so little impression on the world around him, until the truth of what he became finally surfaced. And when it did, it left scars not just on his victims, but on an entire city. He graduated from McClure High School in 1985 and served 2 years as an Army reservist. Following that, he worked as a medical and dental assistant. Additionally, he managed to secure employment locally with haulage companies and even volunteered at a local nursing home. Maury Travis's enrollment in Morris Brown College in 1986 at the age of 22 seemed like a positive step forward. However, it was also in this private institute in Atlanta where he encountered and formed a relationship with cocaine, sending his life into a downward spiral. His addiction quickly escalated to a severe level, costing him $300, 0 cents a day. Morris's plunge into criminal activities to support his habit swiftly brought him to the attention of law enforcement the following year. Up until that point, he had a clean record, making his sudden shift into illegal behavior quite unexpected. Rather than a gradual escalation, his actions took a surprising and abrupt turn from his prior conduct. In March 1988, during his college spring break, Maury engaged in a string of robberies that raised eyebrows. To everyone's surprise, he targeted 5 shoe stores in St. Louis within 8 days. What added an unusual twist to these crimes was his choice of weapon. Instead of a loaded firearm, he used a plastic toy gun to instill fear. This abrupt shift into criminal behavior was truly unexpected, especially given his clean record before these incidents. This is where Maury Travis took a sharp turn into criminal activity. The armed robberies he committed resulted in his initial capture. Witnesses provided the police with details about his car, leading to his arrest. The detective handling the case was taken aback, as Maury didn't fit the typical image of a criminal. Upon being apprehended, Maury claimed to have hazy memories of the crimes, attributing it to drug influence. While awaiting sentencing, he underwent a drug rehabilitation program and claimed to have successfully overcome his addiction. Despite these efforts and his clean record before this, The court had taken his actions into account during proceedings. Character references poured in support of Maury, including one from a congressman and U.S. representative. These testimonials highlighted his rehabilitation efforts, asserting that his criminal behavior was an aberration in his character. Despite this acknowledgement, Maury received a 15-year prison sentence on July 5, 1989, at the age of 23. This marked the start of his time behind bars for his criminal actions. From the outset, Maury realized that his time in prison wouldn't be easy. He attested to the inhospitable conditions, citing frequent assaults and an abundance of drugs that posed a significant threat to his rehabilitation. Having successfully addressed his dependency issues, he found himself surrounded by drugs in this challenging environment. In a desperate plea to the judge, Maury wrote a letter urging him to reconsider his sentence, pouring his heart out in the hope of a lenient outcome. In his plea to the judge, Maury wrote on how he was constantly thinking of taking his own life due to the horrible conditions he was living in. He ended by asking the judge to give him another chance in society. Maury was granted parole in 1994, serving only 5 years and 3 months of his sentence at the Farmington Correctional Center. His early release was primarily attributed to his exemplary behavior, although he had 13 conduct violations. They were minor infractions. Upon his release, he moved into a duplex where neighbors regarded him as an excellent resident who didn't cause any disturbances. After serving time, initially from March 1989 through June 1994, Maury faced additional prison stages due to drug charges from February 1998 to January 1999 due to repeatedly violating his parole. Once outside prison, he worked in various restaurants, keeping to himself mostly. He also displayed an unusual fixation for his 2000 black Mitsubishi Eclipse, spending considerable time cleaning and maintaining it. Although neighbors and classmates of Maury didn't have any suspicious information about him, March 2001 saw Maury's girlfriend leave him, and this was when bodies of women began to turn up around town. Between March 2001 and May 2002, Maury would actively pick up sex workers along the extended stretch of Broadway, known as the Stroll north of St. Louis. In fact, 4 suspected victims of Maury were later discovered in this area. It gained notoriety for its numerous crack houses and the availability of such workers. Maury would pick them up and then bring them back to his home in Ferguson. Once there, he would keep some of these women for days, subjecting them to his whims. However, it wasn't solely for his personal satisfaction. He recorded the horrifying events taking place in the basement. Videotapes documenting these acts were later discovered concealed within a wall. Some of the video clips showed Maury engaging in consensual but rough roleplay involving bondage with women. There were also instances when he was seen using drugs, yet he would let them go unharmed. However, in other footage, Maury could be seen indulging in much darker activities, from keeping women hostage for days in his dungeon to strangling them to death. Law enforcement initially struggled to comprehend why he chose to spare certain women while murdering others. One hypothesis suggests that the tipping point might have been when he discovered that a particular sex worker had children. It appeared that this discovery triggered a violent rage since they chose drugs over their children, although it's not confirmed. He also made them perform the most unbelievable rituals. Maury would get them to dance in white clothes. Then at times, he'd get them to wear sunglasses where the lenses were completely blacked out so they couldn't see. By doing this, he was taking power away from them completely. He would then restrain their legs with a rope and handcuff them. At times, he'd even cover their eyes with duct tape. In the footage that they found, they saw these women shackled to a wooden post with Maury verbally taunting them. He would tell them what was going to happen, or they needed to berate them as well. At times, he'd get angry because he'd find out that these women had children. He also used to criticize them, expressing aggression and violence due to their choice of drugs over their kids. In some of the earliest footage, Maury is actually seen standing over a nearly naked woman, heavily bound with a rope and handcuffed. Then he suddenly grabs the belt, snaps it tightly around her neck and strangles her until she's unconscious and she's limp. He may even have broken her neck. He then just leaves her body face down on the floor. It's truly horrifying to think that Maury Travis was able to carry out such horrific crimes without raising suspicion. One thing we know is Maury Travis's ability to blend into the background made him a master of disguise. His unassuming nature allowed him to operate unnoticed, making him the last person anyone would suspect of such heinous crimes. On July 31, 2000, the discovery of the first known victim, Mary Shields, 61, in East St. Louis, Illinois, began a haunting pattern in the months that followed. The tragedies escalated on March 24, 2001, when the body of Cassandra F. Walker, 19, was found in Washington Park, Illinois. Elisa Greenway, a 34-year-old, caught in a seemingly hopeless cycle of addiction, was discovered deceased on April 5, 2001, in Washington Park, Illinois. Her body showed signs of strangulation with ligature marks found on her wrist and ankles. Near her body, authorities found a tire impression identified as a Bridgestone Potenza tire, which was photographed for further analysis. Not long after, on May 15, 2001, Teresa Wilson, 36, was discovered in West Alton, Missouri. May 30, 2001, marked the discovery of Betty James, 46, in St. Louis, with an evident tire impression distinct from earlier scenes. The St. Louis Police Department strongly believed that all these murders were the work of the same individual, as the crimes were executed in a similar manner. By June 29, 2001, Verona Thompson, 36, was found in West Alton, Missouri. Following this, on August 25, 2001, Devon Cruz, 50, was discovered in East St. Louis, Illinois. The haunting silence after October 8, 2001, when Brenda Beasley, age 33, was found dead in East St. Louis, Illinois, raised speculation. Authorities speculated three possible scenarios. Either the perpetrator was in custody, had passed away, or had relocated from the area. However, the unsettling quiet broke as the year changed. The cycle resumed, claiming 4 lives. The first unidentified victim was found on January 30, 2002. Another unidentified victim was found near Mascoutah, Illinois, on March 11, 2002. The next unidentified victim was discovered in Columbia, Illinois, on March 28, 2002. And the final unidentified victim was reported in West Alton, Missouri, on May 25, 2002. Each day marked a sorrowful moment, revealing a frightening pattern. What ultimately led to uncovering the killer will stun you like never before. In an attempt to bring attention to one of the victims and maintain public interest in the investigation, Bill Smith penned an article. This was about Teresa Wilson, a victim, and her life struggles leading up to her unfortunate demise. He named the killer the Streetwalker Strangler. The article was published in the paper's May 19, 2002 issue. Less than a week later, Smith received a letter at his desk. While it's not uncommon for media personnel to receive letters or correspondence, this letter had an unusual return address on the envelope: Thraldom, 325311 Lafayette Street, New York, New York, 10,012. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. Zip code 10,012 encompasses portions of Manhattan, Soho, NoHo, Nolita, and Greenwich Village neighborhoods. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. However, the thraldom address is fictional, so why would someone use that term for an address? According to Merriam-Webster, thraldom refers to the state of being an enslaved person. It also served as the name of a bondage website. The letter was typed using what appeared to be Lucida handwriting font in red ink with minimal punctuation. Smith initially believed it was a prank. He quickly realized the letter was no joke and that a person claiming to be the Streetwalker Strangler was contacting him. The letter read, "Dear Bill, nice sob story about Teresa Wilson. Write one about Greenwade. Write a good one, and I'll tell you where many others are to prove I'm real. Here's directions to number 17. Search in a 50-yard radius from the X. Put the story in the Sunday paper like the last." The letter Bill received included a map of West Alton marked with an X, indicating the location of a body. This sender offered to reveal the locations of additional victims, and as evidence of their identity, providing directions to number 17, accompanied by a typed internet-generated map. After finding a skeleton at the marked spot, authorities focused on the map, which appeared to have been generated using an internet mapping service. They found a possible match on Expedia.com. According to an affidavit by FBI agent Melanie Jimenez, on May 30, 2002, Expedia informed Jimenez that Microsoft, based in Redmond, Washington, provided the data for its maps site. The FBI requested records of any maps of West Alton made between May 18, 2002, the date of the newspaper story that prompted the letter, and May 21, 2002, the postmark on the envelope. It took 4 days to receive a response. On June 3, 2002, Microsoft reported that only one computer had accessed the map during the specified time period. The company further revealed that on May 20, the computer had zoomed in on the map of the West Alton, Missouri area approximately 10 times in chronological order, eventually generating a map that matched the one sent to the Post-Dispatch. However, Microsoft could not provide a name, only an IP address, a meaningless string of numbers to most people, 65.227 and 106.78. To translate the IP number into a name, the FBI turned to WorldCom Incorporated, which provided local telephone numbers to connect internet services to their dial-up customers. WorldCom assigns a temporary IP address to each customer for each internet session. The challenge was not just to identify who used 65.227 and 116.78, but also to determine who used it at the specific time in question. The next day, on June 4, 2002, WorldCom's internet division UUNet identified the user as MSN Maury Travis. This led to the identification of the user's real name, Maury Troy Travis of Ferguson. Before this, back in 2001, Maury also hinted about his crime to one of his co-workers. He told him that East St. Louis was a good place to hide objects due to minimal police presence. He also told his co-worker's girlfriend, who worked at a TV station, that prostitutes' bodies were dumped in the same area. Maury didn't state that he was the one who killed them, but he said he knew about it from a friend. The talking letter to the editor and his hints to co-workers suggest that Maury might have been one of those serial killers who craved attention. His actions indicate a desire to be found, a twisted sense of power derived from the fear he instilled in the community. This information provided the basis for surveillance and on June 7, 2002, an arrest and search warrant. The warrant led to the discovery of evidence including DNA, entire trademarks linking Maury, a 36-year-old waiter, to some of the killings. Investigators launched a thorough search of Maurice's residence in Ferguson, Missouri, uncovering a horrifying scene hidden within the depths of his home. They discovered a torture chamber. The ground floor of his home was tidy and well maintained. The woman who lived with him, identified as his girlfriend, told police she had no clue about the basement and had never been there. While police officers examined the house and basement, FBI agents and other investigators conducted a 2-hour interrogation of Maury in his living room. They learned that his mother owned the residence and had allowed him to stay there. Authorities later revealed that Maury evaded giving direct answers and instead inquired about how they had located him. Upon being informed that the computer-printed map had led them to his doorstep, Maury became enraged. Shortly after police escorted Maury outside and placed him in a car, he consented to accompanying the police downtown for further questioning. Computer forensics experts entered the house to inspect Maurice's computer, where they uncovered drafts of the letter sent to journalist Bill Smith. Downstairs, investigators uncovered a house of horrors. They found bloodstains on the walls, ceiling, carpet, and furniture. Within this, they discovered chilling torture instruments, a menacing stun gun, and newspaper clippings documenting his heinous crimes. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come: videotapes capturing Maury's unspeakable acts of violence, subjecting his victims to horrific acts. The evidence from this torture chamber, coupled with DNA analysis, suggested that he committed the murders of between 12 and 20 women. He had been preying on vulnerable individuals, many of whom were drug addicts and sex workers in the states of Missouri and Illinois. Between 2002, Travis asked for a soda during questioning. Later, the can he drank from was sent to the lab for testing. DNA swabs were taken from the area near the opening of the can for epithelial cells in Travis's saliva, which could be used for DNA testing. Travis's DNA profile was then compared to the biological material found on 2 of the murder victims, Yvonne Cruz and Brenda Beasley. St. Louis Police Captain Harry Heger said that investigators also found a crude diagram in Maury's home showing plans for a basement extension. Heger said that Maury was planning to build 2 cells in the basement where he could chain the women, and then he was planning to build vents connecting the basement to the outside. Heger said that Maury also made a list of things that he needed to keep the woman captive for some time, and that one of the items on the list was adult diapers. We spoke about the victims, who were identified, but now let us uncover a few who are not known till the present. On May 25, 2002, the tragic case of St. Charles County Jane Doe came to light, adding another victim to the list of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. The woman's remains were discovered near West Alton, Missouri, leaving her identity shrouded in mystery for 21 years. The discovery of St. Charles County Jane Doe unfolded following the anonymous letter sent to local reporter Bill Smith on May 21, 2002. The skeletal remains of St. Charles County Jane Doe were found west of Highway 67 and south of St. Charles Street, scattered over a 30-foot wide area. It was determined that she was a female between the ages of 25 and 35, of black ethnicity, and approximately 5 feet 4 inches in height. One or more limbs and one or both hands were not recovered. The remains found at the crime scene included a sleeveless, coarse blue denim dress with metal buttons, a black and silver V-neck stretch shirt with 3/4-length sleeves, a black spandex top, a torn piece of blue jean-type material, a white cotton tube sock, a blue shoestring-type tie-up in the back, and a thin white cotton fragment. A few months prior, on March 28, 2002, another discovery had been made: the remains of an unidentified woman. She would come to be known as Monroe County Jane Doe, one of the 3 victims of the notorious St. Louis serial killer Maury Travis. Her identity remains a mystery, her story shrouded in silence. She was believed to be between the ages of 29 and 50, her African-American heritage evident in her skin tone. She stood at 5 feet 1 inch tall. Her petite frame weighed about 105 pounds. Her dark brown hair bore the mark of a healed fracture on her forehead, possibly a mark of a childhood injury. There was no indication that she had ever given birth. At the time of her discovery, they could find only skeletal remains, along with a green shirt and the letter M and the word Mavericks in orange lettering. Her attire was completed by khaki canvas shorts and a brown leather belt with a silver buckle. These simple garments provided the only clues to her identity, silent witnesses to her life. Just a few weeks before that, on March 11, 2002, in Lorraine, Illinois, the remains of Madison County Jane Doe were found. Madison County Jane Doe was believed to be between the ages of 23 and 30. Her ethnicity identified as black. Her height was estimated to be between 5'1" and 5'6", and she weighed around 105 pounds. She also had dark hair when discovered. The victim's decomposed body was clad in a red and white, checkered flannel-style shirt, bearing the brand Tommy Hilfiger, and a pair of gray shorts from the brand Second Skins. A little under 2 months before that, St. Clair County Jane Doe, a woman whose identity remains a mystery, was discovered on January 30, 2002. Her skeletal remains were found in Mascataw, Illinois, though the exact cause of her death remains undetermined. She is presumed to be one of the unidentified victims of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. At the time of her discovery, she was believed to be between the ages of 20 and 40, of African American descent. Her skeletal remains revealed clues about her life, including 3 piercings in her right ear, a healed fracture above her left ankle, and additional healed fractures on her nasal bones, left second rib, wrist, and below her neck. She was found wearing a black velour sleeveless catsuit bearing the brand Jason Matthews with full-length legs. 2 yellow metal rings adorned her left middle finger. People were shocked and confused by how a man with such an appealing personality could be involved in these terrible crimes. The mother of one of his ex-girlfriends from Pagedale expressed her shock and disbelief over the news of Maury's arrest. Her daughter had dated him back in 2001, and she described him as a perfect gentleman who always seemed happy and laid back. She couldn't believe that the man she knew could be different from the person now accused of such heinous crimes. Maury was suspected of being involved in the murders of 12 women, and he was also charged with 2 counts of kidnapping. Federal court documents linked him to these crimes. Police investigators believed that Maury may have killed more than 17 women in total. Following his arrest on June 7, 2002, Maury was taken into custody for interrogation and was placed on preventative monitoring until his trial for the alleged offenses. Just one St. Louis thought justice had been served with Maury. His arrest on June 7, 2002. The city saw darkness again 3 days later, on June 10, 2002. Maury planned to escape his sentence. He did that in the most unthinkable way possible. Maury Travis reportedly wrote a brief note on a sheet of paper in his 8th-floor jail cell in Clayton. Outside the cell, another inmate tasked with monitoring Maury attempted to keep watch through a window. Maury had no desire to spend the rest of his life in prison or face execution by injection. He conveyed to those who would read his final words. Instead, he decided to end his life on his own terms. He explained that he left a note to demonstrate, "You guys didn't kill me." His note read, "Dear Mom, I'm sorry for the pain this caused you and the family. My death seems to be the only way out, and a fast end to all the publicity. You were the best mother a man could have. But I've been sick for a long time, sick in the head, since I was about 14. I don't know why. I was just sick. I've never felt normal or happy at any time in my life. I think about the life I lead and what's ahead of me. This seems the best solution for all involved, especially me, because I won't spend the rest of my life locked up, or worse, let them kill me with a needle. Tell Grandma Marina James and everybody, I love them dearly. I love you the most, but you know that forever. Your son, Toby Travis." Jail regulations prohibited the inmate assigned to the anti-self-harm vigil from maintaining a clear view of what was to transpire, and the guards violated jail rules, skipping 15-minute checks, providing Maury with 45 minutes of privacy to carry out his plan. According to Clayton police, Maury meticulously threaded a torn strip of bedsheet through small holes in a jail wall vent 6 feet from the floor and looped the other end around his neck. He placed a pillowcase over his head, stuffed additional cloth into his mouth, and somehow managed to tie his hands behind his back. 12 years after Maury himself died in prison, his mother, Sandra Travis, still owned the home where he committed his horrific acts. In 2014, she rented the house to Katrina McGaw without mentioning its dark past. McGaw learned about the house's history from a television documentary and requested to break her lease, but Sandra refused. News 4 contacted Sandra, who claimed she had informed McGaw about the house's past. McGaw denied this, stating that she would have remembered the murders if Sandra had told her. Technically, landlords are not obligated to disclose information about a home's past in this country. Landlords are only required to report physical defects. The St. Louis Housing Authority intervened, allowing McGaw to move out at the end of the month, despite Sandra's objections. The situation was complex. On one hand, it was understandable that Sandra, the mother of a serial killer, would want to put the past behind her. She was legally entitled to rent the house without disclosing any information about past events, but it may not have been ethically right to do so. On the other hand, McGaw, who had a 2-year-old daughter, was uncomfortable living in a house where women were tortured and murdered. She also mentioned that her daughter had occasionally played near the same pole in the basement where Maury Travis tied up his victims. Considering how disturbing the whole situation was, McGaw understandably wanted to move out as soon as possible. Sadly, the victims found no closure. Moreover, several victims remained unidentified, adding to the heartbreak of this case. After witnessing these tragic events, one thing becomes evident. You never truly know who lives next door. This monstrous individual was carrying out these heinous acts right beneath everyone's noses, escaping notice even from those close to him. What's truly confounding is the mystery surrounding his actions. How could he commit 17 murders in his basement without anyone suspecting a thing, not even the women he dated? And then, the ultimate enigma. Why did he choose to end his own life in that prison cell? Was the reality of prison more horrific than the agony these women faced? Or was he such a narcissist that he couldn't bear anyone else deciding when his life would end? This case raises more questions than answers. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me. and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. On November 16, 2012, the dispatch center in Lake County, Ohio, received a distressing 911 call. The caller, a highly agitated adolescent girl, struggled to communicate due to her distress. It soon became clear that she was reporting that her older sister was attacking their mother. Law enforcement officers quickly arrived at the residence, where they encountered the frantic caller. She explained that her older sister, Sabrina Zunic, 18, had stabbed their mother. When they arrived, Sabrina emerged from the house, clutching a bloodied knife. The police demanded that she drop the weapon, and she complied. They were met with a gruesome scene inside the house. Lisa Marie McIntosh was born on May 20, 1971. Lisa, the daughter of William and Rita McIntosh, was a single mother who had a daughter from a previous relationship. She married Kevin Noefel in 2006, and he has a son from a previous relationship. The couple had their daughter in 2009. Lisa, a social worker with the Department of Children and Family Services who specialized in child abuse cases, had a strong desire to help others. Demonstrating their dedication to assisting children, Kevin and Lisa have decided to become foster parents. Lisa's friend commented that when she had foster children, she treated them as if they were her own. She made a point of going above and beyond as a parent. Sabrina Zunic, 16, moved into their home in the summer of 2011. Sabrina Zunic was born on October 27, 1994, somewhere near Cleveland, Ohio. Her upbringing was difficult, as both of her parents struggled with alcohol and substance abuse, resulting in a highly unstable home environment. Sabrina's early experiences were marred by her parents' criminal troubles, and even as a baby she was exposed to substances like vodka in her bottle to induce sleep. These circumstances aided Sabrina's development of behavioral and mental health issues such as ADHD, oppositional defiance disorder, bipolar disorder, anxiety, and depression. Sabrina went to live with her grandmother after being removed from her parents' custody. Unfortunately, her grandmother's declining health coincided with Sabrina's adolescence, and her rebellious behavior became difficult for her grandmother to deal with. Sabrina entered the foster care system at the age of 14, living in a variety of homes and group settings before being placed with Lisa and Kevin Noefel. Sabrina made significant progress in changing her life in 2011, thanks to Kevin and Lisa's care. She began attending school on a regular basis, excelled academically, and aspired to be a massage therapist. Sabrina has seamlessly integrated into the family, making positive connections with the two girls and actively participating in school. Sabrina chose to stay with Lisa and Kevin to complete her education after turning 18 and becoming eligible to leave foster care, expressing her happiness in their home. Nonetheless, a tragic question arises. What drove Sabrina to stab her foster mother to death in front of Lisa's two young daughters? Lisa was at home with the children on November 16, 2012, while Kevin was working as a truck driver. During the night, the teenage and 3-year-old daughters heard their mother's screams and discovered Sabrina stabbing Lisa multiple times. In the midst of the terrifying scene, the younger child sought refuge in a closet, while Lisa's teenage daughter pleaded with Sabrina to stop the assault and immediately dialed 911. The situation was described as completely chaotic, with the distraught caller informing police that her sister had fatally stabbed their mother. Lisa Noefel was pronounced dead on the scene. Sabrina was arrested, and the murder weapon, a 15-inch knife with a 9-inch convex and serrated blade without a hilt, was found in the house. Notably, Sabrina accepted responsibility for the act, admitting that she was the one who stabbed Lisa to death. Despite the disturbing nature of the murder, police were concerned about the brutality of the attack on Lisa Noefel, who had opened her home to care for a teenager. The assault resulted in almost 200 stab wounds, indicating a vicious and violent act. The police informed Lisa's husband, 42-year-old Kevin Noefel, who worked as a truck driver and was away in Michigan at the time, about her death. Kevin called 911 to inquire about the girls' well-being and was advised to pick them up from the police station. Kevin got them at 5 a.m. that morning. Over the next 10 months, law enforcement worked hard to piece together the puzzle surrounding the crime. The investigation's findings indicated a shift in the Noefel household dynamics around December of 2011. Sabrina Zunic, who was initially content in the home, began to have conflicts with Lisa. Jealousy emerged as a significant factor, with Sabrina expressing resentment toward Lisa and accusing her of favoring Haley and Megan, the family's two younger girls. The inquiry loomed. Could these tensions have pushed Sabrina to commit the heinous act of murdering Lisa? Several months after her arrest, Sabrina offered to cooperate with police in exchange for a 30-year parole possibility rather than a life sentence without parole. Sabrina made a shocking disclosure in her statements. She claimed to have had sex with her foster father, Kevin. Sabrina stated that this relationship began in the spring of 2012. Following Sabrina's arrest, she claimed that it was Kevin's idea to plan and carry out Lisa's murder. Kevin Nofel was facing charges for the murder of his wife, Lisa. He was charged with conspiracy to commit aggravated murder, complicity in aggravated murder, and 6 counts of sexual battery. During the trial, Kevin entered a not guilty plea, and the focus was solely on his charges. Sabrina, who had previously pleaded guilty, agreed to testify for the prosecution against Kevin. The prosecution argued that, while Sabrina was the one who physically stabbed Lisa to death, Kevin was aware of and involved in the murder. The prosecution claimed that Kevin wanted to end his relationship with Lisa, as evidenced by statements to friends about a possible divorce. They also claimed that Kevin stood to benefit financially from Lisa's death because of the existence of multiple insurance policies. During the trial, the prosecution presented evidence indicating a change in Lisa Nofel's behavior preceding her tragic death. Lisa's coworker testified that in the months leading up to her murder, Lisa appeared distracted and made an effort to focus. She also mentioned delivering food to Kevin the day after Lisa died, noting that his demeanor seemed normal, and seeing a picture of Sabrina on the refrigerator. Kevin's apparent lack of emotional response was accentuated when she saw him at Lisa's funeral and described him as emotionless. Another coworker stated that Lisa underwent a significant change in 2012. Lisa began taking private phone calls away from her desk, which appeared to upset her. When she spoke with Kevin the day after Lisa's murder, he mentioned that recouping Lisa's $50,000 salary would be difficult. The prosecution called witnesses to testify about Kevin's behavior after learning of Lisa's death. Kevin was described as calm by the police officers involved in the case. Patrolman who met Kevin in the police station lobby a few hours after Lisa's death reported that he appeared relatively calm during the encounter. Detective Brian Jackson of the Willoughby Hills Police Department testified during the trial, recounting an interaction with Kevin the day after Lisa's murder. Kevin expressed a desire to enter the house, but Detective Jackson advised against it, explaining that the scene had not been cleaned. Despite the gruesome circumstances, Kevin showed no emotion and insisted on seeing the scene for himself, claiming that he had been in similar situations before. The prosecution presented evidence about the insurance money, revealing that Kevin had collected insurance funds following Lisa's death. Testimonies focused on Kevin Swift's actions on the morning of Lisa's murder. Kevin called Lisa's workplace to inquire about the paperwork required to file a claim on Lisa's life insurance policy with the union. Jill Reynolds, a benefit specialist at Gordon Food Services where Kevin worked as a transit driver, testified that on the day Lisa was killed, Kevin contacted her to report Lisa's death and stated that he planned to file an insurance claim. This information was critical in establishing a timeline of Kevin's actions and decisions in the immediate aftermath of the tragedy, which helped to shape the prosecution's narrative about the financial implications of Lisa's death. The prosecution informed the court that Kevin filed several insurance claims on November 16, including a $250,000 life policy for Lisa No. This policy, which was issued on May 16, 2012, provided coverage for her life. According to Christopher Eddy, a team leader at Guardian Life Insurance Company, which provides insurance for Cuyahoga children and family services, Kevin received a $250,000 check as payment for the claim. Farmers Insurance paid Kevin $150,000 for his term life insurance policy purchased in 2009. This is for Lisa. After Lisa died, Kevin changed the property's insurance policy from renters to homeowners and added a swimming pool. Kevin also purchased auto insurance for a 2013 Cruze, a 2011 Malibu, and 2 campers, using the funds not only to pay off his mortgage, but also to buy new cars and a home in Florida, as well as funding flying lessons. Lisa owned nearly $800,000. The prosecution called Sabrina as a witness in life insurance policies, which Kevin collected throughout the trial, and she testified that her relationship with her foster father Kevin began in the spring of 2012. Sabrina testified in court that Kevin typically drove her to Willoughby South High School and that they engaged in sexual activities during these rides. She claimed that Kevin explained that he couldn't divorce Lisa because of concerns about sharing custody of Haley. According to Sabrina, the idea of killing Lisa started as a small thought. Kevin would occasionally text her, expressing his dislike for Lisa and suggesting that once Lisa was gone, they could buy their own home and live together, and Sabrina could attend college while acting as the children's mother. Sabrina told the court that she approached her friend Autumn Pavlik in early October to find someone to kill her foster mother. Autumn testified, asking me if I could get her a hitman. She declared that they were getting a divorce and that she was worth more dead than alive. However, Sabrina eventually decided to handle the situation herself. She testified that on November 15, 2012, Kevin drove her to school but started crying after parking. Sabrina claimed that Kevin revealed that they had a heated argument with Lisa the night before and that he would consider suicide if Lisa wasn't dead. Sabrina told the court that I was scared for him because I had fallen in love with him. Sabrina responded by assuring Kevin that she would take responsibility for killing Lisa, and Lisa died less than 24 hours later. The prosecution called Dr. Joseph Andrew Philo, a forensic pathologist at the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office, to testify about Lisa's severe injuries. Lisa's autopsy was overseen by Dr. Philo. According to Dr. Philo's testimony, Lisa died as a result of a mandible jaw injury that penetrated deeply enough to sever the carotid artery connecting the brain. Another lethal wound was discovered in her breast, which penetrated and collapsed the underlying lung. Dr. Philo described several cuts on Lisa's body as intricate and complex, implying that either the knife was twisted upon entry or the body was in a twisting motion. One of Lisa's fingers and one thumb were almost severed. Lisa's body also showed signs of defensive wounds. Dr. Philo concluded that the death was caused by at least 178 stab and incised wounds to the head, neck, torso, and extremities, along with musculoskeletal, vascular, and visceral injuries. The brutality of the assault was highlighted by the fact that the knife used had bent as a result of the extreme violence inflicted during the attack. The defense argued that Kevin was not guilty and that Sabrina bore sole responsibility for Lisa's death. They emphasized the lack of physical evidence supporting Kevin and Sabrina's sexual relationship, as well as the prosecution's reliance on Sabrina's testimony, which they argued was untrustworthy given her agreement to a plea deal in exchange for a reduced sentence. The defense claimed Sabrina's motive for killing Lisa stemmed from a conversation 2 weeks before the tragedy. According to their case, Lisa informed Sabrina that she had to vacate by January 1, 2013. Kevin decided not to testify at the trial. The court was informed that, despite the inability to recover text messages or phone call records between Sabrina and Kevin, official records revealed a significant amount of communication. 1491 texts or calls exchanged between their cell phones from November 1 to November 16, 2012. Notably, there were 78 recorded calls or texts beginning at 7:12 p.m. from November 15 to 12:48 a.m. on November 16, half an hour before Lisa's tragic death. After nearly 10 hours of deliberation, the jury found Kevin guilty of all 11 counts. The charges included 6 counts of sexual battery, 3 counts of complicity in aggravated murder, and 2 counts of conspiracy in aggravated murder. Kevin was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Sabrina, who pleaded guilty to aggravated murder, was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The legal proceedings concluded with both individuals facing substantial penalties for their roles in the tragic events. As a result, Kevin's currently incarcerated at the Lake Erie Correctional Institution in Conneaut, Ohio, with a parole date of 2043. Sabrina is currently incarcerated at the Dayton Correctional Institution in Dayton, Ohio, with a parole date of 2042. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Greed, envy, and the desire to accumulate wealth with little effort frequently drive people to commit the most heinous and cynical crimes. It's difficult to imagine how cruel a person can be in the pursuit of quick riches. As an example, Consider the murder of a close relative. The story of Elizabeth Vasquez is truly shocking and terrifying. This kind and hardworking woman dedicated her entire life to the betterment of her family, striving to provide her beloved daughter with the best possible education. But the greedy heiress and her boyfriend did the unthinkable. For several years, this complex case sparked controversy and shocked the public with its inhumanity, demonstrating how a young woman can easily decide to murder her own mother. Let us try to understand how a prosperous and well-off family produced a true monster devoid of any feelings of pity, remorse, or conscience. The Vasquez family is large and happy. Elizabeth Lillian Vasquez Movia was born in Catamarca, northwestern Peru, in 1967. She was the oldest of 6 children born to Ernesto Vasquez and Maria Movila. Her parents were hardworking, simple people who worked hard to provide for their large family, including an education and a chance at a better life. The Vasquez family was friendly and happy. Elizabeth began helping her mother care for her younger siblings at a young age. She was an excellent student who graduated with honors, allowing her to easily gain admission to the prestigious university's Faculty of Law and Economics. While attending university, she met a young man named Alejandro Espino, who was also studying law and was regarded as one of the best students in his class. The two developed a romantic relationship that grew quickly, and they were officially married in 1987. Elizabeth's parents supported her decision from the start and happily welcomed her son-in-law into the family. Alejandro was a serious, intelligent, ambitious, and purposeful man who could properly care for their eldest daughter. Initially, the newlyweds lived in the Vasquez family home. However, after 6 months, Elizabeth became pregnant, and they decided to move into their separate home with only their daughter about a year after their marriage in 1988. The couple welcomed their only joint heir, whom they named Elizabeth Vasquez Espino, affectionately known as Elita in the family. The girl became the focus of all her numerous relatives' attention, as well as her parents' greatest joy. Several years after the birth of their daughter, the couple, whose careers were steadily improving, decided to relocate to Peru's capital, Lima. Alejandro was then vying for a prosecutor position in an anti-corruption department, while Elizabeth had started her own legal consulting firm. Both worked tirelessly for the benefit of their family, but were unable to devote enough time to their young daughter. Confronted with an unsatisfactory experience hiring a nanny who did not perform her duties diligently, the young mother decided to send her daughter to her parents' entire market so that they could care for the heiress. Maria and Ernesto readily agreed and were overjoyed to have their granddaughter stay with them for a while. Notably, their youngest daughter, Giovanna, is elite. His aunt was only a few years older than Elita, so they got along well and interacted like sisters. Because of their complete dedication to work, the parents rarely saw their daughter and compensated by showering her with gifts during visits. Elita's stay at her grandparents' home lasted several years, and when her parents decided to bring her back to Lima, she had already begun school. It's worth noting that the abrupt change in environments did not help the girl, and she took some time to adjust to life in the bustling, noisy capital, after the quiet, almost provincial Catamarca and the difficult parent-daughter relationship. As a child, Elita was quiet and well-behaved. She strived for academic excellence by studying music and foreign languages. She had a close and trusting relationship with her parents, who tried to make up for the years of forced separation. Elizabeth aspires to be more than just his mother. She wants to be his best friend, someone with whom she can share her most intimate thoughts. This remained true until Elita turned 15, when her elitist personality deteriorated rapidly. Tantra transformed her into a rude person. I stopped listening to her parents. She abandoned her studies, became involved in bad company, and worst of all, began stealing money from her parents' wallet. Elizabeth tried a variety of methods to connect with her daughter, hoping it was just a phase that Elita would outgrow. However, the girl frequently instigated heated arguments with her mother, resulting in hysterics and tears. During these times, Alejandro usually remained neutral, but if Elita sought his help, he frequently took her side. Elita was deeply hurt and offended by being constantly compared to her smart, beautiful, successful, and hardworking mother. Next to Elizabeth, Elita appeared to be the ugly duckling, completely opposite of her mother in every way. She lacked striking features, was overweight, lazy, and temperamental, frequently lied, and did not hesitate to steal. Alita had numerous complexes about her appearance, and when she expressed a desire for plastic surgery, Elizabeth, eager to please her daughter and mend their relationship, did not stop her. Elizabeth paid for her daughter's first rhinoplasty, followed by several more surgeries. When Alejandro and Elizabeth decided to divorce in 2007, their 18-year-old daughter reacted with a hysterical outburst, screaming, insulting, and blaming her mother for driving her father away. At the time, the family was in the United States, and the divorce caused some complications for citizens of other countries. Nonetheless, they returned home as divorced people and started living separately. By mutual agreement, the now adult but still dependent daughter remained at her mother's house. They continued to have heated arguments, and Alita would call her father crying and begging him to take her in. However, Alejandro, who had moved on with a new love, was reluctant to do so. He always persuaded the leader to reconcile with her mother and wait a little longer until she completed university and began her independent life. Despite her poor academic performance, bad character, and provocative behavior, elitist parents enrolled her in the law faculty of one of Peru's most prestigious universities. Our father and mother decided not to skimp on their only child's education, despite the cost. Elite has an untrustworthy boyfriend, and Alita has had her fair share of teen romances. But at 19, she felt truly in love for the first time. It all began on a Sunday morning at church, where she met a charming young man named Fernando Gonzalez. He couldn't take his gaze away from her during the service, and afterward, he approached her to introduce himself to Alita. Fernando appeared like a prince, handsome, attentive, and pleasant in voice. He invited her for coffee and conversation. As it turned out, he had a habit of scouting churches for young, well-dressed girls who arrived in luxury cars, then striking up a conversation, charming them, and playing on their emotions. He'd tell stories about his difficult childhood in a large family abandoned by their father, and how he was now supporting his mother, brothers, and sisters while working multiple jobs. Wealthy and naive girls would sympathize and offer him money. He occasionally managed to keep a wealthy girlfriend for a few months, but they usually left him once the truth was revealed. He was just an unemployed slacker who enjoyed the high life. Alita fell easily into Fernando's trap because she had complexes and always considered herself unattractive. She couldn't believe such a handsome man had noticed her and was willing to give him everything she had, or rather, everything her mother possessed. She told her mother everything, resulting in their first candid conversation in years. Elizabeth believed she had a chance to mend their relationship, especially since the leader had met the boy in church, which appeared promising, and assumed he was a good person. Fernando made a good first impression on Elizabeth. He told her his dramatic life story, and she believed him, concluding that such a good boy deserved help. She rented him a cozy apartment near Central Lima and agreed to pay 70s of the monthly rent. She also paid for his business school tuition, promising him a job with her company later. Fernando appeared to appreciate her generosity and was eager to begin studying. He was not interested in attending boring lectures or working. He only wanted to have fun and spend someone else's money. He gladly moved into the rented apartment but never paid anything for it, claiming to be broke and promising to repay later. It soon became clear that Fernando had only attended a few business school classes before quitting. Following a serious conversation with Elizabeth, he appeared to be sorry. She decided to give him a second chance and hired him as a courier for her company. On his first day, he not only failed to complete a simple task but also betrayed other employees who had trusted him with sensitive documents. Elizabeth finally realized that this young man had charmed her daughter only to exploit her for his own gain. He had no intention of studying or working. She then forbade Alita from seeing him, causing her daughter to become angry and resentful. The leader screamed and cried, accusing her mother of attempting to destroy her life and steal her happiness. She refused to listen to reason and insisted on continuing to see Fernando despite the couple's failed separation attempt. Elizabeth decided to send her daughter to her parents' house for a while, naively believing that if Alita didn't see her boyfriend for a few months, her feelings would subside and Fernando would find another wealthy fool to exploit. But Elizabeth was gravely mistaken. Alita continued to communicate with her boyfriend via phone and social media, and her resentment of her mother only grew. Fernando had to leave the rental apartment because Elizabeth refused to pay for it. However, he found a smaller place rented for him by his young lover using her mother's money. As a spoiled child, Elita had some financial freedom and was able to use some of her mother's accounts. When summer vacation ended and university resumed, Elita rushed to see her boyfriend, who once again asked for money. She withdrew a significant amount from her mother's account and gave it to him, resulting in a heated argument with her mother later that evening. When Elizabeth noticed the missing funds, she decided to block access to her accounts, leaving her with only a small weekly allowance for personal expenses. This decision strained an already tense relationship. They barely spoke, mostly arguing, and Elizabeth's attempts to contact her daughter were unsuccessful. The monstrous plan. Fernando became enraged during one of their romantic dates when Elita failed to deliver the money he demanded. He cursed Elizabeth, screaming that she had a lot of money but wouldn't give it to her only daughter, and added that if Elizabeth died, adult Elita would inherit all of her wealth and they could live lavishly. This terrible idea took root in the minds of the elitists and grew stronger with each day. She was constantly complaining about how much she despised her mother, blaming her for all of her misfortunes, and fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if she disappeared. The young lovers began to devise a monstrous and cynical plan to eliminate Vasquez, including who they could recruit as accomplices. At the time, Elizabeth had nearly $3 million in her accounts, a successful business that could be sold, a large house in an affluent area of the capital, several cars, and significant life insurance coverage. If she dies, her only child will inherit everything. Elita Elizabeth seemed to sense danger, and she realized she couldn't keep her daughter away from the mercenary and deceitful young man who had a negative influence on her. The situation was escalating and could end in the most unexpected way. Elizabeth, an experienced lawyer, drafted a will stating that in the event of her sudden disappearance or untimely death, all money and property should be transferred to Ernesto Vasquez, her father. She even managed to visit her parents and inform them of her decision. Meanwhile, Elita intends to stage her mother's kidnapping and murder by suspected criminals who will never be found. She and Fernando decided to enlist the help of a tough guy, or, at the very least, a courtenay holder, with the promise of generous payment for his services. He accepted the offer without hesitation, a crime against his own mother. On January 24, 2010, 21-year-old, Elita met with her 23-year-old boyfriend to finalize the plan for the crime that would occur the following day. She remained calm and collected, already planning how she would spend the millions she had inherited. The next morning, January 25, Elita chose to stay at home rather than attend university due to illness. When her mother left to work, Fernando and Jorge were already lurking outside the house, waiting for Elita to distract the guard and let them in. Elita approached the guard on duty and asked him to get pain relievers from the nearest pharmacy, which was only a 5-minute walk away. This brief absence allowed the young men to enter the house and hide in the master bedroom. When Elizabeth returned, the leader loudly dropped the glass in the kitchen, signaling her attackers to assemble. When Elizabeth entered her room, Fernando knocked her to the ground and began choking her, while George held her down. Elizabeth miraculously managed to break free and run into the hallway, where her own daughter kicked her in the head. They restrained Elizabeth while she was conscious. However, their plans were thwarted by Maria Celine, a young servant girl who Elita tricked into another room and locked inside. When Elizabeth regained consciousness, her daughter, boyfriend, and accomplice brutally tortured her in an attempt to obtain the safe code and bank account passwords. Terrified, Elizabeth knew her daughter was in trouble, but she had always blamed it on Gonzalez as a negative influence. She now saw her only daughter's monstrous nature. Elizabeth was able to loosen the restraints and fight back against her daughter, scratching and punching her until Fernando knocked her to the ground. Elita became enraged and kicked her mother, eventually smothering her with a pillow until she stopped breathing. The trio then bound Elizabeth's lifeless body, duct-taped her mouth shut, and placed her in the trunk of her own car. Staging a kidnapping, Elita then dispatched another guard to get medication, allowing her accomplices to drive off the property. She released her to terrified Maria, falsely claiming that she and her mother had quarreled but reconciled, and that her mother had gone to bed. A strange story about a kidnapping during the search for a missing woman. As was customary in the morning, the maid prepared breakfast. But Elita entered the kitchen and informed her that her mother had gone to work early due to an important meeting. Elita then left the house to visit her mother's workplace. She walked into the office of Jessica Hippo, her mother's best friend and accountant, and broke down in tears, reporting that her mother was missing and that she was receiving strange, threatening, and ransom calls. The accountant immediately began blocking the accounts to prevent the intruders from accessing them, reported the incident to the police, and then left the office for a while. When she returned, Alita had left, and the office was in disarray, as if someone was searching for something. Later, it was discovered that Elizabeth's will had gone missing, which Alita had learned the day before by overhearing a phone conversation with a key she had stolen from her mother. Alita had also taken a copy of the will and cash from the safe while her mother was studying. Police arrived and inspected the house, interviewing both the missing woman's daughter and the office staff, but found no useful information. Everyone claimed that Vasquez had no enemies and that no one had threatened her, so no one was initially named as a suspect. The primary hypothesis was that it was a kidnapping for ransom. All that remained was to wait for a call from the criminals to receive additional instructions and demands. A terrifying discovery, and the initial suspect. Elizabeth's disappearance was discovered the following day. It was reported that her car had been abandoned in a vacant lot outside of town. The inside was empty, but when law enforcement officers opened the trunk, they were astounded by what they discovered. Inside was the lifeless body of a missing woman, with signs of beatings. Forensic experts found dozens of bruises, severe head trauma, and rope marks on the victim's body, indicating that she was tied up and attempted to free herself. It was also determined that Vasquez died as a result of asphyxiation. Particles of blood and epithelium were discovered under her fingernails, indicating that she had resisted. It was now necessary to identify who the blood belonged to. Alita appeared in the lineup as a grieving daughter, crying, wailing, and appearing almost unconscious. However, during the interrogation, she behaves very differently. She was calm, even cold-blooded, and she was visibly annoyed by the investigators' questions. Furthermore, she contradicted herself repeatedly during her testimony when the police decided to check the information about the kidnappers' calls and sent a request to the cell phone company. It turned out that Alita had not received any calls. It also turned out that in the days preceding and following her mother's disappearance, Alicia had been in frequent contact with Juan Fernando Gonzalez, whom they also decided to question. However, the young man either insisted on his innocence or remained silent, resulting in irrefutable evidence and an arrest. Elizabeth's maternal grandparents were in charge of her funeral, while Elizabeth herself was unconcerned, focusing solely on how to get out of the situation, remain free, and save money. She called her father, who was already aware of the incident and crying, and told him she was innocent and asked for help. Her father advised her not to say too much and promised to get her out of the situation, despite knowing full well who had committed the crime. However, he did not want his daughter to go to prison because it would have brought shame to Alejandro, who was a powerful and respected man at the time, serving as Justice of the Peace and President of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, forensic analysis revealed that the blood and skin particles under the deceased's fingernails belonged to her daughter. Alita attempted to claim that she had a serious disagreement with her mother, and that they had briefly quarreled before reconciling, but no one believed her. Further inspection of Elizabeth's room with special equipment revealed numerous white traces of blood throughout the house, including in the elitist room, despite her attempts to wipe away the evidence. At the very least, a story that she had an argument with her mother in the evening, but then made up, and that her mother left early for work the next morning and was never seen again, quickly fell apart. She contradicted herself, first claiming that she had not entered her mother's room, and then recalling that the ransom calls were entirely her creation. The testimony of the maid, Maria Solen, was crucial in the case. She described how, on the night of the crime, she was locked in a room where she could hear Elizabeth's screams and sounds of struggle, but could not intervene. After that night, she never saw her employer again, and Alita insisted that everything was fine with her mother, who had simply left for work early. All of this culminated in the arrest of Alita and her boyfriend, the criminal trio, and the battle for the inheritance. Alita was arrested at her mother's home. Her boyfriend was apprehended a few hours later at an entertainment venue. The next morning, George was arrested after Fernando betrayed him by attempting to blame him for the crime. It is worth noting that Gonzalez was the first to testify, in the hopes that cooperating with the investigation would benefit him and help to mitigate his sentence. Meanwhile, Alejandro hires the best lawyers for his daughter, but realizes she will not be able to avoid punishment. At the same time, he began dealing with Vasquez's inheritance, intending to claim it for himself. since the will had vanished and the heiress faced a lengthy prison sentence. He claimed that he and Elizabeth never divorced, but instead lived apart while remaining legally married. Meanwhile, Ernesto Vasquez, an elitist grandfather, decided to pay a visit to his favorite granddaughter in prison to look her in the eyes, and he couldn't believe that the girl he had known and raised since infancy could commit such a heinous crime. However, Elida acted arrogantly, shouting, insulting the older man, and stating that she did not want to see him again. This encounter deeply upset him, resulting in a heart attack from which he was unable to recover and died 6 months later. The Vasquez family was unable to prove the existence of the will left in their Ernesto's name because the document vanished from Elizabeth's office and the notary's database, seemingly taken care by Alejandro. All documents and references to the couple's divorce have mysteriously vanished, leaving Alejandro with the right to claim the deceased's inheritance, as well as the trial and verdict. Despite Elida Fernando and George's attempts to shift blame to one another, the investigation successfully reconstructed the events of that fateful evening, determining each participant's role in the crime. It was also established that the trio engaged in a deliberate conspiracy, which aggravated their guilt. Maria, the maid, testified that Alejandro threatened her and demanded that she give a different version of events, but she refused. In May 2012, the court convicted all 3 defendants. Initially, the prosecutor requested that each murderer be sentenced to 30 years in prison. While the men pleaded guilty, Elida repeatedly played the victim. Fernando and George were eventually sentenced to 28 years each, but the elitist trial was postponed. Elida claimed that the perpetrators were hired by relatives on her mother's side, who fabricated the inheritance story to seize Elizabeth's property and money. Her father had the same version of events. Attempts to declare Elida mentally ill and vulnerable to manipulation by criminals were also unsuccessful. Alejandro proposed sending her to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison, declaring her insane and incapable of fully inheriting his wife's estate. Finally, in December 2012, the court issued its final decision, sentencing Elida to a maximum of 30 years in prison. She and her accomplices are still serving their sentences in prison. The disputed inheritance remains unresolved. In the spring of 2021, Ala 100 died without becoming the sole heir. The Vasquez family, through the court, seeks to exclude Elida from the list of claimants to Elizabeth's property, citing her incarceration for murder. Currently, the primary claimant for the Maria Muvila is Elizabeth's mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On Friday, June 9, 2017, Yingjing Zhang, a 26-year-old from Nanping, China, was on his way to meet with the manager of an apartment complex to inspect a prospective residence. Having recently relocated to the United States in April 2017 to pursue further education, this marked a significant transition for Yingjing Zhang. She had never been to the United States or traveled outside of China before. In her home country, she lived with her parents and younger brother, and she meticulously planned her life, including an engagement and plans for an October 2017 wedding when she returned to China. Yang Yingjing's trip to the United States was inspired by an invitation from the University of Illinois, where she had previously earned a degree in China. The university invited her to visit as a scholar to continue her crop science research, with a focus on photosynthesis in soybeans and corn. Her long-term goals included earning a doctorate and returning to China to teach. Yang Ying moved into an on-campus apartment at the University of Illinois and lived independently at first. However, she planned to move to a different apartment on the opposite side of campus in order to get a lower rent and possibly find a roommate. The timing for apartment hunting was ideal, as many students were in the process of relocating, with some having finished their classes and others returning home for the summer vacation. As a result, by June 9, only a few students remained on campus. Yingjing Zhang spent the morning working before returning to her apartment for lunch. She had planned to meet with Ron Treadstone, the marketing manager for the One North apartment block, around 1:30 p.m., to secure a new residence. Yingjing Zhang texted Ron Treadstone about a delay and said she'd meet him at 2:10 p.m. 5 minutes later, she left her apartment and boarded the Tuline Miti bus. Because she did not drive, she chose to take the bus from the south to the north side of campus. The bus route took her from the Orchard to her on-campus residence at Springfield and Matthew Streets. Yin Jiangzhang disembarked there with the intention of connecting to the 22 Limited, which would take her to the north. However, when she got off the bus, she found herself on the north side of Springfield rather than the south side, where the connecting bus was located. Consequently, she missed the connection. Even though I waved and ran after the bus, it did not stop. She chased it to the next block, but her efforts were futile. Yin Jiangzhang then proceeded to the next bus stop, Clark and Goodwin Avenue, to wait for the next bus. At 2:10 p.m., Ron Treadstone waited for Yin Jiangzhang, but she did not arrive. Concerned, he tried to contact her but got no response. Later that day, her professors attempted to locate her without success. Eventually, Professor Guan reported Yin Jiangzhang as missing to the police. Following the last sighting of hangings on campus, police collected CCTV footage from the surrounding area. The video shows Yang running after the bus and later waiting at the bus stop. However, before she could board the bus, she got into a black Saturn Astra that had pulled up alongside her. The driver's identity remained unknown, as the license plate number was not visible in the footage. However, investigators discovered that only 26 cars of that specific model were registered in Champaign County, and only 18 of those were hatchbacks, which matched the car scene captured on Cox TV. This reduced the number of people the police could track down the following Monday. 3 days after Yang Ying's last known appearance, police began contacting the owners of the identified vehicles. One of the people they interviewed was Brent Allen Christensen, a 29-year-old who lived with his wife, Michelle Zickerman. Brent had previously attended the University of Wisconsin at Stevens Point and the University of Wisconsin at Madison before being admitted to the University of Illinois' doctoral program in physics. During questioning, Brent informed the police that his wife was away on the weekend of June 9, when asked about his whereabouts between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. and 3 p.m. on that Friday. He claimed he could not remember. Brent willingly gave the police permission to search his car and apartment, which yielded nothing. The police ended their search and left. As the FBI and local police intensified their search for Yin Jiangzhang, a critical discovery was made while reviewing CCTV footage from the incident. They discovered a flaw in the front hubcap of a black Saturn Astra that matched the description of Brent's car, which they also remembered having a sunroof. Acting on this information, they obtained a warrant on Wednesday, June 14th, and seized Brent's vehicle and computer. Brent volunteered to accompany them to the police station as part of the investigation. During questioning at the station, Brent initially claimed to have spent the entire day playing video games on that particular Friday. However, the FBI confronted him with evidence indicating that he had picked up a girl. Brent's demeanor changed visibly, and he began shaking. He then admitted that he may have confused the days, but insisted that if he did pick up a girl, it wasn't Yang Jiangzhang. According to Brent, the girl he gave a ride to appeared distressed, spoke in broken English, and asked for transportation to a location a few blocks north of where they were. Brent claimed that after making a wrong turn, the girl panicked and exited the car, and he had no idea where she was afterwards. A search of Brent's apartment uncovered 3 stains on his mattress, and further investigation with luminol revealed an additional stain on a baseball bat. These items were sent for DNA testing, which revealed that, despite her marriage to Michelle Brent, she had a girlfriend named Tara Bullis. Law enforcement asked Tara to record Brent, and based on that recording and the evidence gathered during the apartment search, Brent was charged with kidnapping, which resulted in Yang Jiang's death, as well as making false statements to the FBI. Despite the FBI's belief that Yin Jiangzhang had to meet her fate, her remains remained undiscovered at the time, until December 2016. The prosecution portrayed Brent as a highly intelligent and accomplished individual. When they argued, he began living a double life. According to their argument, Brent developed an unsettling obsession with serial killers, particularly Ted Bundy, around that time. They specifically mentioned his interest in the novel American Psycho, which features a protagonist who lives a double life as a serial killer. The prosecution claimed that Brent's descent into criminal planning began in the spring of 2017. They presented evidence from his phone searches, which included queries about serial killers and downloads of images of women in bondage. Brent was discovered to have visited websites about kidnapping, abduction, and consensual abductions. The prosecution claims that by June 9, Brent's marriage had completely disintegrated. He had abandoned his doctoral studies and was struggling with heavy drinking and prescription drug use. The jury was informed about his troubled marriage, which led Brent and Michelle to opt for an open relationship, with each having their own romantic interests. In March 2017, Brent sought counseling for the dissolution of his marriage. During this session, he admitted to having dark and troubling thoughts, including plans to abduct and kill someone. While acknowledging that these thoughts were more like plans, he claimed to have moved on from them. The prosecution argued that Brad's story about overcoming his dark thoughts was fabricated. Instead, they claimed that on June 9, he actively pursued making his fantasies a reality. According to their case, Michael left her apartment early that morning to spend the weekend with her boyfriend, providing an opportunity for Brent to carry out his plans. Before 8 a.m., Brent stopped by the Schnucks grocery store near his apartment and bought a bottle of Admiral Nelson spiced rum. Around 9:30 a.m., Brent approaches Emily Hogan, a graduate student, near a campus bus stop. He claimed to be an undercover cop, showed her his badge, and asked her to answer a few questions. When he asked her to get into his car, she declined because she felt suspicious. Emily reported the incident to the police and issued a warning on Facebook, warning other students to be wary of a man impersonating a police officer. Or later, at 1:30 p.m., Brendan drove around campus once more. I saw Yinjing Zhang running after the bus while driving in the opposite direction. He turned around and pulled up alongside her at the bus stop, yanking Zhang into the car, and she was never seen again. Notably, Yang Yingjing's phone was disabled at 2:28 p.m., highlighting the gravity of the situation. The court heard chilling details as Brent recounted the horrifying events surrounding his disappearance, while being recorded by his girlfriend Tara during a memorial walk for Yinjing Zhang on June 29. Despite being questioned by authorities after Yinjing Zhang was reported missing, Brent attended the memorial walk in terror and unintentionally shared the shocking account during their conversation. In the recorded conversation, Brent described Yang Yingxing's fierce struggle for her life, describing her refusal to surrender as valiant and almost supernatural. He went on to describe the horrific sequence of events, revealing that he kidnapped Yinjing Zhang, bowed her hands, and led her to his apartment and bedroom, where he sexually assaulted her. Disturbingly, he described how he became bored with the initial actions and strangled her for an agonizing 10 minutes. Brent went on to explain that he used a baseball bat to deliver a devastating blow to Yang Ying's head, striking her as hard as he could. He then carried her into the bathroom and placed her in the bathtub. In a grisly turn of events, Brent revealed that he stabbed Yinjing Zhang, who attempted to defend herself by grasping the knife. He killed her with the same knife. The court proceedings revealed more disturbing details, including the fact that Brent meticulously cleaned the apartment after committing the heinous act against Yinjing Zhang. On Sunday, June 11th, he purchased cleaning supplies such as Drano and Swiffer pads in an attempt to erase any traces of the crime. He disposed of her hanging belongings, including her clothes and backpack, and continued to tell Tara that she was missing and would never be found. In the recorded conversation, Brent shockingly claimed that Yinjing Zhang was not his first victim, claiming that he started killing women at the age of 19 and that she was his 13th victim. However, despite police and FBI investigations, no evidence supporting Brent's claim of previous killings was discovered. Despite Brent's efforts to thoroughly clean the apartment, a forensic examination revealed traces of Yang blood on a variety of surfaces, including the mattress, baseball bat bed, baseboard drywall, and underneath the bedroom carpet. The prosecution urged the jury to convict Brent of seeking the death penalty. They claimed that his actions, combined with his revealed thoughts during counseling, the recorded conversation with Terror, and his activities on the website FetLife, where he detailed plans for abduction and assault, constituted a premeditated kidnapping. Notably, just 3 days before Yinjing Zhang went missing, Brent ordered a large green duffel bag from Amazon, and it was delivered to his apartment. The defense's argument revolved around the admission that Brent was responsible for Yang Ying's death, which they stated clearly in their opening statement. However, they argued that the prosecution's case did not provide a complete picture of the events or Brent's mental state. Their goal was to present a more complete picture to the jury during the trial, emphasizing Brent's life was at stake and arguing against the death penalty. The defense focused on Brent's mental state, urging the jury to consider it during their deliberations. They informed the jury that Brent was heavily involved in alcohol and Vicodin use, and that he was dealing with dark thoughts. They emphasized his academic decline, which ranged from receiving top grades in the first 3 semesters of university to failing all subjects in the 4th. His personal life was in disarray, with his beloved wife Michelle filing for divorce after meeting someone else, Ryan Vela. During the trial, the defense revealed that Michelle was Brent's only confidant when they moved to Champaign. They revealed that Michelle had given Brent an ultimatum to stop drinking or face her departure. In response, Brent sought counseling right away, motivated by the prospect of losing his wife. During the counseling sessions, he admitted that alcohol and prohibited substances had a negative impact on his life, leading to negative thoughts about himself and others. The defense also mentioned Brent's participation in a counseling session on March 30, which resulted in a referral to a local addiction treatment center. During the trial, Brent's family and friends described him as a highly intelligent individual with a bright future. However, over the course of a few months, his life changed dramatically, and he frequently expressed feelings of failure. The defense emphasized his mental health issues. Although the mental illness defense was eventually dropped before the trial began, the defense made a passionate appeal to the jury, imploring them to recognize that the Yang Ying murder, while unquestionably horrific, was only one tragic incident in Brent's otherwise bright and promising life. They asked the jury to spare his life. Although the jury convicted Brent of kidnapping and making false statements to the FBI, they were unable to reach a unanimous decision on the death penalty. As a result, he was sentenced to life in federal prison with no possibility of parole. The Yinjing family was deeply distressed by the circumstances surrounding the trial. Not only did they deal with the disappearance of their only daughter, who was brutally assaulted, raped, and murdered away from home, but the agony continued as her remains remained undiscovered. Her mother, Liang Yai, confronted Brent at a pre-trial hearing, demanding that he reveal what he had done to her daughter. However, Brent refused to share any information. Liang Yai found the emotional weight of the situation to be overwhelming, and she was unable to attend the trial on a regular basis. Following Brent's sentencing, as the family stood outside the court, Liang Yai struggled to stand unaided and needed assistance from a relative. The brutality inflicted on her daughter and their family had a huge toll, and the grief was palpable. All the Ying family wanted was to find her and bring her back to China. In November 2018, Brent admitted to putting hanging dismembered bodies in 3 garbage bags and dumping them in the dumpster outside his apartment. Unfortunately, the dumpster's contents were collected and transported to a landfill in Vermilion County. The sheer scale of the search makes it highly unlikely that her remains will ever be discovered. The area is approximately 50 yards wide and has at least 30 feet of garbage. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic struck the United States, and the entire world began to shut down. People were overcome with shock and fear of an unknown disease. On March 23rd, Gretchen Anthony, 12, who was visiting her father at the time, received a text message from her mother. "Good morning. I have tested positive for the coronavirus. That means I will have to stay home for at least 2 weeks. Okay, I really hope you feel better," Ava responded. Soon after, her mother stopped sharing the location of her phone with her daughter. Friends and family members received several text messages over the next 3 days, detailing Gretchen's deteriorating condition. What was strange was that no one could reach the 51-year-old woman, and she did not even call her beloved young daughter, which was unusual for a loving mother. Those close to her began to suspect something far worse than an acute case of COVID-19. Someone else was sending messages from Gretchen's phone to hide her disappearance. The police were called in, and investigators looking for Gretchen quickly realized that someone was using the pandemic to conceal the woman's disappearance. Gretchen was born January 8, 1969, in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. She spent the majority of her life up north, attending fashion school in New York City, before relocating to New Jersey, where she eventually became an educator. In 2006, the blue-eyed blonde relocated to Jupiter, Palm Beach County's northernmost city. After 8 years of working in the county's private schools, Gretchen decided to try something new and accepted a position in the Human Resources Department of Viking, an electrical contractor. Gretchen enjoyed the opportunity to interact with new people through her position. She regarded the workforce as her second family. Her first marriage did not work out, but the former couple remained on good terms and raised their daughter with shared custody. Gretchen lived an active lifestyle and spent a lot of time playing sports. She met David Anthony while participating in sports. David, Gretchen's personal trainer and second husband, was charismatic and charming. Women from across the county came to see the young, muscular trainer. David was a star in the gym, attracting a large number of new students. Gretchen fell in love. The romance progressed rapidly. Following a brief engagement, the couple married at the Elvis Chapel in Las Vegas. Gretchen Stoughton Crane changed her name to Gretchen Stoughton Anthony in 2015, and she believes she has found the husband of her dreams. Gretchen's daughter adored her stepfather and even called him bonus dad. The couple's marriage lasted 5 years. However, the relationship that began with magic and perfect happiness evolved into a woman's fear for her own safety. When tragedy struck, police and later journalists began to investigate the identity of the second spouse. They were in for plenty of surprises. David Ethan Anthony was originally known as David Anthony Deutsch before changing his name. David Anthony Deutsch, a standout college basketball player, was arrested in 1997 for robbing a Blockbuster video store with a water pistol and assaulting a police officer. In each case, he entered a plea bargain and served some time in jail. David grew up in Palm Beach Gardens without a father, so he spent much of his childhood and adolescence alone. He didn't say much, was withdrawn, had low self-esteem, and was bullied at school for his weight. He wasn't even allowed to participate in a recreational sports league because he was so much larger than the other kids. Not surprisingly, as a teenager, David suffered from severe depression and developed symptoms that his family suspected were indicative of bipolar disorder. He refused to take medication, instead focusing on sports and excelling at them. David received a scholarship to play college basketball after graduating from high school, and quickly rose to prominence on the team. He idolized basketball legends and named his husky Kobe after his favorite player, Kobe Bryant. On January 26, 2020, the idol died in a helicopter crash, which contributed to David's unstable behavior. Meanwhile, the smart, attractive coach ignored mental issues, basked in his well-deserved popularity, and married Gretchen. The couple lived an active lifestyle. David liked bicycling, deep sea fishing, and kayaking. Gretchen worked out hard in the gym, went to the beach, kayaked, and practiced yoga. Unfortunately, only the first 2 years of marriage proved to be happy. The smiling blonde would spend the next 3 years trying to leave. Gretchen admitted to her friends that her husband's behavior was becoming increasingly manic and that he occasionally insulted her. They even went through a 6-month breakup before reconciling. David's former boss at the gym, Tabitha Hopkins, later admitted to noticing strange mood swings in David. In 2017, things became so bad that Tabitha was forced to fire him for his aggressive behavior, particularly towards women. David was behaving strangely and refused to seek help. In 2018, the man became obsessed with the end of the world and packed his truck with 3 large bags of rice, several pots and pans, and 10 pairs of shoes. His family thought the episode was a sign of bipolar and manic depressive disorder. Bad periods were followed by good ones, during which David attempted to change his behavior. He even persuaded Tabitha Hopkins to give him his job back by assuring the gym owner that he was trying to be a better person and attending self-help seminars. Tabitha softened. There was no denying David's abilities as a trainer. The clients were overjoyed with him. David's condition deteriorated over time as his mental illness was not treated. Gretchen recognized her husband's problems and told her friends. She admitted to locking herself in their bedroom on occasion in order to increase the distance between them. I noticed this crazy look in his eyes. She texted a friend named Dawn one morning in late December. David was gaining momentum, and I didn't know what he was capable of. I'm watching him on the cameras and waiting for him to go to bed, Gretchen wrote at the end of the day. Then I'll go downstairs, get a knife, and put it under my pillow, just in case, and hopefully sleep. That same year, on Christmas Eve, Gretchen couldn't find her personal items. She searched the house, including David's backpack, and discovered her wedding ring, passport, driver's license, credit cards, and some money. Gretchen was so disturbed by the incident that she texted Dawn, her boss and friend, to express her fear of her own husband. By the end of the month, Gretchen had decided to end the turbulent relationship. In December 2019, She forced David to relocate from the townhouse to her mother's nearby home and change the locks. During this time, David's colleagues noticed a gradual shift in his behavior. The trainer was usually one of the first to arrive at the gym, but due to family events, he appeared increasingly withdrawn and sullen as time passed. On January 26th, David's idol, Kobe Bryant, died. When Kobe Bryant died, something happened that, as Tabitha recalls, you'd think David and Kobe Bryant were best friends. It traumatized him. In the days that followed, David became hysterical, crying and wailing in front of the fitness club groups he led and refusing to leave. Despite his emotionally fragile state, David actively participated in gratitude training, a contentious self-improvement program that critics compared to a cult. He paid thousands of dollars for seminars but refused to tell his family what he was doing during them. David's behavior regressed. On February 24th, he failed to arrive at work. When Tabitha tried to find out if he was okay, he attacked her, and the supervisor decided to terminate the employee permanently. This time, Tabitha saw David's terrifying rage and was terrified. Hopkins informed Gretchen about the incident and advised her to be cautious. "That's the last time I talked to Gretchen," she would later say. Gretchen filed for divorce 4 days later, on February 28, 2020, just a few weeks before she disappeared. David's stability rapidly deteriorated, and he became more hostile. On March 7, the woman David had begun dating reserved a seat in an unusual art class. They were to drink wine and draw pictures while guided by the instructor. However, the evening did not go as planned. When David attempted to hug his companion during class and she refused, he jumped up, yelled at her in the middle of the class, and ran outside. David's behavior terrified the young woman, and she decided not to continue the conversation, informing him that he could not stay with her tonight. When they got to his truck, it was clear that David had different ideas about the situation. She had only known David for a month when he decided to move in with her. Duffel bags containing men's clothes were spread out on her bed and dining room table, and food from his mother's house was stored in the freezer. Kobe, David's husky, was running around in the backyard. David only left after a new friend contacted her neighborhood security company, and Gretchen went missing. Her family informed investigators that David was returning to her home after he had left. The young woman was concerned about her safety and installed surveillance cameras throughout her home and garage. On March 11, the World Health Organization declared a pandemic. A few days later, David arrived at Gretchen's house in the early morning, convinced that the pandemic was an end, a world prophecy. He believed the world was ending and walked around the windows pleading with his almost ex-wife to accompany him to Costa Rica, where he hoped they could escape the virus. After a few hours, regression relented and let David enter the house. That evening, a patrolling police officer noticed David visibly nervous and sweaty, running around outside a Riviera Beach restaurant and approaching a group of teenage girls. The officer noticed David's license plate, which was partially covered with black duct tape, and approached him. David claimed that his 12-year-old stepdaughter had taped the license plate and became increasingly nervous. The man ignored the police officer's orders not to move, yanked open his truck's door, and began searching for something under the seat. Fearing what might happen next, the officer pointed a gun at David and ordered him to the ground. When the officers searched under the driver's seat, where David was attempting to reach, they discovered a large knife. David was arrested for resisting arrest, but he posted bail and was released a few days later. The pandemic was gaining momentum. Some states began prohibiting people from leaving their homes as early as March 20. Gretchen, like everyone else, was trying to figure out how to adapt to the new reality. She shared virus-related videos and safety tips, as well as memes and jokes mocking the absurdity of the new normal. On Thursday, March 19, she posted a quote from a meditation blog. "There is chaos around you. The wisest choice is to create peace within yourself." After that, her profile was no longer active, and she stopped answering calls and messages. For all of her loved ones, this moment marked the beginning and end of their lives. On March 23, 2020, Gretchen and Anthony began texting their friends and family. Gretchen sent a series of messages to friends and family over several days, first stating that she was quarantined at home and then describing her deteriorating condition and hospitalization in the emergency room at Jupiter Medical Center. Another message stated that she had been transferred to another CDC facility that did not exist. On March 24, Don Paris, Gretchen's supervisor and friend, received a message from her saying, "I tested positive for coronavirus early this morning. This is bad news, but I'm at a coronavirus KDC treatment center that only handles COVID cases. The good news is that my blood type can potentially be used in treatment." I'm not sure if you remember when I said I have a strain of mad cow disease in my blood. Well, that strain is important for gathering more answers and finding she could be placed in a medically induced coma and lose her ability to write. Jeff Dreher did not believe the reports. He was perplexed by the numerous text errors and abbreviations. The tone of voice in the messages sounded more like David Anthony, and Jeff became concerned. Furthermore, it bothered everyone who received these messages that no one, including his daughter Gretchen, ever called. Friends couldn't imagine Gretchen dying from anything because she was in great shape and took her health very seriously. When calls to the medical center confirmed that Gretchen Anthony had not been admitted, her family and friends decided to contact the police to see how she was doing. Brett and Anthony's boss reported to the police that he was last at work on March 20. When he called her insurance company to see if he was receiving medical care, they informed him that there had been no referrals under her policy to process treatment. Jupiter Police Detective Jared Kennison contacted Jupiter Medical Center and discovered that the hospital's records did not include any information about such a patient. In fact, police discovered that Gretchen had not visited Jupiter Medical Center since 2008. Police searched the medical center parking lot and discovered a Mini Cooper with Gretchen's purse in the most visible spot, which prompted patrol officers to become concerned. Officers visited the missing person's home. What they discovered at Gretchen's house was alarming, turning a routine visit into a possible murder case. A neighbor approached the officers and provided disturbing information. Early Saturday morning, March 21, I heard a desperate female screaming as if she was being attacked. And then I heard her scream, "No." Then I heard her scream, "No." Then I heard something like, "It hurts. Stop." The scream was quite serious. Unfortunately, Gretchen did not contact emergency services. Some people are simply wary of contacting the police. Officers became even more concerned when another neighbor reported seeing a soapy substance leaking from under Gretchen's garage door. The front door to the garage was locked, and a key was broken in the deadbolt. When officers opened the door, they noticed a strong, pungent odor of cleaning product in the garage. Patrol officers used body cameras to search the house multiple times. They discovered signs of a violent struggle, such as a broken picture frame, shards of glass on Gretchen's bed, and a soiled towel. Officers also discovered that surveillance cameras inside the house had been removed from the walls, possibly to destroy compromising evidence, and contacted a service provider to retrieve the footage from the cloud. Police investigated and discovered that a neighbor had photographed a black Nissan pickup truck parked outside Gretchen's home following the terrifying scream. Gretchen's almost ex-husband, David Anthony, owned the exact same pickup truck before abruptly leaving. His mother told police that her son packed his truck and left on Tuesday, March 24, 2020, saying he was going to Costa Rica. Their suspicions were heightened when they saw a video shot in the parking lot of Jupiter Medical Center, where Gretchen's car was discovered. A Mini Cooper pulled into a parking spot, and a tall figure about the height of David Anthony emerged from the vehicle. Investigators began tracking Gretchen's mobile and discovered that it was registered in the Pensacola, Florida area. As later confirmed, David had driven only 600 miles to Pensacola, Florida, the westernmost city, after stopping at a couple of local pawn shops to sell some women's jewelry. He and his dog Kobe continued west, spending one night at a hotel in Pecos, Texas, before settling in Las Cruces, New Mexico. David contacted detectives from 2,000 miles away and reported that Gretchen was alive and in no danger. He explained that his spouse had given him a written statement, which he read aloud on the phone. According to the statement, Gretchen discovered financial crimes at her workplace and fled Florida with David, fearing for her life. The statement also stated that she had fled from her first ex-husband, Jeff. Detectives did not believe it and continued their investigation. They tracked Gretchen and David's cell phone signals, which indicated that the two phones were in contact, expecting the worst. On March 29, detectives obtained a warrant to impound the truck and worked with Las Cruces police to arrange a traffic stop. Las Cruces police detained David and seized his truck and property, including his and Gretchen's phones. but there was insufficient evidence to bring him in for questioning. He was allowed to simply walk away. On March 30, 2020, Jupiter police obtained electronic records from Gretchen's home, and investigators discovered the truth. On March 21, David lurked silently on the porch that overlooked the back of the garage. He was holding an elongated object. Gretchen appeared 6 minutes later in the video. The video shows David forcibly driving her into the garage, and a scream can be heard over it. She first yelled to the Amazon Alexa device in the garage, "Alexa, turn on the lights in the garage." The surveillance camera audio then recorded a muffled thud and Gretchen's muffled screams. She yelled at Alexa again, "Alexa, call 911." David had no idea that unless he programmed her smart speaker to call 911, it would not call the police in an emergency. After a while, David's face appeared in the frame, and his hands were gloved in one shot. Gretchen's bloodied head could be seen as he walked around the garage. On March 30, investigators had seen enough. Detectives obtained a warrant for David's arrest. The case evolved from a missing persons case to a murder investigation. Detective Kennison arrived in Las Cruces shortly before midnight on March 31st. Police arrested David outside a convenience store. A Jupiter detective questioned him at the state police headquarters in Las Cruces, New Mexico. They had one goal: to persuade David to reveal the location of Gretchen's body, and the detective failed. David claimed Gretchen was alive. During the interrogation, David Anthony repeated this claim 35 times. Detectives even tried using a voice recording of Gretchen's daughter, whom David adored. With her father's permission, the girl recorded her request. "David, it's Eva. I love you. I'm scared. I miss my mom," she said to him. "I need to know where my mom is. Please do the right thing and tell me where my mom is. Please. I love you." Detectives played the tape for David, but he remained unconcerned. While incarcerated, he refused to discuss what had happened to Gretchen. He remained silent for months, as is typical of him. David understood how difficult it would be for the prosecutor to obtain a conviction without Gretchen's body. He was charged with second-degree murder and extradited to Florida. While David was in custody in Palm Beach County, Florida, a grand jury indicted him for kidnapping and increased the murder charge from second-degree to first-degree murder. This marked a turning point, and in December 2020, after 8 months in prison, the criminal agreed to a plea deal with the prosecutor. In fact, he could have received the death penalty for first-degree murder. Under the terms of the agreement, David would plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 38-year sentence. The primary condition of the agreement was that he lead investigators to Gretchen's body. On December 21, 9 months after Gretchen Anthony's disappearance, David Anthony admitted what everyone knew. He killed his wife. Gretchen's body was discovered wrapped in a blanket 3 miles away in the woods behind a Walmart and near a nursing home. Investigators determined that she died from stab wounds to the neck and torso. There were numerous defensive wounds indicating that she was fighting for her life. At the sentencing hearing, David Anthony stated that the COVID-19 pandemic contributed to his crime stemmed from his perception of the pandemic as Armageddon, forcing him to flee. "My delusions saw the COVID pandemic as a prophecy of the end of the world in Armageddon that I felt compelled to avoid at all costs." According to the plea agreement, David Anthony was sentenced to 38 years in prison on January 14, 2021. He is currently serving his sentence at Martin Correctional Institution in Florida. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. She was a virtuoso in her art and a master of tricks, never leaving any traces behind. Her lack of humanity was the only thing that made her successful. Nobody could have predicted that a quiet but intelligent girl would grow up to be one of the world's most skilled criminals. Behind a long string of schemes that funded her transformation from a regular girl into a dangerous individual living in luxury, the vicious con artist who had a taste for killing was the epitome of evil and was always one step ahead of the police. Until they finally got a chance to confront her in person. Steve and Jane McGowan, who lived in Florida, received a letter from their sister Beverly, who was 34, on Thursday, July 19, 1990. She wrote that she was leaving them and starting a quest to discover who she was in this world. Beverly went on to say that she planned to leave right away, so she was selling her apartment and resigning from her job. The brother and sister were shocked by what they read in the letter. Beverly had put in a lot of effort and was happy with her new home and job. She worked 2 jobs to pay off the mortgage and had just bought the apartment of her dreams. When Jane rushed to the police station to report her sister's disappearance, the letter claimed that Beverly had left on her own initiative, so there was little the authorities could do. Steve and Jane went to Beverly's apartment in Pompano Beach to try to find answers to their questions after discovering notepad sheets at her house with the letter written in her handwriting. They saw right away that Beverly's red Volkswagen Fox was not parked where it usually was. Even though Beverly wasn't in the apartment, it didn't seem like she had moved out permanently. Clothes hung in the closet, a nightshirt rested on the unmade bed, and dirty dishes were in the sink. But there were also indications that Beverly had no plans to come back. Her 2 cats were nowhere to be seen, the answering machine was gone, and the phone was disconnected. After searching through drawers, Steve and Jane found that Beverly's address book, birth certificate, and passport were also gone. In addition to her part-time job at a nonprofit, Beverly worked in a bank's loan department. Steve called the bank to ask if her coworkers could provide more information. They told him that Beverly had taken a sick day, claiming to be ill, the day before he got the farewell letter. Given Beverly's reputation as a trustworthy and accountable worker, this was out of the ordinary. She asked them to sell the mortgaged property and get rid of her personal belongings that were still in the apartment during the phone call, adding that she no longer wanted to live there. In order to confirm her request, Beverly was asked to send a telegram, which she did. Steve and Jane had to accept that their sister had actually left without telling anyone why, despite the peculiar circumstances. Nevertheless, Steve closed Beverly's credit cards and persuaded the police to report her missing. Closing the cards would upset her travel schedule and make her angry enough to call the family, he thought. While Steve and Jane were checking out their sister's apartment that same evening, a fisherman and his young niece went fishing to find bait for their next trip. They reached a broad irrigation canal in a secluded part of St. Lucie County, 160 kilometers north of Pompano Beach. When the fisherman saw what looked like a bag of trash, he left his niece in the car and started to walk along the canal. He rushed back to the car and called the police as he got closer and recognized what it was. When deputies from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office got to the spot the fisherman had pointed, they found a woman's body. It was clear that in addition to killing her, the killer did everything in his power to hide her identity. But he missed something. A tiny tattoo of a yellow rose was concealed under the woman's jeans on her right ankle. The media was given the tattoo's description in the hopes that locals would recognize it. Around 10 p.m., Steve McGowan had already arrived home when the phone rang. It was his sister's missing friend. She had recently learned of the discovery in the St. Lucie Canal and Beverly's corresponding tattoo. Steve and Jane went to St. Lucie the following day to talk to investigators and show them a picture of their sister. Although conventional identification techniques had to be disregarded due to the body's condition, they were both certain that it was their Beverly. A comparison of her dental records proved it was her. No blood or suspicious objects were found during the examination of Beverly's apartment. No indication of a struggle was present. Jane and Steve were unable to comprehend who would hurt their sister. Her nephews in particular loved her, and she loved them in return. Beverly didn't have a lot of money, and she didn't have any complicated relationships. The deaths of her 2 boyfriends in different auto accidents cast a shadow over her life, but Steve was sure Beverly had been enjoying her life lately, even in spite of her past. Despite working 2 jobs, Beverly's income was insufficient to pay her mortgage. She began renting out one of her apartment's bedrooms in order to supplement her income. Investigators discovered a notebook containing a list of possible tenants while searching her apartment. Except for one, each entry contained the full name, phone number, and the time of the apartment viewing. Alice was the only name on the first line, which was scheduled for Tuesday at 6:30. Beverly had heard nothing but good things about Alice. She worked for the famous company IBM, was from London, drove a fancy car, and was immaculately dressed. Due to a temporary transfer to the company's Fort Lauderdale office, Alice had relocated to the area. She told her friend that Alice would be moving in on Friday, July 20th, and she had impressed Beverly enough that she decided to make her the new neighbor. By the way, Beverly said she was first introduced to numerology by Alice. Alice tried to forecast Beverly's future, but she required a number of numbers that were important to Beverly, including her date of birth, social security number, passport number, and even information from her driver's license. The odd thing is that Beverly gave her all these numbers. She shared Alice's future predictions with her friends because, all things considered, she was happy with them. Regretfully, she didn't give them her new neighbor's last name. The identity of Alice was still unknown. Furthermore, there was no proof that Alice had ever been to Beverly's apartment, let alone moved in. When the investigators contacted IBM, they were told that the company did not have any UK workers in the South Florida region. They didn't even have a Fort Lauderdale office. According to the results of the financial investigation, someone took $795 out of the $800 in Beverly's bank account on the day her body was discovered. Then, at a Miami shopping center, she used her credit card to buy books and women's clothes. The customer was described as bright blonde with a British accent by the salespeople who assisted her. The tall blonde woman who had garnered national attention at the time fit the description. Police officer Lori Bembenek had been given a life sentence in 1,982 years, 8 years prior, for killing her ex-husband's ex-wife. There had been a stir about the case. Lori was somewhat of a celebrity due to her glitzy appearance and the high-profile nature of the case. Lori had freed herself from Wisconsin prison a few days prior to Beverly's murder. The Miami salesperson identified Lori Bembenek as the person who had used Beverly's credit card after seeing pictures of her, until it was revealed that Lori had actually fled to Canada and was not in Florida at the time of the crime. The police were baffled as to how the path of a modest bank employee could have intersected with that of a convicted killer. However, Beverly's card was used once more in Miami, this time at a travel agency, on Friday, July 20, 1 day after her body was found. Interestingly, the cardholder looked like a man disguised as a woman. The individual wore oval-shaped glasses and a cheap black wig in the Cleopatra style. The man identified himself as Sam and spoke with a British accent. Sam apparently used the card to buy a ticket for British Airways Flight 2922 because he was going to London in 2 days, on July 22nd through 2922. Investigators looked through Flight 292's passenger registration records and those of every other flight that was scheduled to depart for Britain on July 22. None of them bore the name of Beverly McGowan, but after being parked there for 5 days, Beverly's car was discovered in the airport parking lot. 4 synthetic black wig hairs were found inside the car, but fingerprints inside the car did not show any significant results. On Monday, July 23rd, according to London time, British Airways Flight 292 touched down at Heathrow Airport. A traveler with oval glasses and short black hair came up to the Avis car rental desk after the plane touched down. The passenger, who was most likely Sam, provided her driver's license as identification and made a car reservation in Beverly McGowan's name. Beverly wore glasses and her dark hair reached her shoulder. She looked like the person behind the counter. Sam gave Beverly's Visa card to the clerk when she asked for a credit card to pay for the car's fuel. However, the card was turned down. They may have gone over the limit and paid in cash, Sam clarified. Actually, Beverly's credit cards had been canceled by her brother Steve by that point. Sam was long gone by the time Florida detectives found out about this botched transaction. Transactions on the credit card could not be tracked because it was no longer in use. American law enforcement agencies had no jurisdiction over Sam once he arrived in Britain. Detectives from Florida called the London police to ask for help. John Cornish, a detective, consented to assist with the global investigation. He talked to the Avis company and told their employees to tell the suspect to go to their closest office if he got in touch with them. Sam did get in touch with Avis later that week. He was asked to come to the local Avis office and asked for an extension on the rental car. Sam never arrived at the location where the police were waiting for him. On the day of the car's return, a contingency plan was developed in which officers would wait at Heathrow Airport. When that day finally came, Sam was nowhere to be seen. Without any hints, Sam's abandoned car was discovered a few miles from the airport in the early morning. Detective Cornish ordered his team to board all flights to the U.S. that day in order to check the passengers, because he suspected Sam might be trying to fly back to the U.S. However, this effort was in vain. The chance to capture the criminal was lost on the police. British Airways Flight 292 was the last lead the police had. Sam had purchased a ticket in a different name because he did not board the flight using Beverly's passport. Although it was illegal for investigators to check passengers who did not live in Florida, they made an effort to examine the 248 people on that flight. So they turned to the United States for help, State Department in Washington, D.C. The process could take years because each passenger's name had to be compared with passport information, and there was no single database that contained all of this data. The State Department didn't give the police a name they considered significant until January 1996. British national Sylvia Hodgkinson was on Flight 292. A woman with dark hair and eyebrows was shown in the passport photo. She was compelled to relocate to a women's shelter following the death of her spouse. There was nowhere else for her to go. A passport was issued in her name less than a year after her husband's passing. It was suspected by investigators that someone else had taken Sylvia's identity in order to obtain documents in her name. There was fear that Sylvia had met a similar end to Beverly's because they were unable to find her in any way. Additionally, the State Department found a fascinating link between Sylvia and two other women, Elaine Antoinette Parent and Charlotte Ray Callan. An incident that happened a year after Beverly's murder revealed that all three identities were unintentionally connected. A woman in a rental car was approached by North Miami police on May 22, 1991. It was past due to return the car, which had been rented in Los Angeles 6 months prior. To hide its origin, stolen license plates were affixed to the vehicle. A tall redhead woman, who introduced herself to the officers as Charlotte Ray Cowan, sat inside the vehicle. The woman's personal diary, 2 dogs, multiple wigs, and several documents bearing Charlotte's photo under the names Sylvia Hodgkinson and Elaine Parent were all evidently in the car with her. Charlotte's failure to return the rented car led to her arrest by the police. The following day, she posted bail after spending the night in jail. Surprisingly, the police did nothing about this issue, even though the woman was clearly using a false identity. One of the arresting officers was in the building on the day of Charlotte's court hearing for the offense. A redhead woman stood up when Charlotte's turn to appear before the court came. The officer who had arrested Charlotte, however, was taken aback to discover that the woman he had arrested was not the same one who had been called to court by the subpoena. Charlotte was perplexed as to why she had been summoned to court so abruptly. She questioned the officer about the height and red hair of the woman he had arrested. She boldly declared that she knew exactly who it was when he said yes. Almost 10 years prior, in the middle of the 1980s, Charlotte was unwinding at an Orlando bar when a well-dressed woman with a British accent came up to her. Like Charlotte, she had stunning blue eyes and short red hair. The woman offered to buy Charlotte a drink and identified herself as Anne Tremont. The offer was accepted by Charlotte, and they struck up a conversation. Anne mentioned numerology in passing during their conversation. She began by requesting Charlotte's birth date, adding that she would be pleased to make a matching matrix for her. Anne took Charlotte's driver's license information and social security number one by one. She wrote it all down on a napkin and made a hopeful forecast for Charlotte's future. Anne and Charlotte began talking and became friends right away. Charlotte met Anne's brother a few days later. He was a tall, blonde man who shared his sister's grace. The women eventually lost contact with one another, though, as they saw each other less and less. When Anne called Charlotte a few months later to inform her that her aunt had died and left her a sizable inheritance, Charlotte was taken aback. Anne claimed that her brother had chosen to have her institutionalized in order to keep all of the money for himself, even though they were meant to split it. Anne showed up at Charlotte's door at 3 a.m, approximately a month after the phone call. She was wearing a man's shirt with a tie and a tangled wig. She broke down in tears as she described how she had gotten out of the institution where her brother had put her. She needed assistance going missing because she was hiding from her family. In order to establish a new identity for herself, Anne pleaded with Charlotte to let her take her birth certificate. At first, Charlotte declined, but after witnessing Anne's distress, she grudgingly consented. The birth certificate would be returned shortly, her friend assured her. Charlotte didn't hear from Anne for weeks. She started to worry. The birth certificate and a note from Anne expressing regret for the wait were finally sent to her. It wasn't until she was summoned to court in 1991 that Charlotte learned more about her friend. After hearing this intriguing tale, the investigators were curious to find out who the mysterious and elusive scammer was. Although not much was known about Elaine Parent's life, she was a real person like everyone else. On August 4, 1942, she was born in the Bronx, New York. Her parents were loving and reasonably well off, and she was their only child. She was a tall, slim beauty with dark hair and piercing blue eyes by the time she reached adulthood. She relocated to Florida at the age of 30, where she briefly worked at a real estate company before being arrested for shoplifting in Fort Lauderdale in 1976. They took her fingerprints and put them in the database. She then stole $40,000 worth of jewelry from an elderly acquaintance in 1985. Parent and Charlotte met at about the same time. The fingerprints of the parent and the woman who was arrested in 1991 for not returning a rented car were compared. They were identical. Elaine Parent was the woman posing as Charlotte Cowan. Naturally, it was assumed that Elaine Parent, the elusive suspect Sam, and the new neighbor Beverly McGowan's Alice were all the same person. They still had to establish a clear connection between Elaine and Beverly's murder, though. In addition to reviewing the case's evidence, the detectives looked through a notebook that contained letters that Beverly had written to her sister and brother. This specialized equipment uses an electrostatic detection device, ESDA, to find impressions or indentations left by previously written letters on paper. The notebook had been used for a number of other letters that weren't written in Beverly's handwriting, according to the analysis of the notebook. The author appeared to be a woman with a deep-seated animosity toward Beverly. Threats were included in the rather aggressive messages. Elaine Parent's handwriting samples were compared to the letters, and they matched. Parent's letters were sent to a woman in London who was the chief executive officer of a large corporation. She filled in many of the gaps in the elusive fraudster's life, but was named Witness X in the case materials for her protection. The woman disclosed that she and Elaine became friends right away after meeting during a trip to Miami in the 1980s. Elaine reportedly fled to London in 1985 while the police were looking for her in connection with the jewelry theft, and she asked Witness X if she could stay with her. However, Elaine's unstable and explosive temperament quickly made it clear to the two young women that they couldn't live together. The scammer went back to the United States in 1990, but Witness X was shocked when she left for London at the end of July. She was operating an Avis-rented vehicle. Parent stole two of her old friend's dogs and fled to the United States 3 months after she returned to London. She then tried to extort a ransom for her dogs by sending Witness X threatening letters. Clearly, these were the same dogs that were discovered in her possession when she was arrested in Miami in 1991. The State Department accused Parent of forging her passport by the end of 1996, but they were clueless as to where she might be hiding. Elaine Parent was featured in an episode of the television program America's Most Wanted in 1998. Patricia Evans of St. Petersburg, Florida, was watching television at home when the show started. She instantly recognized Elaine when she saw her photo. Elaine was known to Patricia Nevins, a church employee, as Sandra Little, a blonde. In 1992, Patricia met Sandra Little while she was residing in a St. Petersburg homeless shelter. Sandra lived with Patricia for nearly a year and a half after Patricia let her use her empty bedroom. Sandra sued a restaurant during this time after she hurt herself after slipping there. She prevailed in the case and was compensated, though it is unknown how much. Patricia talked about a number of odd things that happened when she lived with Elaine. She was once informed by Elaine that adopting a new identity was one way to live a dignified life. After that, at a dinner party, Parent indiscriminately cut a guest's hand in order to take a gold bracelet. Elaine's psychiatrist, whom Patricia arranged for Elaine to see, told Patricia that Elaine was a highly intelligent sociopath who would leave Patricia's life as soon as she entered it. When the women parted ways in 1993, this prophecy was realized. An interesting letter was delivered to the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office after the police made a public plea for the community's assistance in apprehending Elaine. There was a copy of an oil-colored painting inside. It showed Elaine Parent, with pearl earrings and a teal-green swimsuit. She had gray hair that was styled the way her parents usually did. She was shown emerging from a swimming pool. This was printed on the back. Best wishes, your chameleon. According to psychiatrist Barbara Caven, who had been helping the police with the case, parent both feared and desperately needed police attention. The painting is very telling. She sent it to the police to taunt them, as if to say, "I'm alive, I'm okay, look for me." Elaine gained international recognition after appearing in the documentary series World's Most Wanted in February 2009. People from all over the world began reporting that they had seen Parent in South Africa, Australia, France, and Turkey. The media referred to her as the most wanted woman in the world. Elaine Parent was featured in another episode of America's Most Wanted in April 2002 and Happy, and 16,000 minors in Russia. After the show, many calls were received from the wealthy Panama City, Florida neighborhood, identifying a woman there as Elaine. The address was visited by 3 police officers. When they reached a small one-story home, they knocked on the door. The door was answered by a brunette middle-aged woman wearing a beige silk pajama set. The officers gave an explanation for their visit to her. Presenting her military ID with her photo on it, the woman identified herself as Darlene Thompson. The officers had seen a picture of Elaine Parent, but she didn't look like her. She was asked to accompany the officers to the station for formalities, even though they knew the neighbors had erred. Darlene consented and asked the officers to hold off while she changed. As the officers waited outside the bedroom, one of them looked over Darlene's identification card and, as a former military man, he saw right away a vital missing stamp that verified the document's legitimacy. She replied that she was getting dressed when the officer knocked on the bedroom door to ask about this. She never emerged, despite the officers waiting for her to do so. When the officers hurried into the bedroom after hearing a gunshot, they discovered Darlene dead. The identity of Darlene and Elaine Parent was formally verified by subsequent fingerprint analysis. Elaine lived in a house that turned out to belong to another woman. She had rented a room to Elaine since August 2001. She is a nice woman who loves to cook, according to the homeowner. Elaine's Florida driver's license, which had her photo on it but the name of the woman she was staying with, was discovered during the house search. She had jotted down details about a man from the nearby town of Lynn Haven, including his credit cards and social security number, in a notebook. Elaine's closet was stocked with men's and women's clothes, as well as wigs. They also found a book on theatrical makeup and another on learning French. Elaine's laptop, which some of her acquaintances claimed she frequently used for work, was never located. When she was arrested more than a decade ago, she had her diary with her because Charlotte Cowan was also missing. The police discovered a flyer featuring a picture of Elaine and the name Antonia Racerman, which is another fascinating aspect of the portrait. It looked as though Elaine had made the flyer herself, and the local police chief later conjectured that she had done it to intimidate someone. The flyer said that she was wanted by the FBI for the murder of a government official at a hotel in Washington, D.C. Many questions remained after Elaine's death. According to the police, she used up to 20 different identities in countries such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Turkey, Israel, France, and South Africa. Although no other victims have been located, some believe she may have committed more murders. There are differing views on whether she worked alone or with an accomplice. Investigator Norma Pfeiffer told the media 3 years before she died, "The brutality of the McGowan murder makes me think that someone capable of this has either done it before or will do it again. She couldn't have run Beverly alone, according to some. And let's not forget about the handsome blonde man she passed off as her brother." According to psychologist Barbara Kerwin, Elaine is a virtuoso in her field, who can read people's souls and identify their weak points with ease. The reason behind her crimes is still entirely unknown, though. Why, given her high IQ, would someone like Elaine decide to commit crimes rather than excel in any other field, especially since her crimes brought her more fame than fortune? Kerwin, however, feels she is aware of the motivation behind Elaine's plots, her own inner demons. Barbara said, "I believe she impulsively stole the identities of others to fill her own emptiness." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the far reaches of the Aegean Sea, where the horizon appears infinite and the water stretches all the way to the sky, the Royal Caribbean was moving. George Smith and Jennifer, a young couple who had recently married, stood on deck, feeling the wind in their hair and reflecting on nature's majestic beauty. The Aegean Sea stretched out before them like a vast life full of possibilities and plans. Thus began their wedding journey, which became more than just a cruise, but a story became a mystery. On July 5, 2005, around 8 a.m., 16-year-old Emily Rush of Chicago was getting ready for a new sunny day on Deck 7, in one of the Royal Caribbean's cabins. Emily became concerned when she noticed something strange outside her cabin window. She noticed something that looked like blood smeared across the canopy, which served as a sort of shield for the lifeboat. Nearby, she also noticed bloodstains near the very edge of the canopy, as if someone had been injured and fallen there before going overboard. Emily couldn't help but notice the strange footprints and quickly reported them to the liner's staff. A slew of other passengers from neighboring cabins discovered the same frightening signs. On Deck 7, there was a lively and exciting discussion about what could have happened. Thus began a story that made front page news in numerous international publications. A happy young couple left for their honeymoon Mediterranean cruise a few days later. The happiness of young people was abruptly cut short by an inexplicable, terrible event that occurred in cabin 9062. The explanations for what happened were various and confusing, including an accident, a possible robbery, and even premeditated murder. The investigation became a puzzle for the police. Traces and evidence discovered on board pointed to several suspects, each with their own secrets. It appears that many were on the line or knew far more than they were willing to admit. What exactly happened that dark night on board? That is the question that detectives, journalists, and everyone else involved in this mysterious case are asking themselves. George Smith was a cheerful, inquisitive, and intelligent young man. He was born in Greenwich, a small town in Connecticut. His childhood was happy, filled with the joy and support of his family, which came first for George, and he remained close to his parents and sister Bray. His father, George Smith, sir, owned a liquor store and ran it himself. He saw the family business as more than a job. It was his true passion. George Smith, the younger, graduated from Babson College in Massachusetts in 2000 with a business degree. Following graduation, he spent several years in Boston as a computer data mining analyst. However, his heart has always been with the family business. George made an informed decision and returned home to help his parents run the store. Under his father's supervision, he would learn the ins and outs of the family business so that he could eventually take over the store and allow his parents to take a well-deserved vacation. In 2002, at one of his friend reunions, George Smith met a girl who later became his life partner. Jennifer, a Connecticut native, had recently received a job offer as an elementary school teacher. She was bright, beautiful, and ambitious, much like George. The young people were completely smitten with one another. George's parents were equally pleased with his chosen one. 3 years later, in 2005, George was 26 years old, and the couple decided to marry and begin a new chapter in their lives. They married at the Castle Hill Inn in Newport, Rhode Island, with the ceremony taking place on the ocean front. It was the ideal setting for such an important event in their lives. Following the ceremony, the newlyweds embarked on a wedding cruise aboard a luxury liner, one of Royal Caribbean's majestic ships. The 12-day tour involved sailing the beautiful waters of the Aegean Sea. Their journey began in Barcelona on June 29 and included stops on France's Côte d'Azur, then followed the coast of Italy. On the ship, George and Jennifer quickly made friends with another couple and a young man named Askin from California. Josh Askin, a 20-year-old man with a great sense of humor, quickly became George's friend, and the couple enjoyed spending time together. When the liner moored off the Italian coast on July 1, they decided to go on land and have some fun together. On July 1, young people spent the entire day traveling around the island, walking through the narrow streets of its old town, swimming in the cleanest gas, and sampling local cuisine and cozy taverns. They enjoyed each other and the beautiful surroundings. Mykonos left unforgettable memories in their hearts, and they planned to continue having fun together on the liner's deck this evening. Following a romantic dinner, George and Jennifer reconnected with their friends over the phone. The merry company decided to band together and have a good laugh to remember this exotic part of the world. The evening was brimming with laughter and excitement. After enjoying delicious appetizers and drinks, the newlyweds, accompanied by Josh Askin, went to have fun in the casino on the liner. George and Josh enjoyed sitting at the craps table. They were also entertained throughout the game, and Jennifer particularly enjoyed playing at the poker table. By the end of the evening, the newlyweds had lost a significant amount of money with no regrets. They laughed about losing. After all, it was their honeymoon. After the casino closed, the friends reportedly decided to continue their night out. George's last video was recorded around 2:30 a.m. on one of the liner's numerous surveillance cameras. The video showed George leaving the casino, but that did not mean he would return to his cabin. A mysterious plot began to unfold early on June 5, 2005, on the Greek island of Mykonos. George Smith, 26, a newlywed on an Aegean cruise with his wife Jennifer, disappeared. George was reportedly having a great time last night, enjoying the liner's fun and luxurious atmosphere. Everything seemed harmless that night, but the sequel was much darker. The captain of the ship investigated the cabin beneath the window where strange footprints had been discovered, as well as the location on deck. There was no one inside the cabin. The available footprints and evidence suggested that something serious had occurred. The potential disappearance of the newlyweds was linked to violence. The news spread quickly among all of the liner visitors, and there was panic aboard the ship. Passengers were disturbed by the strange events, and December 7 was closed off. No one was allowed in or out of their cabins. The ship's crew thoroughly searched every establishment on the liner in the hopes of finding George and Jennifer. Following the discovery of blood, the newlyweds were thought to have mysteriously vanished. He took control of the situation. The senior officer went to their stateroom to investigate what was going on. Based on all available traces, it was speculated that George may have fallen overboard the ship. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, the search for the young couple was ongoing. By 10 a.m. Jennifer was discovered in the ship's spa, where she was enjoying a pre-arranged massage session. Her facial expression conveyed deep surprise and concern. She claimed to be unaware of her husband's whereabouts and hadn't seen him since the previous night. Jennifer revealed that when she awoke this morning, her husband was not present. At first, she didn't think it was unusual because he had spent the night with friends and woke up in another cabin. So she went to a spa instead of looking for her husband, unconcerned about his absence. At noon, Turkish authorities arrived on board to begin an investigation. The ship's captain reassured the concerned passengers, stating that the unusual events necessitated cooperation with local authorities. He emphasized that it was a necessary step to clarify the situation and expressed optimism that it would be resolved soon. The police officers began questioning the missing man's wife, Jennifer. Her agitated demeanor and apparent lack of knowledge about her husband made her the primary suspect. She stated that she had not seen George since the previous night and that men in white uniforms from the Royal Caribbean had arrived at her door, announcing that her husband may have fallen overboard. They also noticed blood on the boat's awning. After that, there was no room for doubt. Something terrible had occurred to George. Investigators examined cabin 9062 aboard the cruise ship. This cabin was a mess. Perhaps it was the result of a hasty search, or even a struggle. In the bathroom, fingerprints were found on the balcony railing, as well as small drops of blood on the carpet and towel. Turkish investigators also discovered 2 small bloodstains on the bedding, each measuring about 2 centimeters long. The samples were identified, and the blood belonged to George. All evidence suggested that George had been traumatized inside the cabin prior to his mysterious disappearance. The investigators' attention was drawn to a chair on the balcony that had been repositioned so that they could sit next to the railing. They discovered marks on the railing that appeared to be caused by someone sitting on it. Many, including the ship's captain, suspected George had fallen from the balcony. However, the high railing and the presence of blood on the boat's awning and inside the cabin raised suspicions that a murder had occurred. Investigators began reconstructing the events of that night, attempting to determine who George was spending time with and what may have caused the tragedy. The investigation had only just begun, but it was clear that they were dealing with a complex and dark story filled with mysteries and unexpected twists and turns. When Turkish authorities entered the ship to investigate George Smith's disappearance, they decided to begin by questioning the group of boys with whom the newlyweds had spent the previous night. The situation remained mysterious, and any detail could be crucial in solving it. Members of the company revealed that George and Jennifer had drank too much that tragic night. According to them, George was intoxicated, so they assisted him back to his cabin, where they put him to bed, removed his shoes, and left him alone. They also said they couldn't find Jennifer and assumed she'd returned to the cabin later. However, Josh Askin's testimony contains a number of discrepancies. He claimed that he witnessed Jennifer leave with a casino employee named Lloyd. Josh believed the two of them had a passionate connection, and they made no effort to hide their feelings in George's presence. However, video camera footage revealed that Jennifer stumbled away at 3:30 a.m., leaving George with her new friends, and Lloyd's keycard data indicated that he returned to his cabin at 3:25 a.m., as confirmed by his girlfriend, whom he woke up upon entering the cabin. These discrepancies raised additional questions for investigators, leading them to believe that Josh Askin may have had his own reasons for concealing some critical information. The investigation continued, and with each new detail, the story became increasingly mysterious. Greg Rosenberg, a 19-year-old man, was on a cruise with his family and friends with this company, which also employed his cousin Zach Rosenberg and a close friend Rostislav Kaufman, all of whom, despite their Russian roots, held American passports and lived in New York City. The excitement began in the casino, where Jennifer and Greg Rosenberg decided to try their hand at poker. The mutual gambling continued until late at night. When the casino closed at 2:30 a.m., the group of guys decided to continue having fun together. They went to the disco and continued to dance and consume alcohol. Lloyd, the casino manager, was also spotted at their workplace. He joined in the fun as the young man continued with their nightly entertainment. The events of the night, as described by the witnesses, then begin to diverge as the group's individual members dispersed to their cabins. Deep into the night, the boys were visibly drunk and rowdy. According to the ship's rules of order, delivery for people who are loud and behave inappropriately will be blocked. When the liner's staff refused to serve drunken passengers, the young people remembered that they had a bottle of absinthe purchased on a walk on the island of Mykonos. However, cruise passengers were not permitted to consume their own alcohol. Josh eventually returns to his cabin on the same deck to retrieve a special bottle of absinthe that he had planned to use. As it turned out, the absinthe was unusually strong, with an alcohol content of more than 70, making it one of the most potent drinks available. George decides to help his friend and conceals the bottle behind the waistband of his shorts. After 3 o'clock in the morning, when the liner was already completely silent, the astute janitor noticed something strange. A group of young men, including Greg, Zach, Rostislav, Josh, and George, were drinking absinthe. This incident was not overlooked, and it became an additional element in the investigation. However, it wasn't just the guys who were inebriated that evening. Jennifer, who had appeared relatively sober and calm at the start of the evening, began to change noticeably. She began to stagger and even leaned on the casino manager, Lloyd. Witnesses formed various opinions about her behavior. Some assumed she was attempting to maintain her balance, while others perceived it as flirting. It is also unclear what happened next between the young spouses. Witnesses reported a conflict between the couple. Perhaps they were just talking about the previous evening, joking or seriously, but Jennifer eventually hit George. It was unclear whether this was done in a playful or angry manner. After that, Jennifer left the disco. Jennifer, stumbling and visibly intoxicated, exited the entertainment venue around 3:30 a.m., leaving George with his new friends. This was the turning point of the night. The testimony of staff witnesses was critical in determining the details of the incident. Jennifer's staggering walk down the hallway drew the attention of the janitor, who had previously noticed the young men enjoying their absence. He supported her, assisted her to the elevator, and watched her turn right as she approached her deck. However, there was an unusual discrepancy. Her stateroom was to the left, but she went in the opposite direction. Jennifer was later discovered asleep in the hallway, far from her room. 2 guards and a female duty officer used a wheelchair to return her to her quarters. When they arrived, the clock already read 4:52 a.m., but George was not there. The curtains on the balcony doors were tightly drawn, and they remained stationary despite the breeze. This raised the question of whether George could go out to the balcony on his own, after his new friends abandoned him in bed. Deputy Chief of Police Chet Hyman and his wife were resting in a neighboring cabin when they witnessed the events unfold. The couple had been sleeping for quite some time, but by 4 a.m., they were startled awake by a noise on their floor. They first heard loud noises in stateroom 9062, where the newlyweds were staying, and immediately contacted guest services to report the noise. He also pounded on the wall and yelled at his neighbors, causing a brief silence. Then there was some loud talking for about 3 minutes. A loud argument broke out on the balcony. Chet and his wife heard someone say goodnight several times, as if they were attempting to chase people out of the cabin. This was followed by sounds like furniture moving, and then a loud thud resembling an object falling. Chet Hyman decided to see what was going on and opened the door. He saw 3 men he couldn't recognize. Several other passengers reported hearing a loud noise which sounded like a body hitting the boat's canopy, followed by a woman screaming. However, none of the eyewitnesses provided conclusive evidence that a woman was inside the cabin at the time. According to witnesses, 4 young men entered the cabin, but only 3 were visible when they exited. A question arose. Could one of them have stayed inside trying to find money from the newlyweds, who may have wanted to steal intruders after a generous game at the casino? The story about a failed robbery seems the most plausible. However, there are alibis for the 3 boys, Greg, Zach, and Rustislav, who were allegedly in another stateroom just minutes after Chet Hyman noticed the 3 unknown men. The Georgia stateroom's keycard records confirmed that the boys entered at 4:05 a.m. Their testimony revealed that the fact that they entered the cabin again was not recorded. Thus, there are several theories about what happened to George Smith. Version 1 robbery. The version of a possible robbery represents one of the major ones. George and Jennifer appear to have gotten drunk quickly that night. However, according to eyewitnesses, they appeared to be sober when they left the casino at 3:30 a.m., but they were no longer able to return to their cabin on their own, implying possible drug use. This theory is supported by the testimony of other casino visitors, who claimed that George and Jennifer openly discussed having large sums of money, possibly as wedding gifts or casino winnings. Different witnesses mentioned varying amounts, but they all estimated their wealth in the tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, they could have been robbed. George wore an expensive Breitling watch, and Jennifer had an expensive engagement ring, all of which indicated their wealth. Maybe they turned over their quarters to look for that money. The traces of blood on the sheet were most likely caused by the kidnapper's attempt to remove George's valuable watch from his wrist. The second version of events involves the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens. When the captain discovered the passenger's inebriation and the footprints on the balcony, he suspected an unintentional accident. For example, during the scuffle, George fell overboard. The question of the press received special attention. Absent the consumption does not result in hallucinations, which could be dangerous. Toxicology experts emphasize that everything is determined by the concentration of the active substance, in this case thujone. This drink is now available for purchase in many European countries, though its concentration is significantly limited by European Union regulations. This means that in officially sold absenteeism, the concentration of thujone is insufficient to cause hallucinations. However, illegally produced drugs with much higher concentrations can be found on the black market, potentially causing hallucinations. This appears unlikely in this case, as the Smith couple's absinthe was purchased legally in Europe and could not have caused such effects. According to experts, achieving hallucinogenic effects with official absinthe would necessitate consuming a massive amount that would be difficult for the body to tolerate and would almost certainly result in fatal alcohol intoxication. Thus, the version about the influence of alcohol and hallucinogens in this case appears unlikely and lacks compelling evidence. The interview of suspected company members in the George Smith disappearance case is a critical component of the investigation. FBI agents conducted polygraph interviews with several key players in the case, including Jennifer and casino manager Lloyd, both of whom passed the test. However, Josh Askin failed the polygraph examination. This could indicate that he had some secrets about George's disappearance, but it could also be the result of special interrogation techniques used to extract more information from him. There was also a videotape of 3 men, including a Russian, joking about what had happened. This tape proved to be valuable evidence, and FBI agents took it into account. One of the unidentified men on the tape said, "We gave him a lesson in paragliding without a parachute." This phrase may refer to an incident or joke involving George in 2009. FBI agents interviewed all four guys, Greg, Zach, Rustislav, and Josh Askin, as witnesses, as part of the ongoing investigation into George Smith's mysterious death. Zach Rosenberg and Josh Askin refused to provide direct answers, citing the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right not to testify against oneself. Their testimony was ambiguous, and it appears that they were unwilling or unable to provide a complete account of what occurred. Greg Rosenberg, one of the young men who were entertaining that night, testified in the George Smith investigation. He claimed that they had ordered food for their cabin that day, which serves as a crucial alibi for the Russian boys. However, there are some contradictions in this claim. The ship's service logs do not show such orders, and the delivery service had been blocked for their cabin the day before. The staff was even instructed not to serve them that night. Greg cannot say for certain which of the cabin passengers placed the orders. When asked about George and Jennifer's relationship, witnesses provided varying responses based on their observations and recollections. Greg claimed that the heavy alcohol consumption made it difficult to determine how good the newlyweds' relationship was. He emphasized that everyone in the group was extremely intoxicated. His testimony made it impossible to draw firm conclusions about the nature of their relationship. Josh Askin reported that Greg left the cabin after ordering food. Greg, on the other hand, denied leaving, claiming that he never did. These contradictions complicated the investigation even more and necessitated additional verification and fact-finding. What was important about Greg's words was that he had no idea whether Jennifer or Lloyd were both involved in George's disappearance, but he insisted that the event was not accidental. The young man claimed that something bizarre occurred that night, which would be revealed to everyone sooner or later. Greg Rosenberg was murdered in December 2019, and the case is still unsolved. Police are investigating a potential link between his murder and the death of George Smith. George Smith's mysterious disappearance became a true mystery, casting a shadow over his family. The situation became increasingly complicated, and the actions of the relatives following the tragedy drew the attention of both the public and law enforcement agencies. The Smiths continued to press the authorities, demanding that the truth and justice be revealed. The investigation into George's disappearance was transferred from the FBI's Connecticut regional office to the New York office. Their persistence, and more importantly, their ability to capture the public's attention through the media, produced few results. To attempt to solve this dark secret, the family offered a $100,000 reward for information that could help find and punish the perpetrators. They also called for a boycott of the ship owners' company, which they believed was attempting to cover up the incident in order to maintain profits. The relationship between George's parents and his young wife, Jennifer, was strained. Following the incident, a thorough investigation into her behavior began. In public, she appeared to gather information to assess her reluctance and unwillingness to share enough information, raising suspicion. She claimed to be following FBI agents' instructions and doing exactly what she was told. In their pursuit of justice and truth, the Smith family eventually lost faith in Jennifer when she accepted the judgment company's offer to settle the lawsuit independently for $1 million. They interpreted the move as a betrayal and an attempt to avoid further allegations against the cruise organizers. The Smiths were disappointed by the lack of transparency in the Turkish authorities' investigation, and they believed Jennifer was too quick to accept the offer. They were convinced that Jennifer was concealing something and was not genuinely interested in discovering what had happened. Jennifer claimed to remember almost nothing from the night after 2:30 a.m. and was completely unaware that the liner staff had found her in the corridor and returned her to her cabin. The Smith family has been dissatisfied with the Turkish investigation and their belief in justice. Skeptical of the official findings, they decided to take matters into their own hands and enlisted the assistance of independent forensic scientist Henry Lee. Henry Lee conducted a series of studies in the cabin and on the balcony, but the results were not included in the official investigation. These investigations would reveal crucial information about what had occurred, potentially confirming one of two major versions of events: murder or accident. According to Henry Lee, the height of the balcony makes a fall from it unproven. It could have been caused by a third party pushing George or by George being insane. He could have climbed up on the chair by himself and fallen. However, the latter version raised numerous questions and concerns. The expert planned to conduct an experiment using a dummy to simulate a fall from the balcony. However, the owner of the liner refused this request. George's relatives claimed that this decision was made to thwart their efforts to discover the truth. Henry Lee also conducted investigations in the cabin, on the balcony, and aboard the boat. However, the findings of these investigations remained unavailable to the public. At the same time, the FBI stepped in and launched its own investigation. Many of their findings and discoveries are also kept secret. The FBI clearly focused on the 4 young men who spent the night with George Josh Askin and the 3 Russians, Greg, Zach Rosenberg, and Rostislav Kaufman. Their testimony was largely inconsistent with that of the other witnesses, making the situation unusual and perplexing. The disappearance of George Smith remains a mystery, with unknown circumstances. With a lengthy investigation and numerous theories, the Smith family and his loved ones continue to seek the truth. They initially suspected Jennifer, but were eventually convinced of her innocence and increased the payout amount in the lawsuit against the company. This sum was divided among the family members, and they obtained the release of the shipowner's company's investigation results, including witness statements and other information. Jennifer was left with memories of her first husband, so she dedicated herself to charitable organizations in his memory, hoping to do good. A few years later, she remarried. Despite the FBI's efforts and lengthy investigations, they never discovered what really happened or where George's body was. Eventually, the case was closed and the incident was declared an accident. The FBI determined that there was insufficient evidence to continue the investigation. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's official statement, the mystery surrounding George Smith's disappearance remains unsolved. His family is still searching for answers as to the cause of his death. The inability to honor George's memory at his grave is agonizing for his loved ones, and they remain hopeful that one day they will be able to solve the mystery and learn the truth. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The phone rang early on April 27, 2006, in a comfortable home in a small Michigan town. The homeowner's previous life was instantly shattered by the sound she heard when she answered the phone, but the second phone call she would have to take 5 weeks later was nothing like that conversation. Whitney Sarek, an attractive and outgoing 18-year-old student, was crossing campus to attend a lecture on Wednesday, April 26, 2006. Whitney attended Taylor University in Upland, Indiana, as a freshman. Both Whitney and her older sister were now students at the same university where her parents had previously attended. Whitney actually wanted to attend a different university, but her parents assured her that they would pay 2/3 of her tuition if she attended a Christian university. They wouldn't even cover the cost of her education if she chose to go to a non-religious school. Whitney's decision was clear-cut, given the high expense of higher education. Whitney became anxious as she made her way across campus, negotiating crowds of other students, as she realized how quickly the school year was coming to an end. She was thrilled to spend the summer vacation with her parents in the small Michigan town of Gaylord, but she was also saddened by the thought of bidding farewell to her new friends, whom she wouldn't see again until the fall. During her first year of college, Whitney had made a lot of new friends. She soon found that the older students were just as amiable as the freshmen and had gone through many of the difficulties of college life, so she also had a few older friends. They were willing to help if she asked for advice. Because she thought she might learn something useful, Whitney seized the chance to engage with older students whenever she had it during her studies. Whitney saw a poster asking for student volunteers to help decorate the banquet hall for a celebration honoring the new university president just that morning as she was making her way to her lecture. As she got closer, Whitney found that the majority of the volunteers who had signed up were older than she was. When she heard this, she also wrote her name down. The student had a typical rest of the day. After studying and hanging out with friends, she went back to her dorm room in the evening and fell asleep quietly. Naturally, she had no idea that the events that would alter her life would occur just 24 hours later, when she laid her head on the pillow that night. Whitney got up early the following morning, showered, brushed her teeth, and took her time choosing her outfit. Whitney wasn't conceited, but she wanted to look respectable because she knew she would be interacting with university employees and senior citizens all day. As she got closer to the parking lot meeting place, she noticed some students standing close to a university van. Despite not knowing them, she greeted them with confidence, introduced herself, and since she was the first person they had been waiting for, they all boarded the van. With ease, the car began traveling north on Highway 69 in the direction of Fort Wayne. It was the banquet hall, where the event was scheduled to take place, and it was only an hour away. Whitney immediately started talking to Laura Van Ryn, a 22-year-old who was seated beside her. Another student questioned whether Whitney and Laura were related, despite the fact that they were strangers. In addition to having similar appearances, the two stunning blondes who were tall and slender learned that they had been raised in small Michigan towns. Whitney's hometown of Caledonia, 2 hours south of Gaylord, was where Laura had traveled to study. In addition, they were both younger daughters of devoutly religious parents and were involved in sports, playing football, basketball, volleyball, and running. The students went into the banquet hall as soon as the van came to a stop. It was their responsibility to get ready for the celebration. As they set the tableware, arranged the chairs, and arranged the tables over the course of the following few hours, Laura and Whitney remained together and spoke amicably. The volunteers ultimately determined that their work was finished at around 7 p.m. They took their seats on the van again, and the van drove back south. Laura and Whitney chatted for a few more minutes on the drive, but they soon felt the weariness from their work, just like the other children. They fell silent as they looked thoughtfully out the window at the passing landscape. When the van was within 2 miles of the campus, about 30 minutes later, a bright beam of light filled the van's interior. It quickly grew stronger, bouncing off the faces of those inside, and in a matter of seconds the whole interior of the van was blazing. After a horrified scream, there was total quiet. In a matter of minutes, distressed drivers on Highway 69 called the 911 hotline to report that something horrible had happened. Rescue personnel were shocked by what they saw, even though they had prepared for the worst when they got to the scene. Bodies, glass fragments, and wreckage littered the area. The headlights of a fully loaded truck driven by Robert Spencer were the source of the sudden light that filled the van's interior. While traveling north on the highway, the truck driver had dozed off behind the wheel. The truck didn't stop when it swerved off the road and onto the grassy median strip. After veering back onto the road, it struck the southbound van that was transporting the students. The truck literally tore off the van's back end when it hit it, sending it spinning uncontrollably. The pupils were thrown out and dispersed in all directions, since half of the vehicle was gone. Sadly, 5 of the 9 people in the van could not be saved. But when the rescue crews arrived, they discovered Robert still alive inside his truck. A few hours later, on April 27, Whitney's mother in Gaylord got a call early in the morning. Her husband wasn't at home because he was helping the church rebuild houses following Hurricane Katrina's devastating effects. The coroner, who was on the other end of the line, told the woman that her daughter had died in a terrible accident. The Van Ryn family also had to take a late phone call at the same time, 3 hours south of Gaylord in Caledonia, but they were informed that Laura had survived the same accident and was in critical condition. Early in the morning, the girl's boyfriend, Aaron, and her parents arrived at the hospital. In the hallway, Laura's classmates were already anticipating their arrival. The girl was in a coma, swollen, bandaged, and wearing a neck brace as she lay in a hospital bed. Laura's leg, elbow, collarbone, and ribs were all broken, the family was told, but the brain trauma was the most serious injury. The patient had been stabilized, but it was unclear if she would ever awaken from her coma. Even if she did, she would probably not be able to live independently because of the severe damage to her brain. Laura's family made the decision to move her to a Grand Rapids rehabilitation facility that specializes in brain injuries because they knew that her recovery would be a long one at best. Additionally, Whitney's sister and mother showed up at the hospital. Even though they were only a few feet from her body, the coroner reassured them that they didn't need to identify her and even discouraged them from going inside the mortuary. They were also given Whitney's handbag, which was filthy, stuffed with broken items, and smelled horribly of gasoline. When the handbag was discovered close to Whitney's body, the women knew that her body would be in an even more appalling state. They didn't want to remember her that way, so they couldn't bring themselves to look at the body. They merely returned their daughter's body to Gaylord, their hometown. Whitney's 19th birthday fell on her farewell, so her family chose to play a collection of videos from her past birthdays. More than 1,400 people, or roughly half of the town's total population, came to bid her farewell. She was laid to rest in a closed casket the following day. Meanwhile, Laura's family members, who alternated between sitting in the girl's hospital room, received a startling update. Brain scans suggested Laura would emerge from her coma, but it was not clear when. For the next few weeks, Laura stayed in a coma, but her injuries healed over time, and there were all indications that she would get better. After 30 days following the incident, Laura finally regained consciousness on Tuesday, May 16. At first glance, her brain appeared to be operating normally. It was a miracle, and her family was incredulous. The girl was getting better pretty quickly, and she soon had the ability to sit up and move her hands and legs. Laura's loved ones discovered a lot of new information about her at the same time. Laura's 3-year boyfriend, Aaron, whom she intended to wed after graduating from college, was astounded to see that her eyes had changed from being greenish to a much deeper shade of blue. Additionally, her sister discovered that Laura had a belly button piercing when she inadvertently lifted her shirt. Additionally, the girl appeared to have shifted her teeth to one side. All of this, however, seemed trivial. What mattered most was that Laura was still alive and making progress toward recovery. Or did she? Before long, she did something that caused her family, doctors, and others to question whether her brain was working correctly. A week after emerging from the coma, Laura sat on a hospital bed with her family and medical staff on Monday, May 22. She was given a pencil and paper by the doctor, who asked her to write her name. Laura took the pencil, nodded as though she understood the assignment, and began writing the letters slowly. But her scrawls didn't make sense when she was done and the doctor saw what she had written. He requested that the girl repeat the action. She began writing even more intently, but the name was still wrong. Laura was mistakenly identifying herself as someone else, and the doctor had to acknowledge that her brain injury might be more severe than he initially believed. But that was not the problem, as everyone would soon discover. There was something far more serious going on. Her father was deeply hurt when Laura told him that they were fake parents. This was the next warning sign. Although it was impossible to accuse them of being bad parents, he took it to mean that she thought their relationship with her was phony. However, his wife also started to believe that if Laura wasn't who she claimed to be, after Laura's face stopped appearing swollen, friends who saw her also came to the conclusion that she was not herself. Compared to their parents, her sister Lisa found it a little easier to accept the truth. Lisa once paused as she was escorting the girl back to the room following therapy, knelt beside Laura, and expressed her pride in the girl's development. She then requested that she respond to a single question: what was her name? The girl said, Whitney. However, they clarified to her that people who have experienced brain trauma occasionally mispronounce their own names. Because of this, when Lisa inquired about the names of her parents, she replied, Sarah Newland and Laura and Whitney had only known each other for a short while, so Laura was unable to provide an accurate response. Despite her understanding, Lisa didn't want to frighten the poor girl who was seated in front of her. She summoned the courage to compliment her, carried her back to the room with composure, and told their mother and father everything. A horrible reality hit the entire family when their father discovered that his daughter had been identified only by appearance. The parents of the girl they had been caring for all this time deserved to know that Laura had been dead for 5 weeks. Rescue services began working at the scene on that terrible day of April 26, following the accident, attempting to ascertain who else they could assist and who was beyond saving. On the side of the road, they discovered a girl who was critically hurt and barely surviving. Medical personnel hurried to her, loaded her into an ambulance, put her on a stretcher with a nearby handbag, and drove her to the hospital. While treating the injured girl, the doctors looked at the identification in the handbag and recognized her as Laura Van Ryn. As the bandages were gradually taken off, it was clear that Laura's appearance had changed dramatically as a result of the accident. But her appearance didn't matter to her family. Her survival was a great relief to them. However, when they gave Laura paper and a pencil on Monday, May 22, and asked her to write her name, she wrote Whitney instead of Laura. It turned out that there had been a terrible error, but no one had been aware of it until that point. The medics thought Whitney's handbag was hers when they discovered her by the side of the road. They came to the conclusion that it was the same person after comparing the girl's photo with the one on the identification. Surprisingly, Whitney's purse had landed beside Laura at the same moment. The case of mistaken identity was formally confirmed 1 week after Whitney wrote her name on the paper. And once more, in the middle of the night, the Sarok family's house rang with an unsettling phone call. In order to spare Whitney's mother from hearing the news alone, the coroner asked her to bring a companion. She invited Carly, her eldest daughter, to accompany her. After that, the coroner started talking about the possibility that Whitney was still alive. They were terrified of what they would see on the way to the hospital. If Laura's parents were unable to identify that it wasn't her, how should the patient appear? However, their worries were unjustified. They knew it was Whitney as soon as they walked into the hospital room. For Laura's loved ones, the miracle for the Sarok family became a nightmare. They were afraid that Whitney's parents would be upset with them for preventing them from seeing their daughter for so long, in addition to learning that their daughter had been dead for 5 weeks. Nonetheless, the Sarok spouses realized that they shared some of the blame. Laura's family believed what they were told, and they didn't recognize Whitney's body. All the clues were compared to pieces of a puzzle, but how could they be certain that a puzzle needed to be put together? Since one family had already gone through what the other had not, they were able to empathize with one another. Laura's body was exhumed and shipped to Caledonia a few days later. Despite their brief acquaintance, Laura and Whitney's shared tragedy united the two families for all time. They respected each other's sentiments, emotions, and personal space by not talking about what had happened for 2 years. However, they later made the decision to write a book in which they detailed every incident and offered their own interpretation of it. It was discovered that the driver responsible for the incident, Robert Spencer, had been operating a vehicle for 9 hours beyond the permitted limit. He was given a 4-year prison sentence after acknowledging his guilt. He was incarcerated for 2 years in total. He recovered from the accident at the same hospital where Whitney was thought to be Laura. By asking Laura's parents what they would say and how they felt about the person responsible for the accident, reporters attempted to incite them against Robert. But Laura's family overcame it. Neither of the two families brought legal action against him, and they were kind and understanding. To make sure that such an error would not occur again, the state of Indiana modified the process for identifying incident victims. Whitney acknowledges that she only remembers the banquet preparations and the pizza they had as a post-work snack, not the actual incident. The time she spent with Laura's family is completely forgotten. She recalled waking up with her mother close by. She gradually recovered physically and finished her studies. She married in the same church where her funeral was held 4 years later. Her boyfriend Matt Wheeler was her pick, and he helped her get better. They are parents to 2 kids. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gazella Diode heard her phone ring at 2 in the morning on March 1, 2011. The screen displayed an unidentified number. A Valence police officer approached her and inquired as to whether she was Samira Bernard's mother. Gazella said yes, but she didn't understand why the police were searching for Samira, her 20-year-old daughter. It had been 3 days since she last saw her. The police response did nothing to calm the woman, who demanded an explanation of what was going on. According to the call, Samira's boyfriend, Mile Columbia, 22, had vanished, so they were looking for her. The young couple had been dating for 8 months, the police had found out, but Gazella had no knowledge of the man. Mile had met Samira at a party. Samira Ben-Sard was a stunning woman who knew she was beautiful. She enjoyed posing for pictures and aspired to be a model. In turn, Mile was a very pleasant and kind young man. Their attraction to one another was instantaneous, and they began dating. But at 9:45 p.m. on February 28, 2011, Mile's supervisor at the construction company called the police. Since he hadn't heard from his employee in 3 days, he was concerned. When the man arrived at work on Saturday morning, his phone rang. Without giving a reason, he hurried to his feet and disappeared, never to be seen again. His boss was taken aback when he still hadn't arrived on Monday morning. It was his first absence from work, and they regarded him as a responsible and punctual worker. After learning that Mile was not returning calls from friends and co-workers, his boss made the decision to call the police. The police first visited the man's residence in Valence's downtown, but their efforts were unsuccessful, as no one answered the doorbell. nor was his car at the house. The police spoke with Miles' mother that same evening. She mentioned that she hadn't heard from her son in 3 days and that he had acted strangely during their most recent meeting, acting tense and very emotional. The woman reported that her son, who had never done so before, gave her a hug, kissed her, and declared his love for her. The investigators found some very suspicious details. Samira and Miles vanished the same day without telling anyone why, and they hadn't spoken to their families in 3 days. It couldn't have happened by accident. Analyzing their phones yielded one hint. The investigators discovered that Samira and Miles did not simply depart simultaneously, rather they drove off together. According to the phone pings, they left for Nice in the middle of the day on Saturday and checked into a 5-star hotel on the promenade in the evening. After getting in touch with the hotel, the investigators discovered that 2 men and a woman were being recorded by security cameras. Samira and Miles fit the description exactly. By Sunday evening, they had traveled from Nice to Livorno, 400 kilometers east of the French-Italian border. It was evident that the young couple was moving deeper into Italy, so the French police asked their Italian counterparts for help. Miles had made reservations at a high-end Livorno hotel. A man and a woman who fit the description of the missing couple had stayed with the hotel, according to the staff. Thus, they spent Saturday night in Nice before traveling to Livorno the following day. Everything suggested that Samira and Miles had taken a haphazard romantic trip, which was not surprising given how popular the Riviera was for such excursions. Since Samira's mother had received a message from her daughter saying that she had left, but that there was no need to worry because she would return soon, the detectives had no reason to doubt their belief that the young couple would soon return home together. Although it appeared to be another affirmation that the young couple was doing well, Gazella was positive her daughter would never vanish simply by taking an impulsive vacation. Samira never skipped work and was a responsible woman. Additionally, Gazella was troubled by a detail. She couldn't comprehend how her daughter, who loved being photographed and never left the house without wearing carefully chosen clothes, applying makeup and styling her hair, could leave for several days with a young man without taking anything with her. The fact that Samira sent an SMS also baffled her. The problem is that she would typically just give her mom a call. Since they were close and could talk for hours, getting a text message didn't make her feel any better. On the contrary, it made her anxiety even worse. The city of Imperia, which is about 80 kilometers from Nice in northern Italy, provided the next update on the case. Massimo Bessin was traveling to work on Monday, March 3, 2011, when he decided to take a shortcut and turned onto a small street. Something odd caught his attention along the road. When he opened the door, he saw that it was a woman, but initially he thought he saw a mannequin. Massimo yelled something but got no answer, but the woman was obviously on the move. He summoned an ambulance in a hurry. She was identified by Italian police as the French woman who had gone missing. Her skull was pierced by a bullet that had been shot in the back of her head. At this point, the romantic trip theory could be disregarded. The French police couldn't understand. They first believed it to be a romantic escape, then it was a suspicious disappearance, and now they were dealing with a girl who had been injured in an attempted murder. Despite being critically ill, Samira was still alive. Her mother was notified and she was taken to the hospital right away. At first, Gazella didn't even recognize her own daughter when she got to the hospital. The sight is hard to describe. Samira looked like a 9-year-old girl with her head shaved bald. The woman found it hard to accept that her daughter had been shot in the head and ended up in Italy. Since the bullet was embedded in her daughter's skull, the doctors informed the mother that there was little chance of recovery. Gazella refused to accept this and made arrangements for Samira to be taken to a hospital in Marseille. She was told directly by a surgeon there that although he would do the surgery, he would not give her false hope. The patient would never fully recover, even if she lived. Samira had surgery for 10 hours. Despite surviving the surgery, she was unable to speak and did not recognize anyone when she opened her eyes. Like a child, she had to relearn everything. Samira was unable to provide any information regarding the events in Italy, but without her testimony, the police had to look for the perpetrator. There were numerous signs that the crime was being planned. The Italian police were unable to locate any of her possessions when they discovered her lying on the side of the road close to a landfill. No passport, no phone, and no purse were present. This suggested that the criminal did not want her name to be revealed, but the investigators had a lead. Samira's boyfriend, Mile Cambia, was the last person they saw her with. According to the police, Mile fled after committing the crime by crossing the border into Italy. But after Samira was discovered, he erred by using his bank card in France. Only 35 kilometers from his Valence apartment, he used it at a first-rate hotel in Les Turrets. Mile had returned to France the day before according to surveillance footage. But why didn't he return home to his family if he was innocent? He chose to stay in a hotel a few kilometers away instead. Investigators soon learned that he had used Samira's credit card, which was another error on his part. In other words, Miles stayed in a hotel and used the woman's card while the young couple went on an impromptu trip to another country, where the woman almost died. The worst suspicions of the police were validated by everything. The detective talked to the young man's friends and family in an attempt to find a motive. Samira and Miles' relationship was evidently far from ideal. Mile was bothered by the fact that Samira was a very attractive woman and that many men were interested in her. Their disagreements frequently turned violent. In front of their friends, Mile had the authority to slap Samira, and once he even put out a cigarette on her. He was obviously not a particularly stable individual. However, the motive remained a mystery. Was everything prearranged, or did Mile act out of rage? Despite Miles' actions, all of their friends were aware that Samira was smitten with him. She'd just learned, though, that her boyfriend was married. He had cheated on his girlfriend on a regular basis after getting married to her when she was 18. He had many mistresses besides Samira. Despite being upset by the information, she didn't end their relationship because she trusted Miles' statement that they were divorcing and living apart. The investigator went to Miles' house after learning of this, but as soon as he stepped inside, he saw that Samira was wrong. The husband and wife were obviously living together. In addition, Mile would soon become a father. The name Combi was written on 17 ultrasound pictures of the apartment. A love triangle involving Mile, his wife, and Samira was clearly in place, and one of them was bound to vanish. Finding Mile was essential, and it was far simpler than the police had expected. 5 days after the disappearance, Mile Cambia turned himself in on March 4 at the Valence police station. The investigation was extremely fortunate to have this. Mile not only willingly arrived at the station, but he also came clean and admitted to shooting Samira. He went on to describe what had transpired. According to the young man, Samira was merely a friend with whom he could have fun. She knew there was no future in their relationship. Samira was unable to accept Miles' explanation that their romance was over. She never left him alone, calling him non-stop and occasionally dialing his number 150 times in a single day. He showed the investigator his phone, which showed evidence of about 1,000 calls from Samira in a month. Although Mile acknowledged that Samira's actions might be categorized as stalking, would this be sufficient grounds to shoot her? The young man soon began to fear for his life as the situation worsened. He described the events of the Friday night before they left for Italy. He was kissing another woman in a nightclub when Samira confronted him. After leaving the club in a hurry and using her key to scratch his car, she got into a fight with Samira's cousins. Mile was frightened by this incident, since they threatened to kill him and claimed to have weapons. Mile was terrified. After deciding that he needed to find a way to protect himself going forward, he hurriedly got into his car and drove out of the nightclub. He considered purchasing a weapon for his personal protection. When he received a call the following day, he left without thinking and went to buy a revolver. Still, none of this clarified why he had shot Samira. Mile clarified that his intention in traveling to Italy was not to murder her or carry out any other heinous deed. All he wanted was for their tumultuous relationship to end. In an attempt to defuse their tense situation and give Samira an explanation, he took her to Italy, but things didn't work out. Mile got out of the car after they argued once more. Samira trailed after him. Mile claims that he did not intend to shoot when he grabbed the weapon, only to frighten her, but the revolver accidentally went off. Then he dropped her to the ground, climbed back into the car, and drove off. He claimed to be afraid when asked why he didn't call for an ambulance. He didn't know what to do, so he went into hiding for a few days after she fell. The police already knew the rest of the story. In general, the man asserted that what transpired in Italy was an accident, and that he was the victim of his compulsive lover's pursuit. The police weren't entirely convinced by his explanation, so he was arrested for attempted murder. A few things didn't add up. Why would someone go abroad and stay in a 5-star hotel only to break up with someone? Why did he use her credit card after stealing all of her personal items, and who used her daughter's phone to send Samira's mother the message? Although it was hard to prove without Samira's testimony, the investigator was certain that the young man was lying. Thankfully, Samira was able to testify after some time and therapy. First, though, Samira spoke very slowly and in a weak voice. She gave her account of what happened 8 months after the attack on October 11, 2011. Samira's statements ran counter to what her ex-lover had said. He said they needed to talk when he arrived at her house. He persisted, so she gave in, even though she didn't want to. She accepted Miles' invitation to a weekend retreat. When she asked him where he wanted to go, he said, Spain. The fact that this upset her made him take her to Nice, and then to Italy. Miles abruptly swerved off the road on the 3rd day of the journey, following 2 days of relaxation. He told her not to worry, saying he just needed to get rid of something, when she questioned why he had turned onto a road that led to a landfill. Miles halted the vehicle and exited. After letting her out through the passenger side door, he took out a revolver and aimed it at her. She was going to die, he said. She yelled, "Shoot if you're a man," and he pulled the trigger. The revolver was discovered by forensic experts on February 7, 2012, 1 year after the attack on Samira, and this finding totally disproved Miles' allegations. He claimed that the gun in his hand suddenly detonated. Ballistic analysis, however, demonstrated that such an occurrence was impossible. The shooter must carefully prepare before firing, pull the trigger back, and then fire. 2 separate actions, the expert explained. The revolver won't just fire when you wave your hand. In addition, the revolver must be held in one hand while a considerable amount of force is applied with the other hand to pull the trigger backward. There was no way such a gun could be accidentally fired. Miles Cambia lied because he intended to murder Samira. Detectives were finally able to piece together the murderer's plan after months of investigation. Miles left work on February 26, 2011 at 9 in the morning. He bought a weapon because he was determined to prevent a recurrence of the scene from the night before. He loaded it, tested it, pulled the trigger, and fired it as he made his way into the woods. Everything had been planned by him. Samira was to vanish across the border after spending a romantic weekend in Italy. Since he had no connections in Italy, it was the ideal place to carry out the crime. Miles pulled the woman out of the car, drove off the road, shot her, and threatened to kill her. In order to avoid identifying her, he then took her possessions. Miles tried to deceive the police by sending Samira's mother an SMS after returning to France. It was assumed that the woman had taken a vacation and was still alive. The man was sure he would never be caught and thought he had committed the ideal crime. You can only imagine how shocked he was to learn that his victim had lived. He hid for 5 days close to his hometown while the police searched for him, thinking about what he should do next. He came up with a new self-defense tactic since he lacked the resources and beneficial contacts to flee. Miles Cambia made the decision to tell his version of events to the police. The trial of Miles started in the city of Valence on February 10, 2014. For the victim and her family, the trial was a true ordeal. Miles stuck to his version of events, much to their astonishment. He maintained that everything that transpired in Italy was a regrettable accident, and that he was the victim in this instance, having been harassed by Samira. According to his friends, he had never been violent and bought the revolver out of fear after Samira's cousins threatened to kill Miles and destroy his car and apartment. He took his phone with him when he drove to Italy, keeping nothing hidden. He was emotionally worn out from Samira's incessant calls and just wanted to take the woman on a trip to help her relax. It is also important to note that Miles charmed the jury with his exaggerated displays of civility and respect throughout the trial. His plan worked, and he received a 13-year prison sentence. The lenient sentence raised questions about whether Miles' actions in court and the jury's decision to impose a relatively short sentence were related. After all, it is hard for people to convict a charming young man with impeccable manners, and they frequently associate criminals with unpleasant personalities. Samira feels that this penalty is excessively light. She will always be confined to a wheelchair because she loved a man who chose to kill her, but by the time he turns 40, he will be free and able to lead a normal life. According to the surgeon, Samira recovered 80% of her abilities in a year of therapy, but the effectiveness of rehabilitation drastically decreased after that, leaving her reliant on assistance for the remainder of her life. She acknowledges that he paid her back in this way because she was prepared to do anything for love. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. David Edward Moust, in contrast to other serial killers, was viewed as an outlier, a lunatic, who didn't match the conventional description of a ruthless, malevolent, uncontrollable killer. Rather, he was someone who truly regretted his actions and wanted to be imprisoned for the rest of his life in order to protect others. He screamed for assistance, but nobody responded. What events in his life shaped who he is now? Let's examine the tale of a man who was disappointed by his parents' separation, a difficult childhood, and an ineffective legal system. The story is about a serial killer called Deranged Dave. George and Ava Moust welcomed David Edward Moust into the world on April 5, 1954, in Connellsville, Pennsylvania. The family had 3 other children in addition to David. The Moust family had a difficult life. Ava and George both experienced challenging upbringings. The parents were unable to provide a loving home for their own children because his father was placed for adoption when he was 12 years old. George tried to avoid his wife, who needed constant attention, was emotionally unstable and self-centered, by being away from home a lot. Their mother had a nervous breakdown shortly after the birth of David's younger brother Jeffrey and spent a month in the hospital. She might have experienced postpartum depression, although at the time medicine didn't fully understand or support women with such conditions. David's parents divorced in 1963, when he was just 7 years old. David's father reportedly started the divorce because he had stopped providing for his ex-wife and the 4 kids for a year, leaving the woman to care for the family alone. Life at their parents' house was tough for all the kids, but David had it the worst, according to David's sister. Maybe because he looked so much like his father, their mother's hatred of her ex-husband was passed on to her son. Ava asserted that she was powerless over the boy. David allegedly attempted to kill his brother Jeffrey twice by the time he was 8 years old, once by pushing him into a lagoon and stepping on his fingers to prevent him from climbing out, and again by trying to burn Jeffrey's bed. Additionally, according to his mother, she frequently looked in her son's pockets to make sure he hadn't stolen anything. She said he would take her valuables and sell them, all allegedly before he was 9 years old. Ava said she no longer wanted to deal with a challenging, troublesome child when he turned 9. The 9-year-old child was admitted to a mental health facility after she went to the court and claimed she needed assistance because he was mentally ill. The doctors and staff, however, did not observe any of the behavior that Ava had described. Instead, they came to the conclusion that the mother had just left her son behind. It made the boy's already challenging life at home even more so. Numerous other patients, including those with aggressive criminal tendencies, developmental disorders, and schizophrenia, had to share common areas with him. David felt confused and angry. Given that both his mother and father had deserted him, he felt stuck and had nowhere to go. He waited by the window on visitation days, hoping to see his mother, but she never showed up. In an attempt to comfort him, the institution's staff offered explanations for his mother's absence, such as her illness or another reason. The boy eventually came to terms with his circumstances. He and the other kids just thought their parents were in need of a vacation. In part, the kids were correct, but in reality, they hadn't been abandoned, at least not in David's case. As terrible as it sounds, such institutions were used in those days to essentially leave a child there. Later, David remembered a boy who was sent to the mental institution by his parents, who treated it like a summer camp while they took their own vacations, and who spent many summers at the clinic. Their son miraculously recovered from his mental illness by the time they got back from their vacation. Doctors evaluated David's intelligence right away. He was always able to express himself clearly and showed remarkable skills, remembering sports events with vividness. As a result, the medical staff quickly came to believe that David's mother, Ava, rather than her son, was mentally ill. In order to send David home, they waited for her to recover. But each time they attempted to arrange for the child to return home, his mother turned him away. The clinic staff was forced to formally recognize David's lack of mental abnormalities when he turned 13, but he had nowhere to go yet. As a result, he was moved to a children's home a few blocks from his family's residence. His realization that his relatives lived close by but didn't want to interact with him must have been extremely upsetting. But David ended up with other boys going through adolescence in a shelter. It was only natural for them to try out relationships with one another because they were unable to engage with people of the other sex. Another boy started clamoring for David's attention as soon as he arrived at the children's home. Being extremely persistent, he threatened to tell everyone about David's stay in the mental institution, effectively blackmailing him. Despite his resistance, David would later write in his diary that he gave in and kissed the young blackmailer, feeling instantly repulsed and angry at himself. David adapted to the shelter quite well aside from this incident. Even though David Most had a rough upbringing, spent time in the clinic, and lived in a shelter, his intelligence was innate and unaffected by these experiences. He maintained his focus and dazzled everyone with his extraordinary memory. Life appeared to be getting better until all of a sudden a sense of anger arose inside of him. By the time he was 15, David had attacked Eddie, another boy. While they were playing together, David began strangling Eddie for no apparent reason. When David noticed that Eddie was practically out of breath, he abruptly stopped. Eddie granted his request for forgiveness. Was this a genuine act of repentance? It's unclear because David might have tried to control himself, had nowhere else to go, and didn't want trouble. But because he wrote about it in his 87-page prison journal, we are aware of this incident. However, David's restraint was short-lived, as he soon tried to choke Daniel, another boy. David seized a rope and wrapped it around Daniel's neck while they were in a room together, just watching TV. When he realized Daniel hadn't done him any harm, he stopped once more. "Enough," I told myself. "Leave the rope," he wrote in the diary, and Daniel fell to the ground. He was analyzing his actions and persuading himself that they were wrong. It was as if I was trapped inside myself and someone else was trying to kill Daniel, and I couldn't stop. David started to believe that he had no control over his thoughts or behavior, which was undoubtedly frightening for a teenager whose life lacked a typical parental role model. David was sent back to the institution for the mentally ill after Daniel, who lived, reported the incident. By the time the teenager turned 17, life appeared to be getting better. He made the decision to go home after he and a few other guys fled the clinic. He was devastated to learn that Ava had married and that her unwanted son had no place in her house. Furthermore, she pretended that David had never existed and told everyone that he was a shame to the family. She persuaded him to enlist in the army in order to get rid of him. It's crucial to remember that it was 1971, during the height of the Vietnam War, but maybe it wasn't the worst choice for the boy, to provide him with a purpose in life, a place to live, and practical skills. He was sent to the recruiter by his mother. After being drafted into the army, David was dispatched to Frankfurt, Germany. He worked as a cook at a military installation that also housed civilians. James McLister, a 13-year-old who everyone called Jimmy, was one of them. On the base, his parents were engineers. It was at the Army bowling alley that David and Jimmy first met. David also found another talent. He was a great bowler who competed and made a respectable living doing it. After becoming friends, David and Jimmy spent time together until one night when David woke up in his bed with Jimmy, naked. He became furious. He recommended that Jimmy take a moped ride. The boy obviously viewed him as an older brother, trusted him wholeheartedly, and complied without hesitation. If only he understood David's thoughts. David tied Jimmy to a tree and beat him with a plank he found there after they drove a long way from the base to a location where a World War II bomb crater still existed. Jimmy's killer just untied the body and left it there when Jimmy stopped breathing. David went back to the base and acted as though nothing had occurred. They looked for the boy, of course, but he was only located a month later. Despite being in custody, David managed to persuade the judge that it was a tragic mishap. The boys allegedly damaged the moped, and Jimmy crashed out of it. David hid Jimmy's body because he was afraid and unsure of what to do. He was taken seriously. David was given a 3-year prison sentence because there was no proof of murder. It's interesting to note that David behaved flawlessly while incarcerated. received a diploma, wrote to his family once a week, and learned practical new skills. He was eligible to be considered for early release on parole because of his excellent behavior, but he turned down the offer. The young man was terrified of being free as he realized what he was capable of. He had ample opportunity to think about his actions while confined, and he came to the conclusion that he would undoubtedly murder someone else if he were freed. He was repulsed by such thoughts and feelings and hated himself for them. Because he had a conscience, his lawyer subsequently referred to him as one of the most remarkable serial killers. Even up until the point at which he committed another murder, he felt bad about killing people. Because of what he had done, he detested himself, but the desire to kill came back, and he gave in and killed once more. It's a really odd behavioral pattern. However, when he turned 23 in 1977, he was set free. He made friends with a teenage boy after relocating to Chicago 2 years later. Although it appeared that they were friended, David occasionally felt the urge to stab the boy while he was staying overnight. David gave in to this overwhelming desire after they had another drink, and the teenager dozed off on the couch. He nearly disemboweled him by stabbing him in the abdomen with a knife, but the teenager lived. David was found guilty of attempting to kill someone. He was found not guilty, despite lying on the witness stand. We don't know what he said to convince them. Maybe he was also a devilishly convincing person when needed. David had not been able to learn to control his desires by the time he was 27. He remembered the kiss at the orphanage when a boy came up to him, trying to figure out what was happening to him. He hypothesized that his bad behavior stemmed from this unpleasant, intimate experience. He therefore made the decision to track down and murder that boy, who was now a man. He thought he could stop his destructive impulses and desires by doing this. He therefore embarked on a quest to target this man with his anger. But he found out that the man was incarcerated when he got to the location where the boy had lived. Therefore, David wasn't the only person who got into trouble after leaving that orphanage. He was unable to control his urge to kill or vent his anger on his offender. Then he saw a 15-year-old boy named Donald Jones going by his car. He was utterly innocent and just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Under the pretense of a straightforward odd job, David persuaded the teenager to get into the car and drove him to a remote location with quarries. Like his last victim, he stabbed Donald multiple times in the abdomen. He later described in his diary how the boy repeatedly pleaded with him not to be killed, saying, "Don't kill me, I'm only 15 years old." Nevertheless, David was powerless to stop himself. Then, unable to leave the teenager alone, he led him to the section of the quarry that was flooded. The teen died. David left the town without waiting for the body to be found. He was aware that Galveston, Texas, was where his uncle resided. David was given a job in his construction company and was permitted to live with his uncle. Once more, David demonstrated that he was a great worker, but after he unintentionally damaged the company van, his uncle fired him. The situation worsened. He offered a 14-year-old boy alcohol and illegal drugs when he invited him to his hotel room, but instead he started beating him. He stopped abruptly, as though the regular David took over and realized he had committed this terrible deed. Embarrassed, he dropped the weapon and started crying. David was given a 5-year sentence and the boy lived. He once more believed that he would carry on killing if he were released from prison. He was extradited to Chicago in 1982 in connection with the murder of Donald Jones, after investigators began linking him to the Donald case. They kept him in a mental health facility for a long time because they didn't think he was competent to stand trial. But in 1994, after waiting for a trial for 10 years, David acknowledged his guilt. He received a 35-year sentence. He was the most dangerous inmate the Illinois Department of Corrections would have, according to a report written by the Cook County prosecutor. He was even called a criminal on par with John Wayne Gacy by the sheriff. However, David Moust's sentence was lowered by 12 years because he had to wait 12 years for a trial and extradition. His remaining sentence was also reduced by 2 years due to his excellent behavior while incarcerated. In a 6-page letter to the Illinois Department of Corrections, David expressed his desire to remain incarcerated and acknowledged that he was unable to control himself. Illinois had a law at the time that permitted a convicted sexual assault offender to voluntarily serve out the rest of their life in prison. When given this choice, David wrote back, "Bring the papers, I'll sign everything," but no one approached him. His attorney claims that the letter was never even read. and he was freed from detention in 1999. Following a subsequent release, David relocated to Oak Park, Illinois. A year later, he attacked his friend Anthony by striking him on the back of the head with a metal pipe, despite his hope that a new place to live would allow him to start over. It would seem reasonable to assume that the police would deal with him more severely this time, but since Anthony was a former gang member who didn't want to involve the police and wouldn't testify against David, no charges were even filed against him. After his parole expired in 2002, David made the decision to relocate once more, this time to Hammond, Indiana. He discovered a local job that frequently involved and was frequented by teenagers. Employers were already able to investigate the backgrounds of potential hires by that point. David was just permitted to work with young boys in spite of his history of abusing teenagers. He soon fell back into his old routine, going to public pools and other places where teenagers congregated. By assigning the boys what appeared to be easy tasks, he gave them chances to make money. No teen would turn down the opportunity to make some cash by performing an apparently simple task, but these tasks turned out to be sinister. This went on until the disappearance of James Rainey, 16, and Michael Dennis, 13. That summer, David had made friends with these boys at the public pool and invited them to his house. The boys disappeared on September 10, 2003, the last time they were spotted. Given Michael and James's disobedient behavior, the police initially thought they might have simply fled. Therefore, the disappearance of Nick James, 19, on May 2, 2003, garnered more attention than the disappearance of these two boys. Nick James's family had been putting pressure on the police for months, and he wasn't rebellious. Investigators looked into his background after discovering that he shared a store with David Moust. They asked him to take a polygraph test because they had no proof, and he passed. He said he hadn't seen them in a while, which was pretty much accurate, but they didn't inquire as to whether he had murdered the boys. Investigators chose to search David's home even though he passed the polygraph exam. In 2003, the canine-wielding officer, Emo, was on the hunt for bodies. In order to search David Moust's basement, the police invited the dog and its handler. The dog started barking at the basement's far wall when the officer gave Emo the order. The handler told investigators that although the dog had been trained to pretend to dig, this behavior was strange because the dog was acting against its training. However, there had to be a reason why the dog wouldn't leave that specific location, so it was necessary to break through the concrete and investigate what was behind it. They were asked to go back to the same house a week later. Nothing was discovered when officers dug a deep hole in the floor. They went around and drilled a longer hole, but they were unsuccessful, so they gave up. They requested that they bring the dog back. He went straight to the hole this time and lay down. Since the officer was unable to record this, he asked the handler to give the dog another command. The dog then went to another hole and lay down again. After bringing in a concrete specialist, police discovered that David had used a staggering 80 bags of concrete. This was obviously done to conceal something, most likely bodies. 3 bodies were discovered when the police finally removed the concrete. Along with Nick, David had buried James and Michael beneath the basement after suffocating them in his apartment. David's brother and mother, who hadn't spoken to him in a long time, suddenly showed up. In numerous interviews, Jeffrey questioned whether the events could have been avoided had the police taken notice of David sooner. He claimed that his brother had committed horrible things when he was younger, but he had no proof. In addition, his brother and mother, who had not spoken to David in a long time, appeared to be desperate for attention. Jeffrey even had aspirations of becoming a writer. Thomas Wayne, his lawyer, claimed that although David was a serial killer, he wasn't born that way. The lawyer genuinely thought that his childhood was the recipe for making a serial killer, if anyone was looking for it. He never learned how to interact with others or live in society. David entered a guilty plea to the killings in November 2005 and received 3 life sentences. David died in January 2006 at the age of 51. He confessed to 5 murders, including 3 in Hammond, in a note discovered in his cell. He expressed his disappointment in not receiving a death sentence because he believed he deserved it. He felt that he would not have committed as many crimes if he had been kept out of the public eye. He also didn't want his existence to be funded by taxpayers. He accepted responsibility for his actions and begged the families of the victims for forgiveness. He only blamed himself. not his parents or upbringing. David wrote that although he loved his family, they never loved him back. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. One of the most terrifying scenes ever filmed is before you. Actual video of a serial killer on the loose. Because its owner was already being watched by the police, fate stepped in before the murder kit could take another life. From a sunny UK resort to a charming southern Italian town, he left a bloody trail in his wake. The criminal mastermind ridiculed the investigators and misled them by leaving obvious clues close to his victim. The man's bizarre fetish ultimately brought about his terrible demise, but it also motivated him to carry out unspeakably cruel deeds. Far from their busy hometown of Potenza, Italy, the Claps family was getting ready for a relaxing Sunday retreat at a small cottage in Tito on September 12, 1993. Luciano, their 20-year-old son, was with their parents, Antonio and Filomena. Gildo Claps, 24, their oldest son, and Elisa Claps, 16, their youngest daughter, were expected to arrive soon. Together with Elisa's friend Eliana D'Alessio, they were scheduled to arrive in the afternoon. Eliana and Elisa had decided to go to the town center church for a service. The girls then intended to head back to Elisa's house before having lunch at the cottage with the rest of the family. Gildo started to worry when the girls hadn't returned after an hour. His sister would call home if she was going to be late, and she was always on time. Eliana was the one who rang the doorbell. Eliana assumed her friend had already gone home after they parted ways at the church. The fact that Elisa was still missing shocked Eliana. Gildo wandered around the town center, worried, trying to find his sister. Elisa was not in the crowd of people that gathered around the church. The rest of the family returned to Potenza to inquire about the situation after Gildo and Elisa failed to show up by 2 p.m., and they were shocked to learn that the girl had disappeared. Gildo asked Eliana to describe his sister's precise morning movements. Eliana then admitted that she hadn't been entirely truthful. Elisa used the service as a pretext to meet with her friend, 21-year-old Danilo Restivo, a dental technician student, even though they didn't attend. Despite coming from a well-respected family, his father was the director of the local National Library branch. The young man was unpopular and frequently the object of jeering, particularly from girls. Being a good-hearted and sympathetic person, Elisa felt sorry for him, but she made it plain to him that they could not be together. However, he insisted on giving her a gift to celebrate her passing her exams, so she consented to meet him that day. Danilo and Elisa made plans to meet at the church as the service was coming to an end at 11:30 a.m. Eliana unintentionally ran into Angelica, another friend, while she was waiting outside. The girls thought they might have missed Elisa in the crowd, but they didn't see her leave the church. Gildo called Danilo's house and demanded an explanation because he was the last person to see his sister. According to Danilo, they sat at the altar and talked for 15 minutes during their meeting. Restivo stayed behind to pray after Elisa left the church, and that was the last time he saw her. After a few hours, Elisa didn't come home, so her brother Luciano went to see Restivo in person. Danilo's responses showed signs of nervousness and evasiveness. Luciano inquired as to what had happened after noticing a big bandage on his left hand. Restivo described how he cut his hand after tripping at a construction site. "I don't know where the girl is," he repeated. After Elisa's family called the police to report her missing, they asked that Restivo be questioned. However, their request was denied, and they were told to return home and wait for the girl to come back on her own. Gildo went back to the church because he had run out of options, but the door was locked. He made arrangements to enter and conducted another search of the building. He saw another locked door behind the altar, leading to the church's upper floor. When Gildo requested that door be opened as well, he was told that the priest, Father Domenico Sabbia, who had gone to a spa resort for a few days, was the only one with a key. When the police eventually spoke with Danilo 2 days later, after the girl had not returned, he stated that Elisa was unhappy at home and wanted to flee to Naples, but he attempted to talk her out of this plan. According to his version, he remained in the church while she left after their brief conversation. He said he asked her for advice about Paula, another girl he wanted to date, but he didn't mention the gift for Elisa. He returned home after the talk via a construction site, where where he had been with Paola just days before, where he had cut his hand after falling from an unfinished escalator. Investigators questioned whether Danilo was telling the truth. First of all, his statements were surprisingly accurate. Second, Elisa's desire to flee her devoted family was not supported by any evidence. Lastly, it was unclear how he fell head first from the escalator that was still under construction, only cutting his hand and avoiding breaking his glasses. When the police came to the Restivos' house, they asked to see the clothes their son was wearing that day. But without a warrant, Danilo's father wouldn't cooperate. Persuaded that Restivo was concealing something, the police checked his name in the database before leaving empty-handed. When he attacked other boys while playing with them at the age of 14, it turned out that he had already run afoul of the law. And it wasn't just that. 3 female students who lived close to his home accused him of stalking a few months ago. By calling girls at home and describing their attire, or playing them spooky music from the horror film Profondo Rosso, he obviously enjoyed making them feel afraid. Additionally, investigators learned that Danielo had a very peculiar habit. He enjoyed chopping off random people's hair while they were on public transit. Despite hearing about these incidents, the police were unable to establish Restivo. Meanwhile, word of Elisa Clapp's disappearance spread swiftly across the nation, and pranksters kept calling the family to say they had the girl and she was okay. While some of the messages claimed to have seen the girl in a white Fiat Uno, the police ignored the majority of these calls. The problem is that on that particular day, Elisa's friend Angelica disclosed that Ercilio Gegari, a 20-year-old admirer of hers, was out and about in the city center. Ercilio and his family had just arrived from Albania. Ercilio denied attending the church when he was asked to testify, and he gave the police the names of friends who could verify his alibi. But not only did his friends not believe his account, they also claimed that he was in the city center on the day the girl vanished. Additionally, one witness named Ercilio as the driver of a white Fiat Uno, which is the same model of vehicle that multiple witnesses reported seeing Elisa in on the day of her disappearance. When the police discovered Elisa's diary, which was missing several pages, suspicions of Ercilio's involvement increased. After reconstructing pieces of those pages, forensic specialists found that some words were written in Albanian. Ercilio was questioned again, and each time his account was altered. He once asserted that Danilo Restivo gave him instructions to deny knowing one another. Ercilio was eventually accused of providing false testimony. The police received an anonymous call in December. According to the female caller, she saw Elisa in Rome. Elisa had reportedly been assaulted and coerced into a white Fiat Uno. "Please help her and help me," the voice said toward the end of the call. The recorded call was analyzed and the results were shocking. Eliana was the caller. Because she was known to alter her version of events, investigators had long been suspicious of her statements. She was accused of providing false testimony, just like Ercilio. Detectives eventually concluded that Elisa was dead and that Danilo was to blame for her disappearance, even though they could not totally rule out the possibility that the girl had fled from home. He might have forced other people she knew to tell lies to the police, but they had nothing to accuse him or any other suspect of, other than false testimony in the absence of a body. However, the Claps family believed that powerful individuals, such as Danilo's father's friends and the priest of the church where she vanished, were defending the reputation of their daughter's murderer, even though all other churches were happy to have a box placed in the building where anyone could anonymously leave a note with information about Elisa. Father Domenico Sabia, in particular, forbade anyone from entering the church's attic. He even made an effort to deny ever knowing Danilo, but this was swiftly refuted when a picture of the two of them together on Danilo's 18th birthday appeared. Danilo Restivo was eventually taken into custody for providing false testimony after all the information was gathered. He received a 20-month prison sentence after being found guilty. Gildo was astounded by the legal system after the trial, questioning how someone could be found guilty of providing false testimony and still not be forced to tell the whole truth. However, Danilo was released after serving half of his sentence. There was nothing else the police could accuse him of. Because Eliana and Ursi allegedly gave false testimony out of fear for their own lives, rather than to muddle the investigation, the judge did not find them guilty of perjury. Numerous rumors surfaced on the second anniversary of Elisa's disappearance in Potenza, including claims that she was being sold by human traffickers, was in the hands of the Sicilian mafia, or had a covert relationship with a priest. People who demanded money in exchange for information about the girl harassed the family on a regular basis. Elisa's family actively promoted public interest in the case in spite of the challenges. They developed a website to offer updates on the investigation as the internet started to gain popularity. An email purportedly written by Elisa appeared on the website on April 23, 1999. She said she was living in Brazil after leaving Potenza. The girl explained that she was unhappy and had to leave forever, but she also begged for forgiveness for hurting her family. "This will be my first and last letter to the family," she added. Filomena fervently hoped her daughter was still alive and well. Her sons weren't persuaded, though. They engaged a private investigator to track down the email's IP address because they knew their sister had left the house without cash or a passport, only to find out it was sent from a Potenza internet cafe rather than Brazil. Danilo Restivo was in the cafe when the email was sent, according to a list of all the patrons that day that the cafe staff had provided. Believing that Danilo had come up with this scheme to persuade them to stop looking for the girl, Elisa's family called the police right away and insisted on questioning him. They were informed, nevertheless, that there was nothing further they could do and that the investigation's active phase was over. 2,000 kilometers north of Potenza is the resort town of Bournemouth, which is situated on Britain's southern coast. For the Barnett family in Bournemouth, Tuesday morning, November 12, 2002, began as any other Tuesday morning. After dropping her children, Caitlin, age 11, and Terry, age 14, off at school, Heather Barnett, 48, came home after 8:30 a.m. As usual, Heather was eager to start working and have her morning tea. She made custom pillowcases, curtains, and other items from home. That day was no different from the many orders she always had. Terry and Caitlin came home from school a few hours later. Their mother was undoubtedly at home because her car was parked in the driveway and the radio was on, so the kids were a little uncomfortable with the unlocked front door. Their mother didn't answer. Caitlin called for her brother after looking in every room but the bathroom. She didn't want to enter for some reason. The kids knocked and got no answer, so they pushed the door, which slowly opened to reveal a horrifying scene. Evidently the victim of a very heinous crime, their mother lay on the floor. After phoning 911, Terry escorted his yelling sister outside to await the arrival of the police and ambulance. The neighbor across the street saw the two agitated kids while they were parking their car. Assuring the kids that they would be safe in their house, they took them inside. When the police arrived, they found no evidence of forced entry and that nothing had been stolen. Shortly after the woman dropped her kids off at school, the actual crime took place. Luminol testing showed that the woman's size 9 shoe prints led from the restroom to her workshop before abruptly vanishing in the center of the space. Before leaving the house, the murderer had obviously changed out of their filthy shoes and put on clean ones they had brought. The fibers found on the woman's body suggested that the offender had gloves on. Every piece of evidence suggested that the crime was well planned. The murderer arrived armed with gloves, a knife, a hammer, and a change of clothes and shoes. One piece of evidence, though, was left behind. A green hand towel that had been stained with Heather's blood was resting on the workshop chair. Only the murderer could have put the towel there, given its location and the fact that it did not belong to the family. Before putting on new clothes, they used it to clean their hands and face of the blood. The hair that was discovered in the woman's hands, however, was the most intriguing piece of evidence. At first, the police thought she had successfully removed a hair from the offender, but forensic examination showed something different. The hair in one hand belonged to Heather, but the hair in the other belonged to another woman, and it had been neatly cut with a sharp tool. Speaking with Caitlin and Terry, the detective discovered that their extra house keys had vanished a week prior to the murder. Although they changed the locks, they had suspicions because their neighbor had just come to get curtains for his girlfriend. The children were consoled by the same neighbor, an Italian man they called Danny. After moving to Britain in May 2002, Danilo Restivo, known to his neighbors as Danny, married Fiona Mozingo, an Italian woman he met online. Their residence was right across the street from Heather Barnett's. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they spoke with Danilo right away, and he quickly told them that he had an alibi for the whole morning. He said he went to classes at a computer center after taking a bus. His statements were fully supported by the police when they looked through his bus ticket and the center's registration log. However, Danilo grudgingly led the detective to the bathroom, where his sneakers were soaking in a bucket of bleach when an officer came to his house 5 days later to take DNA samples and asked to see the shoes he had on the day of the crime. "I'm cleaning them," he explained. The detective became suspicious of this and seized the shoes. The sneakers did not, however, match the footprints that were discovered in Heather's home. The police had cause to suspect Danilo Restivo, despite the absence of concrete proof, because of his dubious actions when it came to cleaning his sneakers. When they chose to search a database for his name, they discovered something startling. Restivo's name had previously been connected to a criminal investigation. He might have been connected to the disappearance of Elisa Claps, a young Italian girl more than 10 years ago. His alibi for that case was also re-examined by investigators, who discovered that it was not as credible as first believed. He registered at a time that was rather awkwardly changed from 10:28 to 9:28 in the computer center's logbook. Nothing would have stopped him from getting off at the next stop and going back to Heather's house, even though he had a bus ticket with the allotted travel time. Additionally, at 9:24, a man who looked like him was seen on security footage crossing the street close to Heather's residence. Unfortunately, the man could not be precisely identified due to the poor quality of the video. However, Danilo was the main suspect in a case for the second time in his life, but this time, all of the evidence against him was circumstantial. When the detectives called the Potenza police, they learned of Danilo's uncommon fetish of chopping off the hair of unidentified girls. The investigators' conviction that he was involved in the crime was only reinforced by this information. When the police started monitoring Danilo Restivo in April 2004, they soon discovered another questionable behavior. Restivo enjoyed going to a secluded park in Throop, which is close to Bournemouth. There he would hide behind bushes and watch girls walking their dogs or jogging. Wearing 2 sets of clothes, waterproof pants, gloves, sunglasses, and a hooded sweatshirt that covered his face, he was in the park on May 12 despite the nearly summery weather. The police were worried that they wouldn't be able to stop another murder because of his suspicious behavior. A number of uniformed officers approached the suspect while posing as investigators of car thefts in the park and requested to examine his possessions in order to conceal the surveillance. Police discovered what they dubbed Restivo's murder kit, which included a big knife, ski mask, gloves, scissors, wet wipes, and trash bags. Remaining composed, Restivo said he had located the knife in the grass and had taken it to protect the kids. He claimed to be gathering insects for his pet lizard when asked what he was doing in the park. He was hiding in the park bushes, and even the police had to concede that it was a reasonable explanation. Once more, the detectives had nothing tangible to present to Danilo. The decision was made to switch strategies and ask for public support. The goal of the investigation was to identify the owner of the hair strands that were discovered in Heather's hand. They contacted the media in Italy and Britain, and since 2002, when Restivo relocated to Bournemouth, they have received a lot of calls from girls who have had their hair cut in incidents involving public transit in Britain. None of the DNA samples that the girls gave matched the hair that was discovered at the scene of the crime. The investigation stalled for a while until the hair strand was re-examined in 2007 using a new technique that could identify the hair's previous residence. It was discovered that the hair belonged to a girl who lived in the UK, but had traveled to Tampa, Florida, a few weeks after visiting Valencia, Spain, 2 months prior to having her hair cut. Motivated by such specific information, the police made another unsuccessful attempt to contact the public. The police worry that the girl might have been a victim of the killer's prior crime, but it's also possible that she was just not paying attention to the news. In spite of this early setback, science ultimately contributed to the case. Since technology had greatly improved by 2009, forensic specialists re-examined the green towel from Heather's home in the hopes of finding something new. This time, the specialists were able to distinguish Heather's blood from someone else's perspiration and skin fragments. An expert said that there was only a 1 in 5,7,000 chance that it was someone else's DNA, even though it couldn't be said with absolute certainty that it was Danilo Restivo's. Blood traces were discovered on the insoles of Restivo's sneakers when they were inspected that year using more advanced methods. This meant that when Restivo put on the shoes, his socks had blood on them. It supported the detectives' hypothesis that the offender had brought an extra pair of shoes. Unfortunately, DNA analysis was completely impossible due to the bleach used, thus preventing Danilo and Heather's deaths from being directly linked. Restivo changed his clothes, put on gloves, and used bleach to get rid of bloodstains because he was aware of the evidence he might leave behind. Knowing what might link him to the crime scene, he made every effort to prevent it. He had a plan, was ready, and followed it. Thankfully, Restivo would eventually be charged with Heather's murder, but not before a terrible discovery was made in Italy. Something unexpected occurred in Potenza on March 17, 2010. The local church where Elisa had vanished years before was being repaired by workers. The attic door was no longer locked, and the priest had died 2 years earlier. 2 workers went upstairs, one using a flashlight to light his path while looking for roof damage. At that moment, he caught sight of something concealed behind construction debris in the room's corner. He was horrified to discover that he was staring at a mummified corpse. The girl's watch, glasses, and shoes were discovered on her body and were used to identify her. 17 years after going missing, Elisa Claps was found in the same church. She had died on the day of her disappearance, and her body had been dragged away and hidden, as the forensic examiner later concluded. Her body was found to have evidence of violence. However, several hair strands discovered in her hands, and a few more close to the body, were the most damning pieces of evidence. Professor Vincenzo Pascali in Rome was tasked with analyzing a sample of foreign DNA discovered on the girl's body. But, to put it mildly, he carried out the investigation rather sloppily and had ties to the church where the crime was committed. He said that the DNA did not match Danilo Restivo, but when the investigator decided to confirm this and sent the sample to another lab, it did match Restivo's DNA. The professor was placed on 18 months of work suspension, and on May 19, 2010, Restivo was arrested. The jury found Danilo guilty of Heather's murder on June 30, 2011. Following 5 hours of deliberation, he received a life sentence without the chance of release. But after he prevailed in an appeal on November 21, 2012, the court modified the punishment for Heather's murder and gave him a minimum of 40 years in prison. Restivo was found guilty of Elisa Claps' murder and given a 30-year prison sentence in absentia on November 11, 2011. Investigators believe it is crucial to look into Danilo Restivo's relationship to other unsolved crimes in both Italy and Britain because of his obvious propensity for murder. It is thought that he was most likely involved in the death of a 27-year-old North Korean student studying English in Bournemouth. 2 months prior to Heather's murder, on July 12, 2002, the girl, who went by the name Jung-uk Shin, Loki, was making her way home on foot following an evening spent with friends. She was fatally injured by an unidentified attacker just 3 blocks from Restivo's residence. By yelling at him, Loki was able to repel him, and he even told the medical staff that the assailant was wearing a ski mask. After 3 tries, another man was found guilty of this crime, but his conviction was based only on the testimony of a female informant who had previously made false statements and frequently found herself intoxicated. There were many inconsistencies in her story, and she failed to mention the killer's ski mask. The 2 girls' physical similarities lend credence to the idea that Restivo was involved. Furthermore, the fact that the murder took place on the 12th of the month, as did the killings of Elisa and Heather, as well as the fact that Restivo visited the park where his murder kit was discovered, indicates the importance of this date to him. The length of the knife found in the park with Danilo is the same as the wound on Loki's body. Furthermore, different hair strands were discovered on the sidewalk close to Loki, but it was challenging to pinpoint their exact origin because of the nearby hair salon. From a legal standpoint, Loki's case is over. 2 murders have been formally charged against Danilo Restivo. Investigators are certain that there might be additional victims, though. Elisa's body was meticulously concealed, but Heather's was cruelly displayed for her own kids to see. Experts say that this shows that the criminal changed and that he was unable to stop on his own. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Brianna Warlin, a young woman, was awakened abruptly by an unexpected phone call at 1:40 45 on December 18, 2013. In the morning, she picked up the phone and found her best friend Heather on the other end, sobbing. Heather shared a recent conversation she had with her ex-lover, Sydney. Sydney had called her, revealing that he had split from his wife, expressing regret for their own breakup, and urging Heather to start over. Brianna inquired as to why Heather had answered his phone call. The number turned out to be unknown, prompting Heather to pick it up. After listening and briefly calming her friend, Brianna insisted that Heather had only recently recovered from the difficulties of their breakup and should not get involved with Sydney again. She persuaded Heather to return to sleep and rest, and they exchanged goodbyes. The picturesque Horry County in South Carolina is frequently regarded as an ideal place to live. This region is well known for its beautiful beaches, with Myrtle Beach being particularly beautiful and popular. Aside from the beaches, there are dense forests, vast rivers, and numerous friendly towns to explore. On December 19, Horry County Police discovered an abandoned car, a green Dodge Intrepid, parked in a remote area along the Waccamaw River. Peachtree Landing was approximately 8 miles from Myrtle Beach. This location served as a dock for small boats and was at the end of a long, little-known road that was rarely traveled by cars. The police checked the car's registration in their system and discovered that it was registered to Terry Elvis. Officers were dispatched to his home. They knocked on his door and told him about the found car. Terry was at home, watching TV on his living room sofa. It turned out that the car belonged to his daughter Heather. Terry attempted to contact Heather by phone, but she was unavailable. He agreed to accompany the police to the Peachtree Landing for further investigation. Terry was surprised to see his daughter's car in such a strange, secluded location, but he was not initially concerned about her safety. He assumed the car had been stolen because it was strange that it was there without its owner. After receiving a spare key from Terry, the police opened and thoroughly inspected the vehicle. They discovered no personal items in the cabin, including Heather's purse, keys, or cell phone. Terry's concern grew, so he attempted to contact Heather again. "I'm still not getting a response." He called the restaurant where she works. Heather had not shown up for work, according to the manager, and she was not scheduled until the following day. Terry informed the police of his concerns, stating that such behavior was completely out of character for his daughter and that something had gone wrong. At the time, the car and the riverbank where it was discovered were not considered crime scenes because there was no evidence of a struggle, broken glass, or blood. Nonetheless, authorities decided to conduct a missing persons investigation. Police and volunteers searched the land while divers investigated the riverbed. During the search, human remains were discovered in the forest. However, they were identified as belonging to an unknown man, not the missing woman. Investigators searching for leads investigated the missing woman's background. Heather, 20, was the daughter of Terry and Debbie Elvis, who lived in the county. She shared a close bond with her parents and younger sister. Heather's father mentioned that their family has always been close and supportive of one another. Heather was independent, but she remained close to her father, communicating with him every day by phone in 2011. Heather told her family that after graduating from St. James High School, she wanted to live with her best friend, Brianna Warren. Her parents were fully supportive of this decision. At 20, Heather worked as a waitress at the Tilted Kilt, a Scottish-themed restaurant in Myrtle Beach, and wanted to be a cosmetologist. Heather's younger sister Morgan revealed that her interests included makeup and working in front of the camera, and she was known for her creativity and ambition. Heather was also well known in her town for her kindness, carefree attitude, and positive outlook. Her friend Brianna observed that when people remember and talk about her, they smile because she always had a positive attitude. Heather was described by another friend as sociable, free-spirited, and enthusiastic about life. She was always determined to live life to the fullest. Heather had spent the previous year in Myrtle Beach with her best friend Brianna. She was doing well in her studies, and everything seemed perfect. However, everything changed when Heather had a chance encounter at the Tilted Kilt, which set her on the path to tragedy. Heather was working the day shift at a busy restaurant one warm June afternoon, while chatting with customers, taking orders, and transporting trays to the kitchen. She ran into Sidney Moore, a 37-year-old father of 3 and handyman. Sidney owned a small kitchen appliance repair business in Myrtle Beach and had received an order from the restaurant that day. They struck up a conversation, and Heather was instantly drawn to the man. Their interactions increased after that day. They discovered that they had many of the same interests and hobbies. Heather even hinted at her feelings on Twitter, saying she was drawn to older men. By the end of July, Heather had begun sending intimate messages to Sydney, who was renovating her restaurant. She also told her friends and co-workers about Sydney, revealing that he was the same person she'd mentioned on Twitter. Sydney liked Heather's attention and began visiting the restaurant on a regular basis. They frequently entertained in the kitchen while Sydney worked on appliance repair. By July, their relationship had most likely progressed from innocent flirting to something more serious, as evidenced by Heather's 2 tweets sent within a minute of each other. In one tweet, she mentioned that she had done something, while in the other, she stated that she was too deep to stop. Heather's co-workers were aware of her feelings for 37-year-old Sydney, and they began gossiping about their relationship. One co-worker later admitted that everyone was aware of their relationship and disapproved because Sydney was married. Furthermore, they frequently addressed Heather by different names, and once decided to play a joke on her. 2 colleagues called the restaurant and pretended to be Tammy Sydney's wife. In August, the rumors were finally confirmed. Sydney began to appear more frequently at the restaurant. She was constantly bringing Heather coffee and sweets, sitting in the dining area, and waiting for her at the back door after her shift so they could leave together. The couple frequently discussed their relationship with friends, and Sydney even told acquaintances about his plans to hire Heather as a full-time nanny when he and his wife relocated to Florida. Heather also told her friends about Sydney's plans, and they all thought it was strange. The lovers were constantly on the phone and frequently drove to remote and secluded locations in their cars for intimate calls. Heather knew this was a toxic relationship. Sydney repeatedly told her that he was tired, dissatisfied with his wife, and wanted to leave. However, it appears that these were empty promises. Heather's friends warned her that Sydney was only using her. By mid-September, Heather appeared to be aware of her situation. On September 21, she tweeted that an angel and a demon fell in love, but it did not end well. Perhaps that was the day she attempted to end her strange relationship with Sydney. The turning point came when Tammy Sydney, 34, discovered her husband's secret affair after 34 years of marriage. She called Heather and started humiliating her on the phone. Heather's roommate, Brianna, witnessed the conversation and later told investigators that Heather had tolerated the insults for a long time. Tammy once claimed that Sydney was only using Heather for his fantasies, and she even had Sydney tell her this over the phone. Sydney echoed his wife's words, telling Heather that she is unimportant to him and an easy target. Naturally, this upset the girl. Sydney and Tammy made her feel terrible and almost completely destroyed her identity. Prosecutor Chris Helms later determined that Tammy held a commanding position in the Marir household, dictating where and when Sydney should work and controlling all of his activities. Helms also stated that Tammy was enraged by the betrayal and could not forgive Sydney and Heather, so she decided to ruin the young woman's life. After the truth was revealed, Tammy began handcuffing Sydney and tying him to the bed at night, preventing him from leaving while she slept. She also changed the password on his phone and forced him to get a tattoo of her name on his stomach. Sydney agreed to everything in the hopes of preserving his marriage and family. Brianna Tammy claims that her attacks went beyond phone calls and turned into systematic acts of hatred. Tammy began making repeated phone calls to Heather's workplace, demanding that she be fired. She continued to call Heather from Sydney's phone and send pictures and videos of the two of them together, including intimate moments. Heather wrote Sydney a letter begging him to stop Tammy's harassment, which was causing problems at her job. She was saddened and upset by how the man she loved treated her. Heather tried everything she could to get her life back on track, including starting to attend church with her best friend in early November. Tammy sent Heather new threatening messages, demanding that she provide her address. Tammy warned Heather that if she did not comply, she would find her and impose severe consequences. Tammy also stated that she had been monitoring Sydney since January 2012 and that Heather could no longer influence him. Heather was completely exhausted, both physically and emotionally, and couldn't understand why Tammy wouldn't let her go, especially since her relationship with Sydney had ended and she wanted to forget everything. Heather told her friend that Tammy appeared to be obsessed with her. Things finally settled down by the end of November. More than 2 weeks after Tammy's threatening messages arrived, Sydney and Tammy left for a 3-day trip to California with their 3 children in their new Ford Phone 150 SUV. With more family out of town, Heather was finally able to relax and enjoy the moment, free of Tammy's threats. Heather also experienced a happy event in her life when she was able to land her dream job as a makeup artist at a beauty salon. She was supposed to start work before Christmas. Heather was overjoyed and eagerly shared the news with her friends and family. However, fears began to emerge in her life, which could only worsen her problems with Tammy. Heather and her co-workers at Tilted Kilt noticed in early November that she had gained weight unexpectedly and quickly. Heather became concerned that she might be pregnant with Sydney's baby. Angered and terrified, she decided to take a pregnancy test at the restaurant. Heather's manager, Jessica Cook, later told police that she was desperate about the situation and feared Tammy would do something terrible to her. However, the test turned out to be incorrect. Heather had no idea if she was pregnant with Sydney's child at the time. Heather's best friend also stated that when Heather took a pregnancy test at work in early November, she had not been intimate with anyone other than Sydney. Despite her concerns about a possible pregnancy in the winter of 2013, Heather remained optimistic. She decided it was time to move forward and make a new start. She hoped for a new, happier, and healthier relationship and agreed to go on a first date with Steve Gerald, a man she had met briefly but was genuinely interested in. Heather and Steve met on December 17 at around 10 p.m. and decided to drive around Myrtle Beach to see the Christmas lights. They eventually stopped at a nearby parking lot, where Steve taught Heather how to drive his manual transmission car. Excited, Heather sent her father a picture of herself behind the wheel of the car with the caption, "I just learned to drive like a true professional." Steve later stated that they had scheduled a second date and he dropped her off at her Carolina Forest apartment. Detectives struggled to find specific clues or leads around 1:15 a.m., so they decided to create a timeline of events preceding Heather's disappearance on December 17 and 18. The prime suspect was Steve Gerald, with whom Heather had spent the evening before her disappearance. However, after questioning, no evidence of his involvement was discovered and suspicions were dismissed. Heather's family and friends were surprised to learn that, while they were working hard to find the girl, they were also reaching out to the general public and offering a reward for information about her whereabouts. Tammy Moore, at the same time, became active on social media and continued to insult Heather. On December 20, Brianna and her restaurant colleagues told police about Sydney and Heather's affair, causing outrage and drawing the attention of investigators leading the investigation. Detectives summoned Sydney for questioning. Sydney was evasive and reserved throughout the interrogation, claiming that he was not near the Peachtree Landing on the night of December 17-18. He also claimed that he had no contact with Heather and was traveling with his wife Tammy at the time. Detectives suspected he was lying but needed proof. That's when investigators looked into Heather's call history and phone records, and they discovered the first clues. By reconstructing Heather's movements on the day she vanished, they attempted to establish Sydney's connection to these events. According to Brianna, Heather received a call from an unknown number on December 18 for only 5 minutes. Heather then repeatedly attempted to call the number back. Starting at 1:35 a.m., she dialed the number 9 times, indicating her desire to speak with someone she knew. The police were able to determine the exact location where the call was made. There was a payphone near a gas station in Myrtle Beach. Surveillance footage revealed that an unknown male was entering the phone booth at the time Heather received the call. All of this evidence was presented to Sydney, who initially denied making the call before admitting that he called Heather to request that she leave him alone. Tammy Moore was also called in for questioning, where she discussed her marriage and the situation but denied any involvement in Heather's disappearance. She also stated that Heather led an inappropriate lifestyle and that her behavior was abnormal. Tammy contended that the issue was not only Heather's infidelity, but also her overall behavior. Based on their suspicions, detectives decided to check all of the neighborhood's security cameras, which quickly yielded evidence. Shortly before Heather's call, Sydney was caught on video purchasing a pregnancy test at a local supermarket. When asked if the test was for him, the man responded that it was for his wife. Even more compelling evidence was discovered later. Footage from cameras installed along a remote stretch of road leading to the Peachtree Landing. These tapes featured a Ford Phone 150. It's very similar to Sydney's vehicle approaching the location where Heather's car was discovered at 3:36 a.m. After about 10 minutes, they leave the area. Experts later confirmed that the SUV seen on video belonged to Sidney. He was the last person Heather spoke with, and investigators believe he was the last person to see her at the Peachtree Landing. Using Heather's phone records, investigators were able to create a timeline of her recent movements. At 2:30 a.m., Heather's phone called the payphone number Sidney was using, but there was no answer. She then went to Longbeard's Bar and Grill in Carolina Forest, which is not far from her apartment. She stayed there for about 15 minutes before heading towards Augusta Plantation Drive. She then returned to her Longbeard and remained there for an additional 15 minutes. Heather tried calling Sidney again but received no answer, so she went to her apartment and stayed for 5 minutes. Sidney's phone received another call at 3:25 am, which he answered, and they spoke for 4 minutes until 3:37 am. Heather's phone was at Peachtree Landing, and she attempted 3 times to call Sidney, all of which went unanswered. The last call to Sidney was made at 3:41, and by 3:42 the phone had been disconnected. Security footage of Sidney's vehicle served as incriminating evidence. However, additional compromising evidence was discovered during a search of the Moores' home after investigators obtained a warrant. Suspiciously, the Moores removed their home video surveillance system on December 20 and replaced it the next day. Although investigators were unable to obtain footage from the previous system, they did seize recordings from the new one. The video shows Sidney and Tammy thoroughly cleaning the interior of their car and then burning the rags they used to clean it all on the day the new surveillance system was installed. In 2014, months after Heather Elvis's disappearance, police made a breakthrough in the case. On February 21 that year, Sidney and Tammy Moore were arrested on charges of kidnapping Heather. They were later charged with murder, despite the fact that Heather's body had never been found. However, while in jail, the Moores refused to testify. The police continued their search for Heather's body because they lacked sufficient evidence to prosecute the felony charges. Ultimately, the murder charges were dropped. However, the kidnapping charge remained. Debbie, Heather's mother, was disappointed that the charges had been dropped but relieved that she would not have to attend the trial and learn the details of what may have happened to her daughter. Heather's family hoped that it would motivate potential witnesses to testify. Finally, Sidney Moore's 5 months in custody aren't the end of it. In 2017, he was convicted of obstructing justice and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Following this, Sidney and Tammy were scheduled to stand trial for Heather Elvis's kidnapping. The case sparked intense public interest and received extensive media coverage. In 2019, 6 years after Heather disappeared, several lengthy court hearings were held, during which numerous witness testimonies, evidence, and proof of the couple's involvement in the crime were presented. After 2 hours of deliberation, the jury reached its decision, and justice was served. Sidney and Tammy Moore were convicted of kidnapping Heather Elvis. The Moores were sentenced to 30 years in prison, each for their crimes and the associated conspiracy. The husband and wife will serve their terms concurrently. Following the verdict, Sidney requested to speak in court. Despite the conviction, he remained adamant about his innocence. He addressed Heather's parents with understanding and sympathy, saying that their daughter was a wonderful girl and that, as a father, he regretted the tragedy that had befallen her. He admitted that he could not undo what had happened between him and Heather. But nothing could change now. Heather's parents gave an interview following the trial, which was extremely difficult for them. They expressed hope that this was not the end, and that Sidney and Tammy would eventually reveal the truth about the crime. They described their daughter as a bright and sincere young lady who suffered at the hands of deceitful and cruel men. Heather's loved ones organized a campaign on her birthday in the public park where her car was discovered. Residents in the area brought flowers and donations to the memorial site. The funds raised were donated to a center for missing persons as a tribute to Heather and to assist her family in their search for their daughter and discovering the truth. Heather Elvis' body has yet to be found. Every year on her birthday, her family posts missing person announcements in the hopes of attracting attention and keeping her and other missing people's memories alive. Debbie, Heather's mother, stated that she could not find peace until she knew what had happened to her daughter. She remains hopeful that her persistence will help uncover the truth and that someone will eventually tell them what happened to Heather. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On February 27, 2017, The 1-year-old Valerie Arrow was found dead in her home. The scene that unfolded before the eyes of the police was shocking in its cruelty. Valerie lay on the bed wearing a bathrobe, her wrists bound with a shoelace, and a scarf in her mouth as a gag. It was soaked in blood that had flowed from her throat. The room's floor was covered with the torn underwear of the girl, ripped in half. One obvious injury on her body was a strangulation mark on her neck. The police had even more to ponder after the autopsy. The toxicological analysis revealed that Valerie had been under the influence of multiple substances, and 2 scarves were discovered deep in her throat. They were so numerous that they might have killed her on their own. In addition, Valerie's backpack was discovered in the trash a few days prior by a building worker where the girl resided. Her papers, an ashtray, cigarette butts, a glass, shoes, apartment keys, and a blood-stained bedside lamp were all found inside. After compiling this data, the investigators came to the conclusion that the girl had committed suicide on her own volition. The matter was resolved. Naturally, Valerie's family was not pleased with this conclusion and made vain attempts to convince the police to look into the case as a murder. A girl named Law Martin's wallet and documents were discovered by hikers on the Fenway Trail 11 months later. The same day, they found the dead body of a 19-year-old girl in Bon Roper's Roquette in a canal about 20 kilometers away. She had taken off her socks and was completely nude. Law, who had been absent for 2 days, was there. According to the autopsy, the girl was strangled to death, but before she passed away, she had been sexually assaulted both vaginally and anally, using what appeared to be a baseball bat. The forensic specialist also discovered a torn spleen, which suggests a very powerful abdominal blow, like a kick. Despite starting an investigation, the police were unable to find any solid leads. Furthermore, nobody ever thought to link the 2 cases together, of course. After 7 years, the morning of February 11, 1997, arrived. In Toulouse, firefighters broke into a 4th-floor apartment in a multi-story building at 9 in the morning. They found a 29-year-old woman named Martin Matten's charred and lifeless body inside. Martin was on the bed, face down. There was a magazine from an automatic pistol on the floor and a ripped and blood-stained bra in the bathroom. Blood was all over the carpet and the bathtub, and a light bulb that had been unscrewed was lying on the floor. The firefighters came to the conclusion that there were 2 fires, 2 obvious attempts at intentional arson in the living room by the armchair and in the bedroom. After weighing all of the available evidence, the investigating police inspector came to the conclusion that Martin's death was caused by a choice she made. Emily Espies, then 21 years old, went into a Toulouse bar 10 days later, on February 26, 1997. She wanted to grab a drink with her friends in the afternoon. She met Patrice, a nice and attractive man in the bar. Because he gave Emily and her friends illegal drugs, he had his own method of luring girls. The rest of the day and the next morning were spent with Patrice and Emily. The young man asked Emily to accompany him to a concert that he was planning to attend that evening. He invited her and she accepted. They did, however, meet up with Patrice's friend Eve, whom he had been living with for a while prior to the concert. The young people in the group shared a meal and some beverages. After that, Patrice and Emily headed to the concert in Patrice's car, arriving at around 1:30 a.m. While Patrice spent more time drinking beer at the bar, Emily danced a lot. Emily asked her new acquaintance to drive her home at around 2 in the morning because she was exhausted from not sleeping for 2 days. The tired girl fell asleep right away, before she had even had a chance to sit in the car. She was lying on the back seat of the car when she woke up, even though it felt like only a moment had gone by. Emily opened her eyes and was shocked to see that she was being choked by Patrice, a buffer with protruding eyes. He was no longer the nice guy she'd spent the entire day with. How someone could spend a whole day with such a nice guy and then, in just 1 minute, transform into a monster who was now strangling her was beyond Emily's comprehension. Emily made an effort to resist. She tried to rip Patrice's hair, screamed and scratched him. Emily passed out after he repeatedly hit her face and told her to stop talking. She woke up without her underwear a few minutes later. She must have been violated by his attempt. Given the likelihood of her death, Emily made the decision to either pretend to be dead or speak to him. In an attempt to defuse the situation and maintain her composure, she decided to speak with Patrice. She reiterated that she understood everything, that excessive drinking causes such things, that everything was okay, and that she would keep it a secret. Patrice asked her to please him after stopping the car. Emily declined. He then accompanied her to the back seat, proceeded to undress her, and again violated her. Emily tried to maintain her composure. She kept conversing with him, downplaying the damage he had done to her. Patrice suddenly started crying and expressed regret for his actions. "You have 10 years of my life in your hands," he told Emily. He must have been sincere, because Emily didn't think he was such a great actor. She felt hope once more. Emily soothed her tormentor and attacker. Her only concern was to survive this nightmare, so she spoke softly to him. She asked him to drive her home after she was able to calm Patrice down. When he refused, they went to Patrice's friend Eve's place. Patrice stopped touching Emily as they lay down to sleep in the same bed. A sense of expectation developed. Despite going through hell, Emily is still alive. Even though the assailant was only a few centimeters away from her, she felt a little safer because she knew Eve was in the adjacent room. For several hours, the girl was able to sleep until she heard his girlfriend Eve awaken. They were in the kitchen when Emily got up. When Eve and his girlfriend Nora noticed Emily's facial bruises, they were appalled. She told them that a guy at the concert had attacked her. His face was hidden by a hood so she couldn't see it. Emily lied, primarily to protect herself but also to protect Patrice. She had been severely shaken and was still in shock after all. She might not have been completely conscious of what was going on, as though her soul had separated from her body. This is a typical defense mechanism used by traumatized individuals. Since Eve knew that his ex-girlfriend had thrown him out following a heated argument and didn't fully trust him, she discreetly pulled her aside and inquired as to whether Patrice had anything to do with it, even though she was staying with him. Nora is adamant that it was a guy from the concert and that Patrice had nothing to do with it. Patrice went to the kitchen as well after waking up. Emily was right when he said, "Yes, it was a guy in a hood. Unfortunately, there was no chance of catching him." Anyway, Emily was taken to the hospital by Nora. The girl's neck had evidence of strangulation, according to the doctors. She also had a number of facial injuries. She would need to stay in the hospital for a few days while being monitored by doctors. Emily felt at last more secure in the hospital. She made the decision to come clean and admit that Patrice had actually attacked her, but he had already vanished because he thought Emily might confess everything. Now that one of Patrice's victims was alive, the police began looking for him. He would spend 3 months evading capture. Patrice, now known as Frank, met Marie Norman at a country festival on June 14, $1,997. Murray lived in a chalet in a small town below Foix and was 35 years old. When the young man complained about having nowhere to stay, Murray felt sorry for him and offered to let him live with her in return for some housework. In addition, Murray decided that Frank would take care of the house while she visited her parents on the 20th. For a few days, Murray and Frank lived together in this manner. He fixed things and worked in the garden during the day, and they ate dinner, chatted, and smoked together in the evening. Murray and Frank had a terrific time on June 19th. She organized a dinner to celebrate Murray's new position at a wolf sanctuary in Orlu. They smoked cannabis and drank a lot, clearly in a positive mood. Frank, that is Patrice, tried to plant a kiss on Murray. To avoid an unpleasant situation, she went into the bedroom, but it was obvious that she wasn't prepared for it. But then the man hit her against the wall, grabbed her by the head, and followed her into the room. Despite feeling lightheaded, Murray was able to escape his hold. Patrice then grabbed a chair and struck his victim, who had collapsed on the bed and was no longer conscious. He repeatedly attacked her viciously. He began choking her with his bare hands after this brought her back to consciousness. However, Murray was still breathing when he let go of her throat. Patrice then gagged her and tied her wrists and ankles. He then carried Murray's body to the first floor and started cleaning up to get rid of any remaining blood. To hide the bloodstains, he applied blue paint to the blue carpet. The top layer of blood-stained wooden furniture was removed with an angled grinder. The murderer washed his own clothes in the washing machine and set fire to sheets and clothing in the garden. He then buried Murray in her own garden after digging a hole in the garden and covering the victim's body with a blanket. He stole some valuable items that could be sold, such as the angle grinder, and 5,000 francs in cash the next evening before departing the chalet. He left the following note on the table to try to dispel suspicion. Murray, "I don't know where you are. I finished my work and am leaving." Patrice was traveling to Spain in Murray's vehicle on June 20, 1997. In addition, it was his 29th birthday. Patrice arrived in the southern Spanish city of Alicante a few days later. He met Isabel and Valerie, two French girls there. The young people soon became friends and spent days together, going for walks, eating meals, and tanning on the beach. The girls' holiday came to an end, and it was time for them to head back to Paris. They exchanged phone numbers and agreed to get together again in the future, if only they were aware. Patrice proceeded with his travels, stopping in Belgium and Germany before reaching Paris on September 1, 1997. He called Isabel and Valerie, of course, and they decided to go out to dinner that same evening. Patrice told the girls that his car and all of his money had been stolen, but they were still glad to see their new friend again. He was very good at making himself look like a victim. Before leaving, he asked one of the girls if he could spend 2 days with them. Valerie was unable to take him because she was going on a business trip the following day, but Isabel let him sleep on her sofa as long as it didn't last longer than 4 days. A loud explosion woke up the residents of the apartment building where Isabel Shuchari, then 31 years old, lived on September 4, 1997. As it happened, the girl's apartment had been the scene of a fire before the explosion. Her body was discovered on the bed, partially burned. The fire started close to the restroom after the kitchen's gas burners were turned on. Isabel's death was clearly not a coincidence. 3 glasses, a bottle of pink wine, and champagne were on the table, and the front door was left open. The killer's extreme cruelty was demonstrated by the wounds on the victim's body. Blood was dripping from her mouth, nose, and anus, and there was blood in the toilet. Isabel's body, however, showed no signs of semen. Rather, a carrot that was stained with blood was discovered close to the mattress. It would be confirmed by the autopsy that the girl was tortured by the perpetrator. In addition, she had been badly beaten. Her face was primarily struck, but other parts of her body were also hit. The cause of death was asphyxia. Because of the testimony of Emily Espy, who survived Patrice Allegre's attack at the end of February, investigators were immediately alerted to the fact that Isabel had provided shelter to a man named Patrice. This was because the police had been looking for a particular Patrice for a while. Then, Mireille Norman's relatives, who were expecting her as a guest, started to worry after she vanished, but her body wasn't discovered until 3 weeks later, when it was bound and buried in the garden. However, even though he gave a false name, many witnesses had seen his face and recognized him from the investigators' photos. So after the body was found, gendarmes' suspicions were strongly connected to Patrice. He was already being actively sought when he returned to Paris in early September. His search warrant made the rounds of France. The police reached out to his friends and family and offered a reward for helping to apprehend him. Patrice then got in touch with a friend and asked him if he could spend the night in Paris. At that point, the investigators saw a chance to capture him. They requested that this man give Patrice a call back and point him in the direction of a prime capture site in Châtenay-Malabry. At 5:10 p.m. on September 5, 1997, Patrice went inside the house where the police were already concealed. He didn't fight being arrested. He even appeared relieved to be arrested, as if he were sick of hiding, according to some witnesses. Unexpectedly, the public paid little attention to the serial killer's arrest. Since the investigators were initially unable to connect the various cases, it could be that the media failed to report that a serial killer was on the loose. However, it was also because the car accident and Princess Diana's death in Paris on August 31, 1997, took center stage in the news. Consequently, there was little media coverage of Patrice's arrest. It didn't garner much media attention. Patrice voluntarily cooperated when he was being questioned. He gave a detailed account of his crimes and admitted to them. He described them in the present tense as though reliving them, but with a totally detached expression, which made it terrifying. Patrice was taken into custody in connection with the assault on Emily Espy and the killings of Isabel Chichari and Mireille Norman. But he used a different name when Patrice mentioned Mireille Norman, the girl who let him stay in her chalet in return for helping out in the garden. The investigators wondered why he had given her the name Martine. They gradually came to understand that he was mistakenly thinking she was another of his victims. Investigators offered Patrice champagne, oysters, foie gras, and more outdoor walks in exchange for disclosing information about his other victims because they knew he had a penchant for luxuries. In fact, Patrice later admitted to the murders of Valerie Theriot, Martine Mathias, and Law Martine, only after the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together as evidence that the detectives were already aware of. As is already well known, investigators came to the conclusion that Valerie Theriot and Martin Mathias had committed suicide, but as it happened, Patrice knew each of the women personally. He was co-workers with Valerie Theriot, who was a waiter at the same Toulouse cafe. She recognized Law Martine, who lived with him in the same area of Toulouse, and got into his car. She was Patrice's neighbor, Martin Mathias. They shared apartments across from one another. To put it another way, investigators were unaware of numerous hints that suggested Patrice Allegre was a potential suspect for a long time. For a serial killer, that was unusual. Even if they were only acquainted for a few days, as was the case with Emily, Patrice knew each of his victims by name. However, his approach was always the same. We hang out, spend time together, make friends, and then the attack happens. Investigators and later psychiatrists observed that Patrice found it much more difficult to explain the murders when they discussed them, even though he readily confessed to the killings and helped the investigation during interrogations. Every time, he described the incident as follows. He attempted to kiss the victim, but she refused, so he got angry and strangled her. The man claimed that he did everything by himself, but in certain instances he assaulted the victims with objects. This suggests that his account of the killings and assaults is not accurate. Does he have a bad memory of what happened, or is it a lie? It's difficult to say, but it calls into question his confession anyhow. Let's take Martin Mathias's case as an example. Patrice remembers that in early February 1997, he met her at McDonald's. After he asked to sit at her table, they struck up a conversation and discovered that boxing was a common interest. Patrice had previously trained under French boxing champion Martin Mathias. Patrice claims that Martin invited him to join her for a drink a few days later and agreed to meet with him again, and this meeting was when everything went wrong. This version isn't entirely supported by the autopsy, though. Despite not drinking, toxicological analysis showed that she had alcohol and chloroform in her system. Additionally, the intimate area of her body bore the scars of an electric shock. As you may remember, the electrical wiring in the apartment was altered, and a light bulb was unscrewed. This raises the possibility that Patrice stalked the girl because he lived across the street, even though the girl did not invite him to her home. Then, because Martin Mathias was stronger than him in normal conditions, he rendered her incapable of moving. It is crucial to recognize that there are differences between the killer's account and the available evidence, even though there are no facts that can be used to prove this. Furthermore, this suggests that he is not making an effort to be totally truthful with the inquiry. He also talked excitedly and in detail about his early years. On June 20, Patrice was born in Toulouse. At the age of 17, his mother, Michelle, a hairdresser, became pregnant with him. Roland, his father, was a police officer and 4 years her senior. He was always an unwanted child, and Patrice knew it. The second son, a desired child, was born to Michelle and Roland 7 years later. One could not say that Patrice had a happy childhood. His father would physically abuse his mother, and his parents would frequently quarrel. When Patrice attempted to step in, he was beaten instead. Being a police officer, Roland neglected his son and was frequently away from home. In contrast, Patrice's mother didn't seem to care much for him. But when Patrice was young, she collapsed into an alcoholic coma in front of him in her beauty salon because she was an alcoholic. She also consistently cheated on her husband and was unfaithful to him. Patrice was able to observe some of her private interactions and the post-fight reconciliations between Michelle and Roland. He would frequently try to sleep in his room by covering his head with a pillow to block out the sounds of his mother's groans coming from the room next door. Another time, when Patrice, then 6, was sitting in the back seat and watching everything, she got pleasure from one of her friends in the car. Patrice idolized his mother and hated his father in spite of everything. He would stand up for her and was offended when others made disparaging remarks about her. He had to repeat a year multiple times because he struggled to learn in school. Because his mother permitted it, he would skip classes. He started stealing, selling drugs, and committing crimes during this time. But each time he was taken into custody, his father would save him. For instance, Roland once compensated the victims of Patrice's thefts with 300 francs. His actions may have stemmed from a traumatic incident that happened to him when he was 13 years old. Two boys kidnapped him after he fled his home. He was abused in a car and drugged with strong illegal substances before being abandoned on the side of a distant road. For a boy who was not yet 14, this could not have failed to leave scars. This gives us a chance to learn more about him, but it doesn't excuse what he did later. He began abusing drugs and drinking excessively when he was 14 years old. The issue was that under the influence of drugs, Patrice, who was characterized as charming when sober, underwent a radical transformation. He became so genuinely aggressive that his friends, who were aware of it, were terrified of him. Patrice once became furious when someone made a negative comment about his younger brother while he was intoxicated at a bar. After leaving, he came back to the bar brandishing a weapon, held it to the victim's head, and squeezed the trigger. The gun miraculously failed to discharge, and Patrice was captured. His first and last murder might have been this one. At the age of 17, Patrice Allegre attacked a girl for the first time. Everything was going well when he first met the girl at a party. They went to a park, where the girl pushed Patrice away when he tried to approach her. It should be clear to you by now that rejections made him furious. He apologized, took the girl home, and immediately stopped choking her. But his strategy was already starting to take shape. It's interesting that Patrice never had issues with girls. Rather, the issue was that he had two sides. He was charming as long as the girl agreed, but if she didn't, he had to coerce her into giving him what he wanted. Patrice had two committed romantic relationships in his life. Cécile was the subject of the first. Their first real love story began in 1986, when Patrice was 18 years old. After 7 years of dating, the young couple had a daughter. But their relationship ended in 1989, just months after he committed his first murder. Their bond was similar to Patrice's parents. Patrice would physically assault Cécile during their heated arguments, but Patrice could control himself to some extent with Cécile. He tried to strangle her, for instance, but stopped when he said, "No, not you, not you." Cécile ended up in the hospital in 1994 with a broken jaw. After she lodged a complaint, Patrice was placed under arrest for a number of weeks. Cécile ultimately made the decision to end her relationship with Patrice in 1995. He met Sylvie the following year, and the two would live together until February 1997. When Sylvie also left Patrice because of his violent behavior. At that exact moment, Patrice attacked Émilie after moving into his friend Yves's home. On February 11, 2002, Patrice's trial got underway in Toulouse. He was charged with 5 murders, 1 attempted murder, and 6 violent crimes. Numerous errors made by the police during Valérie Thériault and Martin Mathias's investigation, which led them to conclude it was a suicide, were brought up during the trial. Given that his father was one of them, there were even rumors that the police were shielding Patrice. It was only a conspiracy theory, though. Psychiatrists examined Patrice's case, which was uncommon for criminal cases in France. His divergent views on his father and mother were among the most intriguing features. He vilified his father while exalting his mother. He even told his mother that they ought to murder his father when he was 13 years old. In spite of this, Patrice's father, Roland Allegre, showed up in court, took the witness stand, and looked his son in the eyes while declaring his love for him, in spite of everything he had done. He compared his crimes to those of his father, and Patrice's response was, "Well, I don't love you, I hate you. I should have killed you, as I told Mom, then I wouldn't have caused so much harm." But he never once put the blame for anything on his mother. Psychiatrists think that the trauma from his mother's private adventures had a big impact on him. As a child, he was terrified by his mother's groans, but as an adult, he developed into a powerful man who tormented women by stifling their groans, the very essence of these women. It's interesting to note that he never attacked while his victims were unconscious. Émilie, who was fortunate enough to wake up and speak to him, was the first victim to calm him down and persuade him not to kill her. Émilie regained her human face when she woke up, but it seemed as though he could render girls unconscious and do whatever he wanted with them. He himself stated, "I have a memory lapse. I remember choking her, then she came to and I apologized. It brought me to my senses. I'm ashamed of what I did. I don't know what to say." It's also intriguing why, despite the apparent attraction between the young people, girls abruptly turned him down. The psychologist believes that he unintentionally caused the women to reject him. As is typical of killers who have personally experienced violence as children, he desired control over the victim. It was his strange method of taking charge of the circumstance again. Given that he violated each and every one of his victims, it would appear that the motive is simple to determine. It's not that easy, though. He acknowledged that he did not enjoy the attacks, despite the fact that this explanation seems the most obvious. For someone who occasionally has normal relationships and at other times commits horrible murders, he is more than just a sexual maniac. According to a U.S. psychiatrist who examined him, it was far more important to have control over the situation. Essentially, rather than humiliation leading to violence, violence led to humiliation. He was never able to explain why he killed. He spoke enthusiastically with psychiatrists during the trial, hoping they would answer this question for him. Another crucial query was whether Patrice had any additional victims, particularly during the period between 1990 and 1997. That is quite possible, because some of his known victims were not properly investigated. Even though Patrice says he didn't kill anyone else, is he reliable? At first, he only admitted to one violent act and 2 murders. To find out if he might be accountable for any other unsolved crimes, the police assembled a team of experts. They were able to get a clue from Patrice regarding the unresolved murder case of Lynn Gabaldi by promising her champagne and oysters, along with another walk. After looking into 191 unresolved cases since 1984, they were able to locate 2 witnesses who had previously worked as prostitutes in Lynn Gabaldi's case: Crystal Berg, also known to the public as Patricia, and Florencia Caliafi, who was known to the media as Fanny. They all accused Patrice of killing Lynn, but in addition to him, they also accused Marc Barrage, the Toulouse prosecutor, of committing crimes. He allegedly hosted sadomasochistic parties where judges and politicians would have a good time. According to Fanny, the girls were abused, tortured, and occasionally killed because they did not voluntarily attend the parties. The orgies prostitutes were supplied by Lynn Gabaldi. Marc Barrage ordered Patrice to kill her because she threatened to tell the police everything. The name of Dominique Baudis was mentioned once. He was the former mayor of Toulouse and is said to have been with Barrage when Lynn was murdered. As the tension around his case increased, Patrice wrote a letter to a popular program claiming that Barrage and Baudis were in fact a part of a criminal organization. Fanny was interviewed by the same show 2 weeks later, during which she described the children she witnessed shackled in a torture chamber on the ground floor of a home close to Toulouse. However, Patrice withdrew his confession to the murder of Lynn Gabaldi only 15 days later. Later, it came to light that Patrice and Fanny had received generous compensation from the show's producers for their stories. It also turned out that Marc Barrage didn't even know Patrice, and Dominique Baudis couldn't have been at Lynn's murder because he was in Paris. Patrice and Fanny were accused of giving false testimony, and the politicians were exonerated of the charges. For providing false testimony, Fanny and Patrice received sentences of 18 months and 3 years in prison, respectively. In July 2005, Patrice Allegre was given a life sentence on February 21, 2002, with the possibility of release after 22 years. He has already completed the required 22 years of service and is currently 54 years old. He started dating a Canadian psychologist during this period who relocated to France and lived near her prison-dwelling beloved. Patrice must want to see the woman and his daughter when they are not incarcerated. He applied for early release, but he dropped the plan after psychiatrists concluded that he has not been rehabilitated and that he has a very high risk of relapsing despite his best efforts. 9 years after the attack in 2006, Emily, the only survivor of Patrice's assault who testified against her attacker in court, died. Regretfully, she decided to do this herself. That concludes the terrifying tale for today. Please remember to like and subscribe if you liked this video so you don't miss any future uploads. Tell me in the comments what surprised you the most about this story as well. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story is an excellent illustration of how life can occasionally be more terrifying than a horror film. Imagine an ideal marriage and an opulent mansion. She is a charming and self-assured woman. He is a successful businessman, and they lead a glamorous life filled with luxury and style. The twist is that there are sinister truths that will chill you to your core beneath that gleaming exterior. I want to tell you about Mike and Susan Reichel, who were viewed by everyone as the model couple, but who were unaware of the sinister secrets that were kept inside their house. Nobody could have predicted that all would end in tragedy. An emergency services call, and skin-chilling accusations on a chilly February night. Do you know what they say? This story demonstrates the adage, the devil is in the details, as the small details, text messages, casual remarks, and scarlet droplets on the floor, combine to create an image that is impossible to ignore. Wealthy. In order to provide the impression of a perfect married life, Mike Reichel and his wife Susan were frequently spotted out together, dining at upscale restaurants and taking vacations at opulent resorts. With a sparkling pool, a well-kept lawn, and sleek, contemporary interiors, their mansion in the affluent Naplesville, Florida neighborhood gleamed as brilliantly as their romantic union. Everything Mike touched seemed to turn to gold, and Susan, his prize, was no different. However, there were profound fissures behind those walls that were impossible for even the most talented designer to hide. Although Mike was well known in some circles due to his commercial success, nothing was known about his personal life. His past, which dated back to his early years at the University of Florida, where he first fell in love with Dee Dee Hoffman, was rarely discussed. He was already making big plans and moving up the professional ladder at the age of 19, and their young passion developed into a marriage that lasted for 25 years. Dee Dee described him as a trustworthy and gentle man who never raised his voice or even his fist. However, a successful career came at a price. Mike turned into a workaholic who abandoned his family to spend months abroad on business travels. Their discreet divorce in 2005 was ultimately the result of this. Although Dee Dee moved on, the memories of the past persisted. Mike met Susan, a young nurse he found on an internet dating service, and she took over. From the first messages, he was drawn to the 38-year-old woman. He invited her into his universe without hesitation because of her fascinating energy, charm, and love for life. The space that had once belonged to Dee Dee was soon occupied by Susan. Once replete with memories of Mike's first family, the estate became the site of a new union when they were married in August 2007. However, the tranquility of this new life was upended on February 3, 2018, just before daybreak. The quiet was broken by a call to emergency services, and Mike's tremulous voice announced a break-in. He and his wife had been attacked by an unidentified assailant wearing a mask and carrying a knife. Despite their fast arrival, police and paramedics were astonished by what they discovered. The mansion's enormous windows reflected the siren's flashing lights, creating ominous shadows on the glass, and the yard remained eerily silent, as though it was witnessing everything. On the surface, everything seemed ideal, but those who knew them well saw that their marriage was not as easy as it seemed. Susan had a strong hand in running their home, affecting many facets of Mike's life, and she wasn't afraid to assert her dominance. She used to work at a hospice, where she provided care for patients with life-threatening conditions, but she quit to concentrate on her new social standing and household duties after getting married. Mike bought a dental clinic to be nearer to Susan and stopped traveling for work, but every year that went by increased the stress in their home. A very different reality existed behind the facade of success and luxury. As the police officers moved through the mansion's hallways, taking note of details that had previously gone unnoticed, a troubling picture started to take shape. Mike would tell his friends that he had found in Susan someone with whom he could start a new life, but his hesitant attempts to deepen their bond were frequently met with a cold, distant attitude. These details suggested that things had been hidden within these walls, things Mike had never openly discussed. Everyone was anticipating responses. What had led the man with the mask to this house? Who was he? And, above all, what was lurking beneath the surface of a happy and successful marriage? However, before delving further into those horrifying incidents, let's pause and examine this couple's history. The main reason for their increasing stress by 2015 was that Mike and Susan's relationship was no longer as ideal as it appeared to the outer world. Was the complex relationship between Mike and Susan related to his daughters, particularly Caroline, his oldest. Susan's distaste for Caroline was not concealed, and occasionally she would text Mike about his daughter in a sour mood. She thought Mike was spending too much time and energy on Caroline. Caroline, on the other hand, was not fond of her father's new wife and accused her of attempting to remove her from Mike's life. According to Caroline, Susan frequently drank a little too much. She frequently drank 5 or 6 glasses of wine or martinis in a single evening, but even after having too many, she was able to maintain her poise and carry on a discussion. The family was at a breaking point in terms of tension by the fall of 2017. When Caroline began organizing her wedding, things became more heated. Mike set aside $100,000 0 cents for the event because he wanted her special day to be flawless. Although it was a significant sum, Susan grudgingly consented to allow him to pay for it. Susan became enraged when the wedding's expenses continued to rise, and, by the time everything was finalized, the budget had risen to almost $250 0 cents. 3 weeks following the November 2017 wedding, Susan was still furious when she learned how much Mike had spent on the party, despite efforts to find common ground, particularly throughout the wedding planning. Mike confided in Caroline that he had been physically attacked by Susan multiple times. Since his daughter had seen a faint white scar on his cheek on the day of the wedding, she instantly believed him. After one of the instances, Mike even showed her pictures of his injuries. Susan had been arrested after allegedly attacking him with a knife. Was this, however, the sole instance? What was actually happening in that house behind closed doors? Susan became enraged upon learning the actual expense of Caroline's wedding. She became enraged, tossed a phone at Mike, and started hitting him. Everyone who believed they know this couple was shocked by the incident. Unexpectedly, Susan was the one who contacted the police after assaulting her husband. She had always attempted to keep control of the situation, so this decision seemed odd. It's possible that she wanted to give her version of events first in order to avoid being charged, but things didn't work out that way. A smashed phone on the floor, overturned furniture, and a heated environment between the couple were among the obvious evidence of a recent argument that the police found when they arrived at the Rochelle residence. Officers spoke with Susan and Mike for a short while. Mike was clearly upset, and Susan was distraught, recounting the events in a fragmented manner. The officers concluded that Susan needed to leave the house for a bit in order to collect herself and think about what she had done. She merely verbally agreed. Presuming the problem had momentarily fixed, the police departed. 30 minutes had gone by, but Susan was still inside the house, urging Mike to stay with her and hash out their differences. The quaint restaurant's soothing candlelight and the sound of the running water gave the impression that it was a quiet evening. But Mike and Susan Rochelle's table was anything but. Things had seemed odd that morning. Instead of a welcoming grin, Susan's face had a stern expression, and their talk soon turned to familiar, tense issues. Mike had thought that this dinner would be the beginning of a truce, a chance to go back to the days when everything between them was simple. She used to be the one who brightened his life, but now she was the primary cause of his tension and worry. Frustration and miscommunication simmered between them like water in a pot that was about to boil. Let me now give you a detailed account of what happened that day. The evening ended almost as suddenly as it had started. Mike got up, threw some money on the table, and walked away. Susan sat there looking at nothing, as though she was trying to take in everything that had been said. Mike's eldest daughter from his first marriage, Caroline, had been the subject of another argument between them. Susan would never be able to forgive him for spending $250,000 0 cents on Caroline's wedding because, in her opinion, it was both lavish and a betrayal. He grew further estranged from Caroline the more he invested in her. Their marriage was gradually being destroyed by her constant battle for power and the sense that she was the most significant person in his life. Susan was lost in contemplation as Mike departed the restaurant. Although she had no idea what to do next, she was certain that she wasn't going to lose control of the situation. After a few minutes, she got up, picked up her phone, and texted him, "Good luck with your daughter. I'm going to file for divorce." It was a declaration of her goals rather than a threat. She sent another SMS after learning that their talk was far from over. "You have significant problems with your daughter. I will not put up with this conduct." Susan called a cab and went home as soon as she made up her mind. There was silence in the house. Long shadows were thrown across the corridors by the lovely moonlight that spilled in through the enormous windows. Unaware that this evening would offer a test she would never forget, Susan walked into the guest room. Mike emerged in the doorway as the door abruptly opened as the clock struck midnight. His eyes were filled with a wildness that made Susan uncomfortable. They got into a heated argument once more, which soon turned into a full-fledged altercation, but this time it went beyond than it had before. They were soon fighting against one another after Mike's rage got the better of them. Susan experienced a searing pain in her stomach. She was horrified to see that Mike was brandishing a knife, and she made a valiant attempt to free herself. It all happened so quickly. She had no time to comprehend how a furious dispute had devolved into a nightmare. He hit her again in a matter of seconds, and blood began to slowly run down her arm. This was no coincidence. This was deliberate. Mike was surprised by one thing, though. She had no intention of giving up. He attempted to hold her back, but was hesitant due to Susan's will to live. She understood that she might not see the morning if she couldn't persuade him to stop. "All right, I'm not going to get a divorce. I will not abandon you." In a desperate attempt to get him to stop, she whispered through the agony. Something shifted in Mike's eyes as he froze, perhaps realizing what he had done. He started to put the knife away in a panic, gathered his belongings, and hastily made up a new story. It was an unknown individual. We'll pretend it was a person wearing a mask and all will be well. "You understand what I'm asking you to say?" Susan acknowledged that she had nothing left to lose, but she gave her version of events as soon as she was taken to the hospital and felt secure. The following few hours passed quickly, filled with heated conversations in the hospital hallways, police calls, and urgent announcements over the intercom. Susan told investigators, physicians, and anybody else who would listen. Mike, meantime, insisted that they had been the victims of a late-night invader in an attempt to persuade everyone of his story. In an attempt to remove any evidence of what had actually transpired behind their home's walls, he even erased the security camera recordings. Officers were shocked to see no evidence of a break-in when they returned to the Rochelle property. The windows were still in place. There was no damage to the locks. They quickly came to the conclusion that Mike's story was not credible. However, he had a contingency plan and promptly implemented it. He made a thorough effort to convince the police that possibly someone had entered while they were asleep because the doors had been left unsecured. His portrayal was so compelling that it briefly appeared possible that this might have been an isolated incident. Then the pieces began to fit together once the investigators got footage from the restaurant security cameras. They witnessed Mike and Susan leaving apart without exchanging words, then coming inside and going to separate rooms. These scenes obviously had nothing to do with a fictitious invader at night. Suspicions started to arise since everything seemed strange and unbelievable. Investigators realized that this was only the beginning as they attempted to fit everything together. No one could have predicted the complexity and depth of the story Mike had attempted to present as an attack. Mike persisted in promoting his version of events, but his story was beginning to fall apart. The house's shadows, which seemed serene on video, were concealing things that nobody anticipated discovering, and they served as the backdrop for a new, far more terrifying turn in this story. Mike Royce called his daughter's cell as soon as he was taken into custody. He spoke in a trembling but resolute voice, as though he could eliminate any uncertainty with pure willpower. "I didn't do anything, Caroline." He said it again. "He insisted that you phone my attorney. Get me out of here, please." He was aware that he had little chance of escaping without her help. His daughter Caroline was more than that. She was his unwavering ally and the only one who could protect his reputation both in the public and in court. However, Mike was known in some circles as a successful and calm businessman, and everything that had transpired in the past few weeks didn't fit that image. The shock of hearing of his incarceration was evident, and it affected not just his family but also his friends, co-workers, his ex-wife Dee Dee, and everybody else who had ever met Mike. After 25 years of marriage, Dee Dee appeared to be inconsolable. Mike was a nice, soft guy. It's unbelievable that he could achieve this. Even at times of crisis, friends said he was steady, calm, and logical. However, an almost unthinkable thing had happened to this model of stability and success. However, the prosecutor's viewpoint differed from theirs. He was accustomed to having total control over his life, according to the story. Mike couldn't bear the thought of a divorce and losing the things he had fought so hard to build up over the years, and life abruptly lost its control. He was struck hard by this blow, which caused him to act recklessly. The prosecution's account was simple. Mike was motivated to try to find a permanent solution because he was afraid that Susan would take half of his fortune after the divorce. It was now up to his lawyers to demonstrate that Mike had nothing to do with the attack, that the intruder's narrative was true, and that Susan's injuries were caused by a terrible accident rather than deliberate action. Mike initially gave a public account of what happened at the initial court hearing in mid-February. His story sounded earnest but unpersuasive. He acknowledged that he and Susan had in fact argued at the restaurant on the evening of February 2, and that they had both gone home separately, going to their own rooms. After his rage subsided on this cold evening, Mike made the decision to try to talk to someone and make amends in the guest room. He wanted to make amends, but upon entering, he saw something unsettling. Susan had a knife in her hands and was kneeling by the bed. She appeared desperate, he said, and he thought she might hurt herself. According to Mike, he attempted to get Susan to put down the knife, but she resisted. A struggle broke out, one that was more desperate and awkward than aggressive, like two people caught up in their own feelings. At one point, Mike said he felt the cool blade brush against her stomach. The knife slipped out of her grasp and cut him as well. Blood was slowly seeping through Susan's clothing, and she was breathing deeply. He said he was merely attempting to stop her and that it was an accident. One significant contradiction, however, occurred that same evening when the couple allegedly chose to fabricate a narrative about an intruder to hide the occurrence. According to Mike, they sat on the bed discussing the future while attempting to block out their wounds. We were talking about life, vacations, and our travel plans. Our talk was among the greatest we'd had in a long time. He smiled almost nostalgically as he remembered. However, who could be gravely injured and speak of a bright future? It sounded ridiculous to the people listening. New information was slowly coming to light during the trial and investigation. Bloodstains were noted in the police report on the bed, the walls, the floor, and even the bathroom mirror. Another concerning element, however, was that the room smelled stifling and humid, and the bed was not only blood-stained, but also contained signs of vomit and feces. Their version of events offered no explanations, and Mike was unable to explain how this occurred. The idea that the situation was more darker than anyone could have envisioned in court was strengthened by all of this. Another odd incident involving their dog jumping on the bed was also described by Mike. Susan was able to slit her wrists with the knife once he became distracted. She was sobbing and muttering that she was afraid of going to jail, and that she was unsure of how to deal with it. Mike claims that he recognized he had to take action because he knew the cops would discover the surveillance tape. To avoid being accused, he said, he turned off all the cameras. He then made the decision to phone emergency services a few minutes later, fabricating a tale about an intruder who had entered at night, but a lie-based narrative started to fall apart due to its own contradictions. It became evident that no one had broken into the residence when investigators searched the area and looked over the security tape. There was tension between Mike and Susan, as evidenced by the fragmentary clips of the recordings that Mike had painstakingly erased, but not all of them. The medical professionals verified long before that evening that Susan's injuries were intentional and not the result of an accident. The signs of struggle that Mike attempted to conceal indicated a different story than the exact, non-random knife cuts. He maintained that he was merely attempting to keep her safe, but as the court proceedings progressed, the evidence presented a more ominous and gloomy picture. The tale of a masked invader seemed to be a front for something far more sinister, and Mike didn't seem ready for that front to begin to fall apart. The atmosphere in the courtroom was electric, the questioning aggressive, and it seemed as though a spark could explode at any time and alter the entire case's trajectory. Mike's attorneys tried to use the picture of a guy trapped in a terrible relationship as the foundation for their case. According to their perspective, Susan was a tormentor who threatened his safety and tranquility in addition to being a wife. They firmly pointed to the threatening and accusing messages that were discovered on Mike's phone from Susan, and they reminded the court of her previous arrest for aggressive behavior, citing it as proof of her propensity for animosity. Their most effective tactic, however, was to bring up Mike's posts on internet forums where he asked other guys who had gone through home difficulties for help, characterizing his life as a constant struggle to find understanding and empathy. Desperation, complaints over persistent adultery claims despite no proof, and Susan's insistence that he break off contact with his daughter only served to increase the tension in these posts. Mike's assertion that Susan had turned the knife on herself looked credible, and the defense attempted to persuade the court that Mike was stuck in a toxic, unstable marriage. On the surface, this story made sense. Instability was evident in Susan's messages. She wrote that she didn't know how to continue and that her life had lost purpose in some of them, expressing thoughts of self-harm. This was used by Mike's lawyers to suggest that she may have planned the attack to incite disagreement and cause Mike pain, but Susan's legal team was not going to back down. She disputed all charges of violent conduct and asked pointed, straightforward questions, such as why Mike never called the police if he was a real victim. Why did he continue to maintain the appearance of a happy marriage and remain in the relationship? A straightforward but effective argument served as the foundation for their case. Why didn't Mike leave if his fear of Susan was real? He stayed, but why? First and foremost, why did he make up the tale of an intruder on the evening of the event? The court had to determine who was telling the truth, and as the case became increasingly intricate and intertwined with each session, it became clear that an emotional defense would not suffice. Mike's lawyers made the decision to hire a forensic specialist in order to bolster their case. The blood spatter analysis discovered in the guest room was the main focus of this specialist's examination of the evidence at the scene. He claimed that Mike's account of events was confirmed by the pattern and direction of the blood, which showed that Susan's injuries were sustained late at night, closer to 3 a.m. However, Susan maintained that her husband was the one who attacked her initially, and that the attack occurred in her room when she was sleeping at around midnight. The trial's turning moment was this argument. Mike's lawyers contended that this supported his allegation that the injuries were caused just before the paramedics arrived, despite medical experts testifying that a person with such severe wounds to the wrist may die within 1 hour without proper medical attention. Susan, however, lived, but when the forensic expert's reliability was questioned, things took a different turn. His reputation was quickly revealed to be far from impeccable. His name had previously been connected to a somber controversy, and his license had already been suspended for violations of professional ethics. When Susan's defense team produced records exposing the expert's involvement in a horrific occurrence, it was like a lightning bolt in the courtroom. The police found a stockpile of organs, including hearts and brains, in his own refrigerator after he was caught collecting organs from the deceased. The validity of his conclusions in Mike's case was called into question by these startling disclosures. All of a sudden, the expert's conclusions were more than just dubious. Mike's whole defense plan was in danger of being destroyed. Susan and her attorneys took advantage of this, claiming that the bloodstains on the walls and furnishings indicated intentional knife attacks rather than unintentional self-harming wounds. They said that Mike had prevented Susan from moving or defending herself during the attack by holding her in place. Susan gave evidence in court that Mike had put the knife in her hand to give the impression that she had hurt herself, then had wounded himself to support his narrative. However, soon after, this story's darker facets surfaced. Evidence indicating Mike had long lost interest in the marriage was discovered throughout the investigation. He was actively seeking a life without Susan, even though he claimed to be trying to resolve the conflict. His argument took a significant hit when it was revealed that he had registered on several dating websites. As it happened, Mike was openly talking about future plans that did not involve his current wife and was looking to make connections with younger women. Taking advantage of this, Susan's legal team claimed that Mike had always been deceitful about his intentions. In order to get rid of his wife without losing money in a divorce, they indicated that the attack might have been planned. From trying to delete surveillance footage to calling the police with a burglary story, the defense contended that his whole course of conduct was intended to establish an alibi and evade financial repercussions. Mike fought to keep things under control, but as his web of falsehoods thickened, every new detail showed how his hold was slipping. At first glance, Mike and Susan's story appeared to be just another domestic conflict, but it soon turned into a profound tragedy in which everyone was caught up in their own lies. Each day in court uncovered additional secrets, revealing a far darker reality beneath the facade of a happy life, despite the opinions of witnesses, defense lawyers, and prosecutors. One of the most dramatic trials in recent memory developed from what started out as a routine supper. Mike Royschel, a guy known to many as a successful and composed businessman, found himself in the center of a high-profile scandal, accused of attempting to murder his own spouse. It appeared to begin with a straightforward argument. Mike didn't want to give up control or money, and Susan wanted a divorce. However, how did it all turn into a nightmare at night, involving knives, blood, and deceit? With stony faces, the jurors listened carefully to the accused, attorneys, and experts' testimony. Every word was well considered, and every gesture and look might be construed in a variety of ways. Mike, a 63-year-old successful businessman who was accustomed to maintaining order, was found guilty of attempted manslaughter, evidence tampering, depriving the victim of medical assistance, and witness intimidation in just 4 hours when it came time to deliver the verdict. When the court imposed the 30-year prison term in December 2019, it did not show any mercy. That was it, or at least it appeared to be. Mike had no intention of giving up. The court rejected his attempt to appeal the decision. He is currently incarcerated in a Florida institution with little to no possibility of being released early. However, the case continued to attract attention despite this. Following his incarceration, there were speculations that Mike was looking for someone to look after Susan while he was in custody. Even after he was imprisoned, he was allegedly planning to get rid of her. The public was agitated by these rumors, which led the police to launch a fresh inquiry. Mike was spared further punishment because there was insufficient evidence to file new charges, but the tale got much more sinister, and his reputation more damaged. After all of the trauma, Susan made an effort to lead a regular life. She pushed for a speedy divorce procedure and filed for one as soon as Mike was jailed. She stayed out of the spotlight. No interviews, no public remarks. Unlike her husband, all she wanted to do was go on. One problem remained, though. Their home, which had once represented their love but had since become the scene of nightmares, was now the location of a fresh court case. Susan was adamant about getting her portion. Despite Mike's best efforts to leave her with little, she claimed that she had every right to a share of his assets. Ironically, this opulent home that had once appeared to be a stronghold for their union had now devolved into a battlefield. Even from behind bars, attorneys on both sides were attempting to claim triumph by scheming against one another. Through his lawyers, Mike made every effort to deny Susan her claim to the joint property. The house was more than simply a financial concern for Susan. It was about putting her past behind her. She wished to forget how her blood had smeared those shiny floors, and how she had sat there, gripping her stomach, pleading with Mike to call for assistance. There was more to her battle for the house than just the law. She was fighting to get rid of the ghosts of her past. Will Susan have a happy ending? Her life would never be the same because she lost so much more than she had won in court. After a bloody end to what began as a peaceful dinner conversation, her husband was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and Mike, a man accustomed to luxury, attention, and control over his destiny, now spends his days and nights alone in a cell without fancy suits, fast cars, or the people who once looked up to him. What can we see here then? It's not all about wealth, prestige, or power. It tells the tale of how even the strongest people may be torn apart by unsolved disputes, concealed grudges, and a desire for dominance. Every lie and deception has a cost, as we are all aware, and Mike paid with his freedom, while Susan paid with her mental stability. Consider it. If you were in their shoes, how would you have responded? Who is the victim in this situation, and who is the true villain? The answers are in the middle, and they might never be entirely understood. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On February 26, 1984, a neighbor living below Susan Agin's apartment at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in New York called the Nassau County Police Department with a worrisome report. When the authorities arrived on the site, they discovered something very terrible. Between the bedroom and the hall, they discovered the lifeless body of Susan Agin, a mother of 3 who was 41 years old. In an even more horrifying discovery, the police also found Susan's 17-year-old son Richard's lifeless body in the master bedroom. Richard may have been the one who committed these horrible crimes. What could have motivated someone to carry out this unimaginable tragedy? Today we're exploring the horrific and puzzling double killing of Susan Eigen and her son Richard Eigen, which rocked the country in 1984. Let's get started without further delay. With its magnificent waterfront residences and expensive properties, Ocean Harbor Drive is a charming coastal highway that is tucked away along New York's shoreline and radiates elegance and peace. The wealthy and those looking for a tranquil coastal lifestyle are drawn to this highly sought private area. But occasionally, the charm of New York's Ocean Harbor Drive can mask the dark sides that lie beneath its splendor. The tragic and eerie story of Susan Eigen and her son Richard serves as a sobering warning that evil may lurk even in the most bucolic places. Born in 1942, Susan K. Eigen experienced a turbulent life. As her marriage to L. Eigen broke down, she had the courage to stand up for herself and leave her spouse. Alongside her 3 children, Richard, Karen, and Michael, she started living on her own and starting over. She accepted hope for a better future at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in Long Island, Fresh York, where her fresh beginning began. She gradually blended in with the neighborhood and made friends with her neighbors in her tranquil surroundings. Her attempts to make a fresh start appeared promising, and she felt a feeling of community when neighbors would periodically stop by her house. She had no idea that the appearance of a typical life she had laboriously built would soon be cruelly destroyed. On February 26, 1984, 11-year-old Michael Eigen was returning home from a local hockey game when the innocence of a normal Sunday was shortly to be transformed into a nightmare. He was confronted with a horrible and terrifying scene instead of the comforting embrace of his mother. His mother, Susan Eigen, was lying dead in the hallway. The young youngster would be haunted by the unthinkable scene of her body being brutally battered and strangled for years to come. He hurried to a neighbor's house right away and begged for assistance. The Nassau County Police Department responded to the distress call from Susan's downstairs neighbor, whose identity was withheld. Upon entering the house, they saw Susan's motionless body in the hallway on the 2nd floor, directly in front of the master bedroom. It was immediately apparent to the cops that she had been assaulted, but as the police entered the master bedroom, the most sinister discoveries were still to come. The police discovered Richard, Susan's 17-year-old son, dead when they entered the bedroom. Officers Otto Cole and Myron Ed Carter of the Nassau County Police Department asked for help after making sure the area was secure. Following his arrival at the crime scene, Detective Herb Dobb began a thorough investigation. A white bedsheet that was found near Susan's body and smeared with blood was recovered by the forensic team. They also gathered pieces of hair from the bandana that had been used to choke her. Additionally, bodily fluids were discovered within the house and gathered as proof. The bedroom looked like it had been ransacked, like a scene from a failed heist. A pocketbook's contents were strewn all over the bed, and the doors to the dressers were left open. 2 latent fingerprints were found by the forensic team during the crime scene examination. The first was taken from a banker's seat that was discovered among the strewn-about objects on the bed, and the second was taken from the plastic bag that Richard Eigen had been suffocated in, which was still covering his face. The collected evidence was then forwarded to the lab for additional processing and analysis. Investigators conjectured that Richard had suddenly returned home during his mother's assault. In light of this notion, he was killed after seeing the crime in order to stop him from speaking. Although this notion appeared to be supported by the preliminary evidence, it would be difficult to prove. Forensic analysis did not have the sophisticated and advanced methods that are now available in 1984. Because of this restriction, it was more harder to draw firm conclusions from the material that was gathered. The traditional procedures and technologies that investigators had to use might not have yielded as accurate and comprehensive information as contemporary forensic techniques. Detective Charlie Costello of the Crime Lab's Fingerprint Division was testing latent fingerprints taken from the bag used to strangle Richard and another from the bankruptcy taken from Susan's purse in August 1984 because he thought they might be those of the intruder. Costello used the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, AFIS, to process the prints, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not discover a match in the system. The detectives chose to expand their investigation by getting fingerprints from local residents who had a history or background in burglary, because there were no prior criminal records related to the murder. The goal was to find a possible match, or lead, that would assist them reduce the number of suspects by comparing these fingerprints with those recovered from the crime scene. Despite being time-consuming, this approach was meant to broaden their investigation's scope and raise the likelihood of discovering a link to the offender. The investigators tested a large number of fingerprint samples from possible suspects over the course of months, but they were unable to match the fingerprints recovered from the crime scene. They brought in as many samples as they could throughout time, but none of them produced any findings. Unfortunately, they ran out of fresh fingerprints to analyze after over a year of thorough investigation, and the case ultimately ended without any clues or potential suspects. Detective Charlie Costello decided to try his luck again on January 22, 2002, after 18 years, and ran another fingerprint through AFIS in the hopes of making a breakthrough. He was quite relieved to receive a favorable outcome this time. Costello was able to match a fingerprint from a school bus driver application with the fingerprint on the evidence. Louis Talisi was the applicant's name. Investigators discovered that Louis Talisi was 42 years old at the time of the incident and had a history of drug use after finding this match. Detectives were cautious and patient, choosing to obtain more tangible evidence before making an arrest. After Louis Talisi was named as the cold case's lead suspect, in order to identify body fluid stains on the evidence gathered from the murder scene that would otherwise be invisible to the human eye, McCarthy used an ultraviolet beam in February 2002 for DNA analysis. McCarthy collected the fluid successfully and used it to recover a partial DNA profile. With this partial DNA profile in hand, the investigators realized they were one step closer to a conclusive case, a sample of Louis Talisi's DNA to compare with the extracted profile and verify the match was now the only thing lacking. The time has come for them to locate Louis Talisi. Detective Tony Graziano, a talented and well-prepared undercover agent from the Nassau County Police Department, was tasked with obtaining Louis Talisi's DNA on May 10, 2002. Without telling Talisi about the investigation, he had to surreptitiously collect a secret DNA sample from the suspect. 11 a.m. Detectives Graziano and Sergeant Guido began their investigation by walking through Louis Talisi's home on May 10. This walkthrough was intended to help them become acquainted with the house's layout and collect any information that would be helpful when they spoke with Talisi. Detective Graziano took the initiative to build a relationship with Talisi after the walkthrough. In undercover operations, developing rapport is essential, since it helps you win the suspect's trust and confidence during the encounter. In order to establish a relaxed and welcoming environment, Graziano conversed with Talisi on a variety of subjects. The detectives were conscious that they needed to handle the matter tactfully and make sure Talisi didn't know what they were really trying to do. Gaining Talisi's trust sufficiently to get a secret DNA sample without arousing suspicion was their aim. Detective Graziano and Sergeant Guido continued their informal tour of Talisi's house, and Talisi smoked a cigarette while they spoke. They then went out onto the street, where Talisi finally threw away the cigarette butt without thinking anything was wrong. Their carefully crafted scheme was going according to plan. Sergeant Guido recovered the abandoned cigarette butt in a discreet manner after Talisi had left the area. Detectives Guido and Graziano lost no time in heading straight to the crime lab. Saliva and epithelial cells were meticulously separated from the cigarette butt filter in the crime lab. To ensure that any possible impurities were eliminated, the DNA included in the sample was isolated and purified. Now that the cigarette butt's DNA profile was ready, it was time to compare it to the partially extracted DNA profile that had been taken from the crime scene evidence earlier. When the time came, as anticipated, the comparison showed that the two DNA samples were an unquestionable match. The findings unmistakably connected Louis Talisi to the crime scene and the killings of Susan and Richard Eigen, proving that he was the murderer. Louis Talisi was ultimately taken into custody on June 5, 2002, following the development of a strong case and tangible evidence against him. He was taken downtown by law authorities to the Nassau County interviewing room to be questioned. The detective's evidence, which included the vital fluid sample that connected Louis Talisi to the crime scene, was presented to him. Talisi showed his slyness by spotting a possible defense tactic right away. He admitted to knowing Susan and shrewdly asserted that he was physically involved with her. He said that this clarified why his bodily material was found in Susan's house and implied that it had nothing to do with the killings. Talisi added that he was a Brooklyn resident at the time of the killings and had met the Igners through acquaintances who shared a residence with them. Afterwards, Talisi had previously met the Igners multiple times. He was not an invited guest on the day of the murder, the detectives claimed. Although the cold case detectives didn't trust Talisi's statement, they were aware of the possible complications it could cause in court. They knew it was important to handle it carefully. However, they had one more piece of information that was crucial, a trump card that, if used properly, would prevent Talisi from fleeing. 2 hair strands, obtained from the bandana used to strangle Susan Eigen, were turned over to DNA analyst Terry Melton on July 3, 2002. Melton then used the hair samples to create a DNA profile. Comparing this freshly acquired DNA profile with Louis Talisi's pre-existing DNA profile, the Eigen double murder case was turned over to the Nassau County District Attorney's Office following the conclusion of the investigation and the development of a compelling case against Louis Talisi. The team led by the district attorney went over the evidence and got ready for the trial. Trial proceedings started when the case was added to the court's docket. For Susan and Richard Eigen, Assistant DA Robert Biancavilla created a painting depicting death that Talisi fashioned. Louis Talisi refused to admit to the killings in spite of the growing evidence against him. Michael Washore, his defense lawyer, presented a plan to raise a reasonable doubt in the jury's mind. Washore offered an alibi to refute the prosecution's case by claiming that Talisi was trying to have a family get-together on the day of the killings. Washore also raised the idea that other people who knew the Eigners might have committed the crimes in an attempt to disprove Talisi's involvement. Louis Talisi had the chance to make a brief appearance in court during the trial. He acknowledged the great loss experienced by the families of Susan and Richard Eigen and offered his sincerest condolences. He did, however, continue to stand by his claim that he was innocent of the crimes for which he was charged. In his speech before the court, Susan's son Michael Eigen described a disturbing memory that had plagued him ever since the killings. He described an instance in which he and his adolescent companion ended up on a boat with Louis Talisi 4 years after the horrific events. This unexpected meeting happened after Michael disclosed that Talisi's cousin lived next door to him. Michael's testimony indicated that Talisi seemed distressed, smoking and drinking, and spoke extensively about himself and his apparent sorrow in life. Michael proceeded to speak to the jury in the courtroom. Behind him, poster-sized pictures of his brother and mother. He talked about how the defense's representation of his mother during the trial had a profound impact on him. By bringing up other possible suspects and alternate situations, Louis Talisi's defense lawyer had tried to raise a reasonable doubt. They had so presented a skewed and unfavorable image of Susan Eigen. During the sentencing portion of the trial, 3 additional victims' family also spoke to the court in a stirring and poignant courtroom scene. Richard's father and Susan's ex-husband, Al Eigen, turned to Louis Talisi and told him bluntly how devastating his actions had been. He said the killings were the most horrifying crime he had ever seen, tearing a family apart. No term, Al Eigen said, could ever make up for the loss they had suffered. Nevertheless, he pleaded with the judge to give the convicted murderer the harshest punishment possible. He spoke with the sorrow of a parent who wants justice for his son and his beloved ex-wife. Susan's brother Eugene K. also spoke to the judge in tears, finding it difficult to express the profound hurt caused by Talisi's heartless behavior. He cried and inhaled deeply as he pleaded with the judge to take into account the defendant's extreme callousness and cruelty when deciding on the proper punishment. Karen Eigen, Susan and Richard's sister and daughter, was unable to attend the sentencing in person due to an emotionally stressful event. Rather, Wendy Woods, her closest friend, read a moving speech on her behalf. By stating that Karen had essentially lost her childhood on the day of the tragic occurrences, this comment demonstrated the profound impact that the killings had on her life. In her statement, Karen voiced her confusion and incredulity that someone who was capable of such horrible atrocities could continue to claim innocence while on trial. Robert Biancavilla, the assistant district attorney, made a strong argument against Louis Talisi. He claimed that Talisi intended to rob the Egeners specifically to fund his cocaine addiction. The prosecution's argument states that Talisi entered the Egeners' house with the intention of stealing money and valuables. But when he found Susan Egan inside the house, the break-in took a terrifying turn. During the robbery, Susan was brutally attacked by Talisi, who then killed her. When Richard Egan unexpectedly entered the house during the break-in, the situation became much more heated. The prosecution argued that Talisi killed Richard as well because he was afraid his crime would be discovered and didn't want to leave any witnesses. Louis Talisi's defense was ineffective due to the prosecutor's strong case during the trial and the substantial evidence acquired by the cold case detectives. He had no way out of the dilemma because the evidence clearly showed that he was involved in the heinous crimes. In the end, Talisi was charged with aggravated assault, burglary, kidnapping, and second-degree murder. The victim's brother and son, Michael Egan, spoke to the court one more during the sentence hearing on June 2, 2004, making a tearful plea. He talked about how the killings had a significant effect on his life. Michael revealed that among the other items that Talisi took from him were his mother, his sibling, and his house. Judge Joseph Calabrese of Nassau County Court sentenced Louis Talisi to prison in light of the horrible nature of the murders and the terrible losses endured by the Egan family. For the 1984 killings of Oceanside mother and son Susan and Richard Egan, the judge imposed 2 consecutive sentences, ranging from 25 years to life in prison. Talisi was informed by Judge Joseph Calabrese that he did not see any justification for extending any kind of indulgence or tolerance to him. The judge stressed that Talisi had killed his victims in a way that was purposeful and meant to bring them the most agony and suffering possible. In addition, Calabrese noted that Talisi had shown no remorse for his crimes during the trial. Following the sentencing, Michael Egan talked to media about his feelings on Louis Talisi's persistent claims of innocence. He claimed that Talisi's failure to acknowledge his guilt was in line with a pattern of conduct that he had displayed throughout his life. Michael suggested that Talisi's actions could be interpreted as a sign of his reluctance to accept accountability. Michael admitted that a part of his mind took comfort in the fact that Talisi would be imprisoned for at least 50 years because of successive life sentences, and that the offender would be living with the consequences of his crimes for a considerable amount of his life. Michael was prepared to start letting go of the tragedy that had plagued them for so long. Louis Talisi died while incarcerated in 2005. 1 year after being found guilty of the murders of Susan and Richard Egan. The court sentence was shortened by his death, which signaled the end of his time in prison. What do you think about this instance then? After only a year in prison, do you believe the Egan family has fully come to terms with Talisi's passing? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. You guys, welcome to my channel, and today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On December 24, 2000, the expected chilly breeze of Christmas Eve in the quiet area of Beverly Hills, California, was interrupted by the constant barking of a dog that belonged to Susan Berman, a well-known local journalist. A terrifying execution-style murder occurred in the house of a 55-year-old woman who had chosen to spend the holidays at home following a demanding and rewarding year. Surprisingly, her unwary neighbors did not hear a single gunshot. Investigators had little clues from this covert crime, and the murderer went more than 15 years without being caught. But in the end, the riddle of this heinous murder was resolved. Why did it take so long to track down a killer who had wanted her dead and wasn't hiding? Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, where we discuss today's underreported instances nationwide. We're examining Susan Berman's 20-year-old perverse cold case, which was ultimately resolved in 2020. There have been decades of betrayal, lies, deceit, and nearly denied justice in this case. Without further ado, let's begin the narrative. The renowned Beverly Hills district in downtown Los Angeles is as pricey as they come, and it hardly gets any more so. One of the most costly zip codes in the U.S. is Beverly Hills. Here, the typical household makes well over $200,000, 0 cents. It is among the most costly cities in the United States. The majority of people who lived in this medieval city were well-known celebrities and successful professionals from a variety of backgrounds. However, a cold murder took place here in this wealthy region of the world in 2000. David Berman and Betty Ewald welcomed Susan Jane Berman into the world on May 18, 1945 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, USA. David Berman, Susan's father, was a prominent member of the Jewish American gang on the Strip. When the Vegas Strip was only getting started, he was the manager of the well-known Flamingo Hotel. People often called him Dave the Jew. Her father, Davy Berman, was a prominent Vegas mobster, and Susan was his only child. He was referred to as Davy the Jew. David provided for Susan's every need. Perhaps not all of it, though. Susan, who grew up on the Vegas Strip, would come back there daily after school to complete her homework and perfect her arithmetic skills by counting the chips at the casino. She appeared to have the ideal childhood, even though this wasn't typical for most children, until tragedy struck when she was just 12 years old. According to reports, David Berman passed away after a heart attack while undergoing standard surgery to remove colon polyps. The circumstances surrounding her father's passing were enigmatic, contentious, and significant because they would permanently alter 12-year-old Susan's life. Susan's father passed away on the operating table when she was just 12 years old. Susan suffered a severe blow that would affect her for the rest of her life when he was admitted to the hospital for regular surgery. Even her mother was unable to cope with it. Her mother passed away, officially by suicide, when she was 13 years old. Within a year, Susan had to leave Vegas as a result of this double tragedy. Susan moved to Lewiston, Idaho, to live with her uncle Charles Chicky Berman and his family. An English and history teacher at a Lewiston junior high school recognized Susan's obvious writing ability and encouraged her to pursue a career in the field. Susan went on to study sociology at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA. She met Robert Allen Durst, a graduate student who would become her lifelong best friend during her last year. Robert Durst, also known by his nickname Bobby Durst, was enrolled in a one-year master's program at UCLA. Both pupils were from wealthy families. Despite coming from a rich background, they seemed to bond almost immediately. Susan and her new acquaintance have another thing in common. Robert and Susan had both lost their mothers when they were young. Susan eventually attended the University of California, Berkeley in 1969 to earn a master's degree in journalism. Susan was one of 30 students chosen for UC Berkeley's graduate journalism program. One of her classmates, Elizabeth Moran, who went on to become a national correspondent for the LA Times, said Susan was just special. Of the 30 chosen, all possessed intellect and wit, but Susan's aura set her apart. She was able to hold the attention of any type of audience. In the opinion of her classmates, Susan possessed all the necessary components to succeed as a journalist. She got a position at the well-known newspaper San Francisco Examiner just 2 years after graduating. During the early 1980s, Susan relocated to New York, where she wrote for magazines such as Family Circle, Cosmopolitan, and the New York Magazine. She also authored the well-known 1971 college handbook, The Underground Guide to the College of Your Choice. Susan met investigative reporter James Brady in New York. As Susan started writing a memoir about her late father, she became friends with James. Susan asked the FBI and the Department of Justice for her father's criminal history and investigative reports. She was shocked to learn that her father, David, had been connected to multiple murders, gangland violence, and mob crimes, many of which she and her mother were wholly unaware of. She described her life as a mobster's daughter in her 1981 book, Easy Street, The True Story of a Mob Family, which went on to become one of her most important works. Hollywood executives expressed interest in turning the book into a movie because it was so successful. For $350,000, 0 cents, the movie rights were sold. Sammy's Romanian Steakhouse on Manhattan's Lower East Side served as the venue for the book celebration. Robert Durst, Susan's constant best friend, hosted the book party. Later, Susan would marry Christopher Margulies, her love interest, at the Hotel Bel Air in Los Angeles. In 1986, Robert Durst, her constant best friend, escorted her down the aisle once more. Susan will lose the love of her life only 2 years after they were married. A heroin overdose claimed Christopher Margulies' life. Susan relocated to West Hollywood around the mid-1990s. The 50-year-old author, who had recently received a nomination for a Writers Guild of America award, was at the height of her abilities. Susan relocated to a rental property in Benedict Canyon, which is a major route between West Hollywood and the Valley region, in the late 1990s Rodeo Drive. One of the world's most costly avenues was only 2 miles away. Susan was a leading journalist in the region. This was the perfect neighborhood for Susan, who had recently started work on a project called Sin City for Showtime TV, which was apparently Showtime's answer to HBO's hit TV show The Sopranos. Nobody was aware that Susan's most ambitious endeavor would never be shown. Susan concentrated more on her next project for Showtime after relocating to Benedict Canyon. A few days before Christmas, on December 19, 2000, Susan Berman called her friend, the actress Kim Lankford. Susan and Kim were spending the holidays apart for the first time in a number of years. Susan appeared concerned and the call was highly rare. Kim was frightened by the talk that followed. Susan seemed to know something that may make a big difference. Although Susan didn't have this information herself, Kim was interested in learning more. Despite Kim's anxiety for her friend's safety, Susan reassured her that she knew where to find this information. Since Susan was a well-known journalist, Kim assumed that this significant information related to one of her next major projects. Nobody knew the specifics of this important information. 1 p.m., the LAPD was called to Susan's residence at 1527 Benedict Canyon Road on Christmas Eve 2000. When one of her dogs was spotted barking and roaming loose, her neighbors started to worry. Susan loved her fox terriers and never left them alone, so this was unexpected. When police got on the site, they discovered Susan's body shot with a 9mm handgun and killed in cold blood, execution style. One gunshot struck her in the back of the skull, and it was thought she had been dead for a day or more. Kim's suspicions were validated. Susan had passed away. It was going to be difficult to track out Susan's killer. The body was discovered a day late, giving her killer at least a day's advantage. Susan was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt when the police discovered her body on the floor of the guest room. There was just one bullet casing close to her. Her back door was discovered open, and the front door was unlocked. There was no theft. Since Susan's body showed no defensive wounds and there was no indication of a forced entry, police understood they were dealing with someone who had known the victim. It was yet unknown what motivated her horrific murder. Given that Susan was executed and her father, David, was a criminal, the media started to promote the idea that the murder was gang. Although Susan authored a memoir about her father, the police pointed out that the majority of her father's friends and adversaries had already passed away, ruling out a gang murder. 2 days after Susan's death, investigators were surprised to find the first significant lead in the case. However, there was ambiguity behind this significant lead. A suspicious anonymous letter was addressed to the Beverly Hills Police Department. It was obvious that someone didn't want Susan's body to be left on the floor for very long, because the letter simply had Susan's address, 1527 Benedict Canyon, and the word cadaver written in a green pen on a white sheet of paper. Police noticed that the letter's author had spelled Beverly incorrectly as Beverly. This minor detail may have seemed unimportant at first, but it turned out to be an important piece of evidence that helped the investigators in their unrelenting hunt for the culprit. Susan's killer would not be apprehended so quickly, despite the fact that the police discovered her body just 1 day after she passed away. For Susan Berman's friends and family, it would take 14 long years to put an end to this agonizing wait. They needed to know who penned this enigmatic note. Was it a witness or the murderer? To find the criminal, investigators had to solve a challenging problem. At the time of her murder, Susan was apparently scheduled to be questioned by the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, regarding the disappearance of Catherine Durst, the wife of her best friend, who had vanished without a trace. Their partner was regarded as the main suspect, as is the case with many spouse disappearance instances. Robert Durst could not be indicted or disqualified as a suspect in the disappearance of his wife Catherine. Despite more investigation, there was just circumstantial evidence connecting him to her disappearance. Although there was no hard proof, authorities feared Robert Durst might have killed Susan to silence her, since Susan was about to be questioned about what she knew about his potential role in his wife's disappearance. No one, not even investigators, could have predicted where the first significant breakthrough would have come from after 15 years of this convoluted, frigid case. The press vilified Robert, the main suspect in both cases, in the years after Susan Berman's passing. Working with director Andrew Jarecki, he attempted to clear his name in both unresolved cases by producing the documentary The Jinx, The Life and Deaths of Robert Durst. 3 of Robert's most well-known alleged crimes were highlighted in the documentary: the disappearance of his wife, Catherine Durst, in 1982, the execution of his best friend, Susan Berman, at point-blank range in 2000, and the death and dismemberment of Robert's neighbor, Morris Black, in 2001. Robert was acquitted during the trial after claiming self-defense in the death of Morris Black. On April 12, 1943, in New York, Seymour Durst and Bernice Herstein welcomed Robert Allen Durst into the world. The successor to the Durst family's fortune, Robert Durst was the first son of a real estate tycoon. Robert claimed to have seen his mother, Bernice, jump off the top of their family home when he was just 7 years old. The family admitted that Bernice committed suicide, but the majority of investigators believe her death was an accident. Douglas Durst, Robert Durst's brother, stated in an interview with the New York Times in March 2015 that no one saw the incident. Uncertainty surrounds Robert's claim to have seen his mother die. There was a fierce sibling rivalry unlike any other, and this contradictory account was only one of many blows and counterblows. When Robert was 10 years old, he went to see his psychiatrist for advice on this newfound sibling rivalry. According to the psychiatrist, Robert suffered from schizophrenia and personality breakdown. His peers at Scarsdale High School characterized him as a recluse. In 1965, he graduated from Lehigh University with a bachelor's degree in economics. At the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, where he met Susan Berman later that year, he enrolled in a doctoral program but later left and moved back to New York in 1969. Robert was not interested in his father's business, Durst Organization, at this point. He wanted to launch his own venture. He thus established a modest health food store in Vermont from 1970 to 1971. Robert first met dental hygienist Catherine McCormick in 1970, and the two moved in together in Vermont in January 1972. On his father's recommendation, they moved back to New York in 1973 so Robert could work for the Durst Organization. Additionally, Robert and Catherine were legally married on April 12, 1973, which was his 30th birthday. However, the couple's existence seemed like a fairy tale to many of their acquaintances. There was more to it than first appears when one examines their lifestyles in the weeks preceding Catherine's disappearance. Numerous indicators suggested foul involvement in the weeks leading up to her death. 3 weeks prior to her disappearance, Catherine had been hospitalized at Jacob Medical Center in the Bronx for face injuries that Robert had caused. She didn't file any charges. She had sought Robert for a $250,000 0 divorce settlement a few weeks before to her unexplained disappearance. Robert offered Catherine $100 0 because he didn't want to part with so much money. Robert had been agitated before Catherine had a chance to examine the offer. He stopped paying his wife's tuition at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, canceled her credit card, and took her name off the joint account. Additionally, he lowered his offer of a divorce settlement to $15 0. A few months before graduating from the Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York City with a degree in pediatrics, Catherine Durst vanished into thin air on January 31, 1982. On the eve of January 31, Catherine was last observed in Newtown, Connecticut, at a dinner party hosted by her friend Gilbert Nojami. It was known that Robert and Catherine had a fight that night. 3 weeks after Catherine went away, authorities discovered her belongings in the building's garbage compactor. Shortly after her disappearance, her cottage was discovered torn apart. Although Catherine was formally pronounced deceased in 2017, the circumstances surrounding her disappearance are still unknown. Janine Pirro, the district attorney for Westchester County, had requested that the NYPD renew the investigation into Catherine's abduction months prior to Susan's murder. Friends encouraged investigators to interview Susan Berman after the probe was made public. Susan Berman had handled Robert Durst's media interviews following his wife's disappearance since she was close to him. While his wife's disappearance was still a mystery and his role in Susan's death was just suspected, she supposedly knew a great deal about the disappearance. Robert's subsequent action was more obvious. He was taken into custody on October 9, 2001, in relation to the passing of Morris Black, his elderly neighbor. Dismembered pieces of Morris's remains were discovered floating in Texas's Galveston Bay. He was released on $250,000 0-cents bond, but he did not show up for a court hearing on October 16. As a result, a warrant for his arrest was issued for bail skipping. Then, on November 30, Durst was caught stealing a chicken salad sandwich, a newspaper, and Band-Aids from a Wegman grocery in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Black's driver's license, directions to Gilbert Nojami's Connecticut home, marijuana, 2 firearms, and $37,000 in cash were among the suspicious items discovered in his rental car when he was arrested. In an unsettling use of his time while avoiding capture, Durst stalked his own brother Douglas, even going so far as to show up armed in the driveway of his home in Katuna, New York. In the end, he was sent to Texas to stand trial. Robert Durst was put on trial in 2003 for Morris Black's murder. Dick DeGurn, his defense lawyer, contended that Robert had acted in self-defense, and that when Morris threatened him with a .22 caliber pistol, the gun discharged as they grappled together. Before disposing of Morris' remains in Galveston Bay, Robert acknowledged using a knife, saw, and axe to dismember his body. It was impossible to verify or rule out Robert's account of a fight and the location of the gunshot wound because Morris's head was never located. Because there was insufficient forensic evidence to support capital murder, Robert Durst was found not guilty by the jury on November 11, 2003. However, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison for jumping bail and tampering with evidence. In July 2005, he was released on parole. Robert Durst's parole stipulated that he had to remain close to his home and obtain permission before traveling. Robert Durst returned to the murder scene of Morris Black without permission. He saw a surprising but well-known person while on his Defiant Crime Tour, Judge Susan Criss of the Galveston County District Court, who had presided over his murder trial. When they saw each other on this unapproved vacation, they were both taken aback. Robert Durst was sent back to prison after breaking the conditions of his release. In March 2006, he was then set free. Although Robert was the Durst organization's successor by default, his father made the harsh decision to appoint his younger brother, Douglas Durst, to lead the organization in 1992, further intensifying the already intense sibling rivalry. Robert refused to accept his father's explanation that he had chosen Douglas because of Robert's improper behavior. After being released from prison, he made the decision to sue his family because he felt he was the legitimate successor to the Durst organization. In 2006, after a protracted legal battle, Robert Durst was bought out for a one-time sum of $65 million, 0 cents. Durst's relationship with his family took a more turbulent turn as a result of this case. Instead of clearing the air, the jinx ended up becoming a real jinx for Robert. While filming the jinx, Sarab Kaufman, the stepson of Susan Berman, discovered a letter Robert had sent to Susan in 1999, only months before she passed away. Both Robert's letter and the anonymous letter to the police contained the same typographical error, and the handwriting was nearly identical. The mysterious millionaire was left in a state of shock when Jarecki, the director of the jinx, saw the letter and showed Robert Durst how to spell the word Beverly in both letters. He inquired which letter Robert hadn't written. Robert Durst was arrested by the FBI in New Orleans on March 14, 2015, the day before the last episode of the HBO series The Jinx, and he was accused with killing his best friend Susan Berman in the first degree. Investigators were able to track Robert down after he checked his voicemail box a few times. He was still in disbelief. He checked in under the fictitious identity Everett Ward, which allowed investigators to track him down to the Canal Street Marriott. A .38 caliber loaded pistol, a new phone, a flesh-tone latex mask, maps of Louisiana, Florida, and Cuba, and more than $200,000 0 cents in cash with Robert were also discovered, along with a phony Texas ID. He had taken out more than $315 0 cents in the previous 5 to 6 weeks based on bank activities. Since Cuba and the U.S. do not have an extradition treaty, investigators surmise that he intended to escape there. Robert Durst would eventually encounter justice after a lifetime of evading the law. While awaiting trial in the Susan Berman case, Robert Durst was first sentenced to 85 months in prison for his firearm charges. Due to Robert's surgery and the prosecutor's need for additional evidence to finally apprehend the elusive perpetrator, the trial was postponed. Judge Mark Wyndham of the Los Angeles County Superior Court ultimately determined in October 2018 that there was sufficient evidence to bring charges against Robert Durst for the murder of Susan Berman, his best friend. After a protracted delay caused by the COVID-19 epidemic, Robert Durst finally showed up in court to start his trial on March 2, 2020. May 17, 2021 was the new date for the trial. Robert's defense team requested a mistrial and a trial pause at least 3 times during the trial because of Robert's poor health, but each time the jury chose to go ahead with the trial. Robert Durst was convicted of Susan Berman's first-degree murder. He was ultimately given a life sentence without the chance of release on October 14, 2021. On November 1, 2021, he was placed in the custody of the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. A New York grand jury accused Robert Durst for his wife's murder after nearly 40 arduous years, but he would never go to trial. 3 months after his imprisonment, Robert passed away at the age of 78 from cardiac arrest on January 10, 2022. David Berman, a relative of Susan Berman, claimed that once Robert's sentence was read, he went to Susan's grave and assured her that justice had been served. Although Catherine Durst's friend Alan Strauss was pleased that Susan's family would at last receive justice, he hoped that Catherine would also receive justice prior to Robert's passing. California law states that the murder accusation against Robert Durst for his wife's death is moot due to his passing. Regarding his brother Robert's passing, Douglas Durst stated, "Bob lived a sad, painful, and tragic life. We hope that his death brings some closure to those he hurt." Robert Durst had obstructed justice by implementing complex plots to conceal his horrible crimes. The last part of his cunning plan exposed his betrayal of his wife as a neighbor and friend. Do you believe Susan Berman was aware of Catherine Durst's disappearance? Do you believe he killed her because he was going to tell the police what she knew? Is the jinx that mistake? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Is it feasible to live a twin's life while stealing their identity? When twins appear together, people are generally always quite interested in them. It should come as no surprise that they have also always been the focus of close examination for scientific studies. From biology to psychology, such research is thought to be essential for understanding the genetics of their behavior. Even though they live far away, many twins say they can sense their sibling or sister's emotional state and occasionally even their physical suffering. They have a unique bond that sometimes even causes them to repeat each other's fate. Since identical twins are produced when a single fertilized egg divides, they are identical. In addition to their striking physical similarities, their fingerprints are strikingly similar in terms of pattern type and line count, albeit the finer details are obviously different. Though it took place in real life, the story of Sunny and Gina Hahn, twin sisters, reads like the plot of a thriller or even a horror film. After being split up in their early years and then reunited, the girls experienced a peculiar emotion that turned into jealousy and a never-ending rivalry in everything. Every girl thought her sister was luckier and more successful than she was, and their relentless pursuit of perfection at all costs led to a true tragedy. On April 3, 1974, sisters Sunny and Gina Hahn were born into a modest household in a South Korean province. Sunny and Gina were the names given to the twin daughters. The couple's modest, if not impoverished lifestyle was severely impacted by the way their 2 children looked. The parents chose to divorce when the daughters were under 2 years old because they were continuously scandalized. In this instance, the children only shared during the divorce proceedings. The mother stayed in her home province with Sunny, while the father took Gina to a nearby city. The sisters did not see each other throughout the nearly 4 years that the ex-spouses did not speak, but when Mr. Hahn found a woman in 1980, she made the decision to be married and start a family. But Gina was detested by his new partner. Almost once, by forcing the man to give the child back to his mother, the lady tensely posed the question and only agreed to marry him in this situation. He took the girl to his ex-wife in the fall of that year and simply left her there without providing an explanation or even taking note of the circumstances in the home. After that, he departed and never again showed concern for his children's welfare or provided them with financial support. By that time, the daughter's mother was severely struggling with alcoholism, had no steady employment, and was addicted to gambling, which led to her accruing enormous debt. For days at a time, the lady might be gone from home, leaving her girls alone with a bag of inexpensive convenience foods or perhaps no food at all. They appeared to have no one else in the world but one another, and they were both hungry and terrified. Still, the sisters' relationship was falling apart quickly. They started fighting over everything and were always vying for their mother's attention. Their arguments frequently resulted in violent altercations that left them with abrasions, bruises, and ripped hair. In an interview many years later, the mother herself stated that she never tried to reconcile her daughters or separate them. She did not step in to stop the clashes between siblings because they were usual in Korea. In the early 1000s, 980s flee to the United States of America. Mrs. Han chose to leave the country by sea in order to avoid creditors and attempt to start over, since she was unable to pay off her growing debts and was worried about her life and the safety of her daughters. The woman, who had only seen images and articles of the sunny state of California, wanted to visit. She purchased one-way tickets for herself and her kids and just packed the essentials in her suitcase. They encountered a number of issues as soon as they moved to Irvine, a city in Orange County, California. They had no family, friends, or acquaintances to offer any assistance. The girls who didn't know English struggled in school, and Mrs. Han was unable to get employment since she didn't speak the language. Living on a limited stipend, the family was barely surviving, and the future appeared ghoulish and terrifying. The mother and kids took a few years to get used to their new surroundings. However, just as things appeared to be improving, the woman developed a gambling and alcohol addiction. The same thing happened again, but this time she also started exhibiting mental health issues. She wanted to place her daughters in a foster home or orphanage because she couldn't raise them herself. Mrs. Hana, Aurem, sister and her spouse, relocated to California in 1986. She herself offered to take the 12-year-old girls to her for rearing, after learning about the circumstances in a relative's home, as the pair did not have any children of their own. Mrs. Han eagerly accepted the offer, but she didn't even discuss it with her daughters. She hurriedly packed their things in a suitcase, caught a bus to Sunny and Gina in a nearby town, and just told them where to go when she dropped them off at her sister's house at the bus stop. The girls' lives quickly started to resemble a fairy tale, as they were embraced with open arms at their aunt's house despite their confusion and fear. Auntie and her husband made every effort to ensure the sisters were comfortable and had nothing to require. For the first time in their lives, Sunny and Gina ate enough, dressed beautifully, and were driven to a prestigious school. However, not only did the sisters' relationship not get better, it got so bad that it broke down. They were in the same class, studying together, and they were always competing. Each of the top-achieving females attempted to get around her sister in this way. In an effort to outperform their sister, they participated in athletics as well. Shared pals liked boys and vied for the attention of guardians and teachers. The sisters appeared to be very inspired and motivated by this rivalry, which pushed them to excel in all they did, rank first in their school, excel in athletics, pay close attention to their appearance, and set a good example for others. Love was the single thing that never occurred between them. The second sister didn't want to lag behind and give in because they all believed she received the best treatment. It should be mentioned that Sunny found it simpler to establish friendships or connections with boys because she was more outgoing, gregarious, and talkative. Her guardians unknowingly provided her more love and attention, and her teachers treated her better. However, Gina appeared to be motivated by hatred and rage. From the army to the alcoholic to the gambler, she would make a special effort to beat her sister and show everyone that she was superior. The sisters' paths took different turns after high school. Gina signed a 4-year contract to join the U.S. Air Force after deciding she could fulfill her potential as a soldier. The girl was physically fit and hardy, but she quickly came to the conclusion that she did not enjoy being in the military. Strict order and discipline prevailed here. The soldier did not truly belong to himself, and orders were not debated. He tried to breach the contract for the first time after a year, but was unsuccessful. Another 6 months later, she pretended that she had to care for her father because he was gravely ill. Naturally, she was unable to obtain the medical certificate that the management required as proof. Gina was really suffocating without any personal freedom. After another 6 months or so went by, in Bexar County, Texas, at Lackland Air Force Base, her unit was moved. Enlisted members of the U.S. Air Force and Space Force can only get basic military training there. Furthermore, Lackland is most famous for being the sole place where the U.S. Air Force conducts military training. Although many individuals aspire to visit this base, Han felt that it was a true jail. Gina didn't want to wait for her contract to end for another 2 years. Thus, she chose to cheat once more. She approached a senior official and told him about her nonconformist views. Note that it was 1994, and at that time, a scandalous comment like that was a valid grounds to end the contract right away. After being released from her responsibilities, Gina went back to California and made her home in the Los Angeles suburbs. The attractive 20-year-old lady soon secured a position at a well-known casino, earning roughly $20,000, 0 cents annually. Even at the time, the amount was modest, but tips occasionally far outstripped her daily income. Gina's life appeared to be improving for a while. She had her own car, although a second-hand one, rented a residence in a nice neighborhood, made a solid living, and could afford to buy clothing and cosmetics from high-end stores. However, that was short-lived. She quickly developed an addiction to hot beverages and started using them virtually every day. It wasn't as bad as that, though. After working a shift one day, Han decided to try her luck and sat down at a slot machine after picking up her paycheck and collecting a respectable tip. She lost everything she had made in a matter of hours. However, she woke up with a genuine, excruciating excitement rather than remorse. Every day, once her work ended, she hoped to win back and hit the lottery. She sat at the machines where she lost all the money and drank. She initially only bet her salary and tips, but she soon started taking out loans from friends and co-workers, which led to her debt. Gina was unaware that she was following in her mother's footsteps, who also struggled with gambling and alcohol, and as a result, the woman once fled her own country to America while carrying 2 children. Gina became more addicted. She soon stopped lending money as she just didn't repay them, and she started doing common thievery. She took money from her coworker's purse for the first time, but after realizing the loss, the coworker felt terrible for Han and chose not to call the police. The thief was brought to administrative accountability when the incident recurred, but she was simply given a fine and a suspended sentence. She visited her aunt, who reared her, in mid-1995 and stole from her a few months later. For the first time, Gina was given a real sentence after being found guilty of stealing. She was sentenced to 3 months in prison, but she was released early after less than a month. She was seen by the police a few more times for drunken revelry after that, but she was only imprisoned for a few days. Sunny, a successful twin, attended a renowned university after graduating from high school. She pursued a scholarship to study law, made many wealthy and accomplished acquaintances, moved around in high society, and led that painfully ideal life that many often boast about on social media. She rented a large apartment in a high-end apartment building in a posh neighborhood, complete with a gym and swimming pool. Sunny and Helena Smith, a fellow student and close friend who was the heiress of extremely affluent parents, split the rent. In addition to owning a pricey white BMW, Han was in a relationship with a young, attractive man from a bright family who was enrolled in medical school and aspired to become a surgeon. She appeared to be the total opposite of her sister, to have fulfilled all of her dreams and to have a long and contented life ahead of her. Sunny was almost forgetting about her twin sister. Since high school graduation, they had not seen or spoken to each other. She was aware from her aunt's statements that Gina had previously served time in jail for stealing, struggled with alcohol, and accrued debt due to gambling. The girl didn't try to locate her sister, get in touch with her, or offer assistance because she was too preoccupied with her education, relationships, and creating the ideal existence. But early in 1996, Gina called her sister out of the blue and requested assistance. Is it feasible to take another person's life? Gina called Sunny in April 1996 and requested to see her. For the first time in 4 years, the sisters saw one another, but they were not happy about it. Because it appeared as though they were seated in front of a mirror, the folks in the cafe across from them had their eyes fixed on them. Gina told her sister that she was having a lot of problems and was unsure of what to do. Unemployed and very indebted, Gina had no place to live and no one to turn to. Sunny truly felt sad for her sister and paid close attention to what she had to say. Without even talking to Helena, she recommended that Gina remain at her apartment for the time being. With just a bag and her possessions, Gina moved into her sister's apartment that same day. Gina had heard that Sunny wasn't impoverished, of course, but she hadn't anticipated seeing such an opulent and comfortable apartment in a nice neighborhood with all the amenities one could want. Gina, of course, did not pay for the apartment and lived at her sister's cost for almost a month. Envy and loathing consumed her more and more each day. She was always wondering what might have happened in her life. In what way was her sister superior to her now? Gina had an apparently insane idea. After all, she and Sunny had the same appearance, and only her mother and aunt had ever been able to tell them apart. What if the twins simply vanished, and Gina was able to lead her ideal life? Since Gina had virtually no friends and her family, to be honest, didn't like her, she believed that no one would even notice the changeover or her disappearance. Such thoughts quickly became obsessive. Over time, a sneaky scheme developed in Gina's brain. She closely observed who her sister spoke to, where she went, and how she dressed and spoke. She also meticulously imitated her hair, cosmetics, and mannerisms. In an effort to get to know her sister's friends better and keep them from noticing the changeover, Gina made every effort to interact with them. The sisters continued to argue and struggled to find common ground. Sunny's constant threats to evict her sister were the primary point of contention, but she simply gave up and bottled up her resentment since she had nowhere else to go. After yet another scandal, on August 18, 1996, Gina had been drinking when she walked through the apartment, took all the money she could find, and went to the casino, while her sister and a neighbor went somewhere else. The property was in disarray, and the money was gone when Sunny and Helena got home. They could no longer stand Gina's pranks and went to the police as soon as they understood what had transpired. That same evening, the girl was taken into custody in the casino. She was convicted and sentenced to 6 months in prison. However, after 2 months, the terms of her incarceration were loosened, allowing her to go for work 6 hours a day, but having to return to the prison at night. After 2 weeks of compliance, she made the decision to flee in order to finish her scheme, a cunning one. After being set free, Gina returned to Orange County by hitchhiking. The hunt for her was not a full-time job because she was not a dangerous criminal. Gina had to spend the night in a homeless shelter in a highly underprivileged area since she had no money. She wanted to replace her sister and kill her as quickly as possible, but she couldn't do it by herself, and she couldn't afford to hire a hitman. Then, after meeting 2 local adolescents in the same problematic neighborhood, Gina recruited them. They were identified as Joni Sirrett and Archie Bryant, his friend. In the event that they were successful, the girl agreed to give them each $100, 0 cents. The men made extensive preparations for the crime, purchased duct tape and rope, and even obtained a gun, albeit unloaded, that they could use to threaten people. After borrowing funds from friends, Gina hired a used Ford Mustang on November 15, 1996, with the intention of traveling to her sister's home with her accomplices. Everything was to take place on Wednesday, November 20, in the afternoon, when Sunny would undoubtedly be home by herself, based on her sister's estimates, as well as to do reconnaissance. The invaders also purchased a pack of magazines so that Johnny, posing as a salesperson, could inspect the apartment and see who was inside. The strategy appeared to be perfect. Each of the 3 criminals understood what they were supposed to do, and their roles were scripted, but all of a sudden, everything went wrong. A failed assassination attempt, to be exact. When a Mustang arrived to Sunny's apartment building at midday on the scheduled day, 2 men got out. While Johnny carried the magazines to the victim's apartment, Archie quietly moved to the side. Sunny answered the door when he knocked, but she didn't bother to knock and just slammed it in his face, claiming she didn't want anything. Johnny returned to his assistants, filled them in on everything, and they went over the plan's specifics again. Because the girl had opened the door without calling anyone, nobody was suspicious that she might not have been home alone. The young guys returned to the apartment after concluding their discussion of the subtleties and retrieved the rifle, duct tape, and rope from the car. When Johnny called the apartment again at around 1, Archie was standing a short distance away, ready to kick down the door when Sunny opened it. But by that time, Sunny had already gone to shower because she had a crucial meeting to attend. When the bell rang, her neighbor, who was seated in front of the TV in the living room, refused to even open the door. However, the unexpected guest persisted, so after a few minutes, Smith gave up and made his way to the door. Without any fanfare, the males kicked out the door as soon as the latch clicked and it started to open, knocking the girl on the ground before realizing that it was not Sonny in front of them and brandishing a revolver. After duct taping Helena's mouth shut and tying her up, Johnny rushed to Gina to ask her how to handle the problem and whether to allow the witness to remain alive. A bank card in Sonny's name was on the dresser when he left. Sonny, who was still in the restroom at the moment, heard a sound and warily peered out. After concluding that the house had been broken into, she went back to the bathroom, picked up the cell phone in the corridor and began phoning the emergency services. She only had time to inform them about the armed robbery and provide the address. The friends anticipated being tortured to discover where the money and valuables were in the house, or being abused when Archie grabbed a terrified Sonny by the hair, tied her up with rope, taped her mouth shut, and threw her on the floor next to a bound Helena when the connection was abruptly cut off and the room door swung open with a powerful kick. But the police showed up a few minutes later. When the cops got to the residence, Johnny and Gina were still in the Mustang. A few minutes after the initial 3 police officers rushed past them, a second vehicle arrived to assist. Every force was hurried to the scene because it was a hostage situation. The intruder sitting in the car heard the number of the apartment radioed by a passing police officer. Gina shouted that she was Sonny as she exited the vehicle. Law enforcement officer Han glanced at her, but he couldn't make out what that meant. He requested that she rush to the location, where his colleagues had already disarmed the assailant and freed the hostages. The policeman was astonished and confused when he walked into the flat. The same girl he had just rushed past on the street was sitting in front of him, weeping and terrified. The policeman briefly questioned whether what was happening was genuine when he inquired her name, and she replied that it was Sonny Han. Since the same person could not be in 2 locations at once, he believed he was going insane. The Ford Mustang carrying the girl and her accomplice, the good twin and the bad twin, had already vanished when the man who had told his colleague that he needed to check something leaped back into the yard. Gina knew the attempt had failed when she heard the radio announce the apartment number and saw the cops coming. Then, in a desperate move, she jumped out of the car and called herself by her sister's name. By claiming that the true offender was now in her flat, the girl attempted to appear like a victim, but the rushed officer ignored her and merely requested her to wait. Gina, of course, didn't wait. She and Johnny went to the closest ATM and used her sister's stolen card to withdraw a couple $1,000s. The crooks then hurried to the Mexican border, but not before they had to swap their car for a less noticeable one at the car dealership. Gina used her sister's name when introducing herself, but she accidentally wrote her own name on the form. The staff found this extremely odd and requested her to wait while the formalities were completed. The management was then notified and the police were contacted. Gina insisted that Sonny was her and that the other sister was impersonating her even after she was jailed. Even after fingerprints were used to determine each girl's identity, they both continued to identify themselves as Sonny during the inquiry and in court. The Han sisters appeared to be ordinary good and bad twins at first, but a closer look at their past showed that this was not the case at all. Sonny had a successful and happy life, while Gina struggled with addictions, was frequently in problems, and had multiple criminal records. Sonny lost her primary motivation, though, when the sisters' paths parted and they ceased their ceaseless rivalry. She enrolled at a prominent university, but her academic performance declined in the second year, and she was unable to maintain her scholarship to pay for her education. She carefully concealed the fact that she was working as a dancer in a nearby city's nightclub from her boyfriend and friends. Sonny made an effort to keep up the appearance of an ideal existence, but in actuality, she was no longer leading one. Gina and her lesser accomplices were accused of conspiring to kill Sonny Han throughout the trial and punishment. Additionally, the girl was charged with attempting to pass for her twin sister, whose she even used while introducing herself at the hearing. Overall, the process was both intriguing and unsettling since the sisters, who were experiencing the same emotions, started crying, had panic attacks, and, during one session, passed out all at once. Gina stated that she merely intended to remove her sister's possessions from her apartment and had no intention of killing her. Johnny and Archie were meant to assist her with that, but instead they chose to act like gangsters and frighten Sunny and her neighbor. A bit too much, though. The defendants argued that since the rifle was unloaded, the girls would not have actually been harmed. A year after the attempted murder, on November 20, 1997, the court rendered its decision. Gina had a history of many convictions, had fled from jail, and was wanted at the time of this offense, all of which the jury considered. Given all of this, Gina Han received a 26-year prison term after being found guilty on all counts. In the case's aftermath and cultural reflection, her accomplices, Archie Bryant and Jonia Sirat, were sentenced to 14 and 8 years respectively. After serving 21 years, Gina was released in May 2018 after her lawyer's appeal was approved by a California state commission. It's important to note that Sunny supported her in her parole case because her sister was able to pardon her. After Gina gained her freedom, she moved into her mother's home and now looks after her. The Khan sisters' story received extensive media coverage, was featured in several prominent talk show episodes, and served as the inspiration for several documentaries and feature films. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.